In a boundless darkness with not a single trace of light, Shaya had lost all sense of time. 1 year, 2 years, longer? He couldn't remember. Ever since he arrived, he had drifted aimlessly through this endless, evil gray space where no edges existed. Now and then, a tiny ball of light would appear ahead, faint and uncertain, as if it couldn't decide whether it wanted to be bright or dark. Each time Shaya forced himself toward it, the light would vanish the moment he got close, swallowed back into the gloom. He didn't even know why he chased it. But deep down, instinct screamed one thing: leave this place. In his previous life, Shaya had been nothing special. Just an ordinary office worker living the same routine every day. Clock in, clock out, squeeze through crowds, repeat. That day was no different. He got off work, passed by a market, and decided to buy something nice for dinner. Then, without warning, a sheet of tempered glass from a construction site above fell straight down. He didn't even have time to react. Pain flashed, the world spun, and everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was here, trapped in this strange and terrifying void. Shaya had read plenty of novels, so he wasn't unfamiliar with main character misfortune. At first, he even felt a spark of excitement. What if I've entered some legendary chaos era? Maybe I'll meet a great god, cling to a powerful backer, and rise to the top. But time proved those fantasies were lies. No ancient gods appeared. No opportunities fell into his lap. There was only silence, darkness, and those teasing balls of light that disappeared before he could reach them. Slowly, he understood the truth. This wasn't a grand beginning. It was a prison, a black cage with no hope. And he was locked inside. Depression crept in, heavy and suffocating. Still, he forced himself to endure. By my estimate, the next light should appear soon, he muttered, try to hype himself up. This time, I have to succeed. I have to get out. He stared into the darkness ahead. Then it happened. A dazzling radiance bloomed in the distance and expanded like a rising star. It wasn't a tiny flicker this time. It was enormous. A giant ball of light so massive that Shaya froze, stunned by the sight. I've never seen one this big. His heart pounded. This is it. This has to be my way out. He clenched his teeth and threw everything he had into moving forward. A savage storm howled through the void, slamming into him like blades. Pain stabbed deep, not into flesh, but into something far worse, like the hurricane was tearing at his soul itself. Still, he pushed on. Just a little more. I'm almost there. His face twisted with strain. His eyes burned with stubborn hope as he inched closer, step by step, through the storm. When he finally reached it, the size difference was terrifying. Compared to that giant sphere, Shaya was less than an ant. He laughed shakily, half crazed, half relieved. Finally, I'm leaving this nightmare. He stretched out. The moment he touched it, a violent current surged through him. His body locked in place, as if the light itself had grabbed him. Then the real agony began. A scorching force burned through his soul, while the gray, evil energy around him rushed in like a flood. Two extremes tore into him at once. Shaya screamed, his mind blanked out, and he blacked out completely. He never noticed what happened next. After he lost consciousness, the two terrifying energies began to collide, then, strangely, to merge. The chaos didn't destroy him. It refined him. His soul was combed and reshaped again and again, rising rapidly in a short time. And then, whoosh, Shaya's entire existence vanished, sucked into the interior of the giant ball of light. The gray void returned to silence. Only a few tiny sparks appeared now, and then, flashing briefly before disappearing again. Planet Vegeta, Infant Cultivation Room. This was a place built with advanced technology. Every newborn scion spent their earliest stage of life here, monitored and evaluated, before being assigned to planets based on potential. Because of its importance, King Vegeta had stationed troops here and installed the best monitoring systems on the planet. Suddenly, in one of the incubation pods near the side, the data spiked. The system detected an abnormal energy fluctuation. A sharp alarm blared. What's going on? A middle-aged scion in charge rushed over and demanded, glaring at the staff nearby. Several alien workers with crocodile-like mouths quickly checked the computer. They hurried to the pod, compared the readings again and again, then answered cautiously. Nothing serious. It looks like a sensor error. The detection port might be faulty. We'll replace the pod. Tisich, the scion snorted, mocking them. Your planet Didire technology is unreliable. Don't waste my time. Replace it. He waved them off and walked away. The Didarian workers exchanged bitter looks, but didn't dare protest. Their leader hissed, "What are you standing around for? Replace it quickly. If we anger the scions, we're the ones who pay." They moved fast. A new pod was brought in. The baby was transferred carefully, and the monitoring resumed immediately, with no room for mistakes. This was the misery of the week. The Didarians weren't a powerful civilization. After their homeworld was conquered by the scions, they weren't wiped out only because their technology was useful. So they were kept alive for one purpose: to serve. Many other planets weren't so lucky. Those without value were slaughtered, then sold off like property. Once the guards and workers left, the baby in the newly replaced pod slowly opened his eyes. A sharp, unfathomable light flashed within them. Shaya stared at the ceiling, stunned. "So, this is planet Vegeta? I became a scion child?" He couldn't believe it. Yet somehow, even stranger, he understood the alien language he had just heard. "What time is it now?" he thought urgently. "How far am I from the start of the story?" If planet Vegeta still existed, then the timeline hadn't reached its destruction yet. But that didn't comfort him. It made him nervous. This was the Dragon Ball world, a universe where monsters could shatter planets with a gesture. If he didn't grow stronger fast, death could come at any moment. He forced himself to stay calm. "First, I need the exact era. How long until planet Vegeta is destroyed? If it's soon, I'm in trouble." He didn't have Goku's plot armor. He couldn't bet his life on luck. As he steadied his breathing, his eyes shifted to the transparent data panel on the pod. It displayed basic information. Number: 11,379. Name: Shaya. Parents: Brent, Beatrice. Potential: mid-level. Battle power: 89. Evaluation: upper mid-level. Recommendation: train on planet Vegeta for 3 years, then send to a low-level planet. Shaya stared at the numbers, his heartbeat speeding up. 3 years. That was his first deadline, and maybe his only chance. For the next month or so, Shaya stayed quietly inside the cultivation pod, growing steadily under its care. Although scions were generally cold and indifferent, they were meticulous when it came to caring for newborns. These cultivation chambers used planet Didire's latest technology. Inside was a soft, silk-like mattress and a carefully regulated environment designed to promote healthy growth. The pods also supplied children with large quantities of nutrient fluid, allowing them to develop faster and more efficiently. A month later, Shaya stared at the data displayed in front of him. His battle power had reached 95. Compared to the mere 6 points he had at birth, the increase was obvious. While this number might not seem impressive, for a newborn scion, it was considered quite good. Shaya knew his latent talent ranked among the better mid-level warriors. Although it still fell short of the high-level warriors whose power exceeded 100 at birth, it was outstanding among most newborns. Every year, more than 10,000 scion children were born on planet Vegeta. Among them, fewer than 100 qualified as high-level warriors. The majority were low-level warriors, with only a small fraction reaching mid-level. Low-level warriors were usually sent to weak planets after their initial training. Mid-level warriors remained on planet Vegeta for 3 years of further training before being dispatched on missions. As for high-level warriors, they were born into famous families and received the best training the planet could offer, raised from infancy to become elite scion fighters. Cruel as it was, this was how scions treated their next generation. After the training period, the hierarchy became clear. High-level warriors were nurtured and protected, while low-level warriors were sent out to struggle on their own, only returning if they survived and grew strong enough. Scions believed in absolute survival of the fittest. As a race born for battle, they had no use for weakness. Only the strong deserve a place on planet Vegeta. During this month, Xiao also saw his parents. They were a typical Scion couple, with the law of the jungle deeply ingrained in their bones. After a brief glance at Xiao, they quickly left to carry out another mission. Xiao simply watched in silence. Once they were gone, he closed his eyes again. What truly surprised him, however, was seeing Bardock. At this time, Bardock was still very young, likely not even 20. He had come with his comrades to visit the newborn children of a fallen teammate. This meant one important thing. There was still a long time before Frieza would destroy planet Vegeta. At least another 10 years remained, more than enough time for Xiao to grow, train, and eventually leave the planet. The realization filled him with excitement. So planet Vegeta won't be destroyed for over a decade, Xiao thought happily. That's enough time for me to become a formidable warrior. His small face curved into a smile, confidence shining in his eyes. For the next 3 years, I'll train on planet Vegeta. After that, I'll be sent to some remote planet on missions. Maybe I can use that chance to reach Earth. The thought barely formed before he shook his head. It was still too early. More importantly, every Scion spaceship had a tracking system. Going to Earth now could attract Frieza's attention and risk exposing the planet far too soon. Since he had come to the Dragon Ball world and been fortunate enough to be born a Scion, Xiao had no intention of living an ordinary life and dying alongside planet Vegeta under Frieza's command. He wanted to become strong enough to control his own fate. Frieza, the androids, Majin Buu, all of them would be stepping stones, obstacles to be crushed on his path forward. He intended to surpass the original story, to become stronger than Goku, stronger than Vegeta. For now, careful planning was essential. His growth needed to be steady and controlled. Among Scions, those born with a battle power below 30 were classified as low-level warriors. Between 30 and 100 were mid-level warriors. Anything above 100 was considered high-level. Birth power often determined future limits. Low-level warriors usually peaked below 2,000. Mid-level warriors ranged between 2,000 and 5,000. Only high-level warriors could reach or exceed 5,000. That was why high-level warriors were so respected. They were the pride of the Scion race and its strongest combat force. On all of planet Vegeta, there were fewer than 20 warriors with battle power above 10,000. Each of them was an elite among elites. Xiao did not deny the importance of latent talent. With greater talent, training yielded far better results. Under the same effort, a gifted warrior could gain several times more than someone without talent. Without proper guidance, relying solely on instinct could become the greatest flaw on the path to strength. But he also understood something crucial. Talent was not the only factor that determined a person's future, especially among Scions. There were countless examples. Bardock himself was born a low-level warrior, yet by the time planet Vegeta was destroyed, his battle power far surpassed many high-level warriors. He achieved this by constantly breaking his limits through endless battles. And then there was Goku, born weak, yet repeatedly shattering his limits and eventually becoming one of the strongest beings in the universe. Was this something talent alone could explain? No. Talent might influence one's starting point, but it did not determine the end. Environment mattered just as much. Xiao believed Earth's training methods were far more advanced. Unlike the crude, brute force approach common among most races, Earth's training focused on control, balance, and refinement. It was better suited for true long-term growth. Scion blood combined with Earth's training methods might be the perfect balance, allowing continuous breakthroughs without stagnation. Once my body grows stronger, Xiao thought, I'll find a right chance to go to Earth and learn their training methods. With that thought, Xiao slowly drifted into sleep.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
In a blink of an eye, 3 months' time passed, and Shaya finally left the infant room. He was picked up from the training cabin, but Shaya found that the person holding him was not his parents, but two other strange scion couples. Little Shaya, your parents were killed when they performed their duties. From now on, Aunt Rebecca took care of you. A pretty woman scion whispered Shaya. Rebecca's husband picked up another scion child and placed her and Shaya on a movable bed and left the infant room together. At this time, Rebecca's husband Adri said, Brent, they are killed, but as comrades, their children will take care of them. So Shilling has a companion, and they can arrange them when they perform tasks in the future. Well, I hope the two little guys can get along well. Rebecca watching the two little guys on the bed with a smile on their faces. It turns out that my two parents were killed when they performed their duties. The people who take care of me now are their original comrades. Shaya silently observed that the death of his parents did not bring him too much sadness or between them. There is not much family love except the blood. On the contrary, this pair of scion couples who adopted him, Shaya felt that they were closer to them. Turning his head to look at another child lying next to him, I saw that this little child was biting his little finger and sucking. A pair of bright little eyes watched him unscrupulously. Seeing someone watching her, the little guy a few times loosened the little finger in the mouth and then reached the lips of Shaya. Wow up. Hey, what are you doing with this guy? Shaya opened the fingers of Sion's young girl, but the little guy seemed to have a good time and reached out. Rebecca, Shilling doesn't really like Xiaoi. I think they will get along very well. Adri laughed. Yes. Rebecca watching two little guys jubilant and could not help but smile. Where did you see that we got along very well? Shaya screamed. Rebecca's home is located in the bustling area of Planet Vegeta, which is only a distance away from Imperial City. The residents who live here are generally mid-level warrior or above. The Rebecca couple are both high-level warrior, and their houses are also near the most. A luxurious one. In order to carry out the task, the members of the same team will not live too far. Shaya's original home is also in this area. The distance Rebecca couple's home is only a few streets away. In a last mission, the Adri team was ambushed by hostile forces while performing a mission on a remote planet. After a big battle, the 13 members of the Adri team died 7 times and were seriously injured. The team was devastated. Among them, Shaya's parents were among the 7 people who died. The Adri team is a name only. So after returning to Planet Vegeta and sending a soothing gift to the teammates who died in battle, Adri disbanded the team and went to the training camp to find an instructor's errand. At this time, they knew the existence of Shaya, so he took him home and took care of his daughter Shilling. After coming to the Rebecca's home, Shaya's little days were very comfortable. It would be better if he didn't follow a small scion. I don't know why, since I first met Shaya, the little scion called Shilling seems to have found some fun toys, and she is behind a Shaya, and she is not willing to leave when she goes to sleep, making Rebecca, it is often said that they are very close to each other. It wasn't long before Shaya and Shilling arrived at the time of training, so they entered the training camp under Adri's arrangement, except for the high-level warrior latent talent scion came with independent training venues. All mid-level warrior has to share venue. Both Shaya and Shilling's latent talent are mid-level warriors, so they are assigned to a training camp. There are a total of 100 scion in this training camp. They are all children of mid-level latent talent. The battle force is generally between 60 and 70. There are not many children like Shaya who are close to 100 battle. These children will be trained under the leadership of adult scion. The days in the training camp are very difficult. After a period of time training, Shaya immediately experienced the gap between the scion training method and Earthling. This is training. It is just a mess every day, except still, add, those adult scion simply do not know what subordinates are merciless, no matter who you are, once you come up as a slap, not at all sexual guidance. This is the training method of fighting race. If scion is not strong, what kind of training will have any effect? Training Shaya shook his head helplessly. During this time, his battle force did not improve much, and the resistance capability improved a lot. In his view, such training is a waste of time. I think there is some regret in Shaya. Don't tell me the training method in the universe is so backward. No wonder even the gas will not be used. It's a pity that it will take 3 years, and it's a waste of life for Shaya, who wants to get stronger. On several occasions, Shaya asked Adri if there were other training methods, but Adri looked very surprised at him and replied, "This is Scion's best way to grow." Many life in the universe has grown through such training. Made Shaya momentarily very speechless. Thus, Shaya can also see the gap between Scion and Earthling practicing. Scion's training method is very clumsy and still in a very primitive and brutal form, but this training method is the most popular type in the current universe. In contrast, Earthling's training method can be called practicing. Strong person grinding minions, the weak are fighting for wisdom. Earthling's training method is a highly intelligent practice method of recreating in the long-term struggle because of being in a low-level planet. The starting point is different from the cosmic people. It is no wonder that most cosmic people will not use ki. In desperation, Shaya can only explore the Dragon Ball animation experience based on the previous life. He has tied himself to the weight, and he does not know the advanced method. Fortunately, under the tenfold gravity of planet Vegeta, the effect was immediate and soon surpassed other mid-level warriors of the same prime condition. Shiai, the little follower of Shaya, saw that Shaya had tied a bag to herself. She also thought that she had tied a few of her own fun, and she couldn't walk even when she walked, so Shilling squinted her eyes and looked at dissatisfied. Shaya. It's really not his fault to say this to Shaya. Finally, the 3-year training time finally passed. Nearly 4 years old, he already has a height of nearly 1 meter, and the battle force has also broken through to the 410 point. This is also the mid-level warrior training camp in which the battle force is still only in the 200. It is particularly prominent. To know that the 410 battle force is already formidable too much when defeating the second-generation Great Demon King Piccolo, then the Grandwork grandson, Goku participated in the 23 First Under the Heavens martial arts tournament. And at this time Shaya is only less than 4 years old, that's all. This is due to his mid-level warrior latent talent, which is of course inseparable from Shaya's trying hard. Shilai is behind Shaya. The power is 370, and the same size is the same as the big chunk. The success of the two is better than the average high-level warrior, just 3. Years later, the tasks of Shaya and Shilling came down. Under the operation of Adri, the tasks of Shaya and Shilling were arranged together. The target is a remote planet, the planet Selma, located south of the North Area Star Territory. The planet Selma is located in the Southern Star Territory of the North Area. It is a low-level planet. So far, there are only some primitive races on this planet, and there is no trace of civilization. Because Scion's allegiance is Fleeca, all the tasks that Planet Vegeta publishes are for the Fleeca Force. This time is no exception. The task of Shaya and Shilling is to eliminate the original race on the planet Selma Ball, and then transfer the planet Selma Ball to the Force of Fleeca for sale. To put it bluntly, the Scion family is just the Fringa's beater, that's all, and still the kind that can be abandoned at any time. Legend: every 1,000 years, Scion will give birth to a golden-hair super warrior, so the rumor is not trustworthy. Even Scion himself does not believe. But there is such a worry in Fleece's heart, so the best way is to leave Scion under the eyelids for surveillance, and then take a look at Scion's habits. However, there have been no people in Scion that have made him look good so far. Otherwise, I am afraid that the first thing I want to destroy Scion is Fleeca. In the face of the upcoming mission, Shaya is very excited, because he will soon leave Planet Vegeta, and this will be the first step of his strong person. As for the task assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he felt that he could not be relieved. After leaving the Planet Vegeta, there is still thing that can control him. When he wants to hand over the task, he still said it. Count. Well, you can temper a period of time on the planet Selma first. After a few years of solid body, you can go to other parts of the universe. When you go to Earth first, still go to the planet Namek first. It seems to be quite a good choice. Shaya is so beautiful that she has begun to figure out how to arrange the next time. Soon, the days of Shaya and Shilling set off are here. On this day, The Rebecca couple personally sent Shaya and Shieling to the planet Vegeta spaceport on the other side of Imperial City. This is a modern spaceport with a few kilometers and is the main channel for planet Vegeta to contact outer space. A huge, lighthouse-like building on several square kilometers of land is located in the surrounding of the spaceport. On the open space of the beacon building, there are depressions made of rubber and rubber. Each recess is a spaceship. Landing point. Just as Shaya entered the spaceport for a while, dozens of spherical spaceships landed or rose from the spaceship landing site. Shaya, pay attention to safety after waiting for the planet Selma ball. Don't relax your vigilance, because it is a low-level planet. If you're in danger, you can escape. Don't fight hard, Adri said seriously, watching Shaya. Since the Adri squad was wiped out, Adri's perception of mission and life has changed. Seeing Shaya nod, he yelled at his daughter Shieling. You are not as powerful as Shaya. Don't be naughty if you want to listen to Shaya. Know it. Shieling squinted at her eyes and smiled. Little you should take care of Shieling and get back early. Rebecca looked back and put Shaya in his arms. I will take care of Shieling. Shaya nodded seriously and then stepped into her own spaceships. This is a small spherical spaceships, and after the Shaya is lying in, the hatches of the spaceships are automatically closed. Through the cyan glass surface, Shaya saw the Rebecca couple standing in a position not far from them, waving their arms. Shaya's heart could not help but raise a few sad feelings, and his eyes were awkward. Waving a wave outside the spaceship, Shaya pressed the start button in the spaceship, and suddenly a downward force slammed into the body, and the entire spaceship seemed to be lifted by a huge force. In a short while, I left the atmosphere of planet Vegeta and entered the vast and evil universe. Because of the speed of the spherical spaceships, a long white light is left behind the spaceship. Through the spaceship glass, Shaya saw the dark red planet Vegeta flying at a very fast speed, and soon became a little light in the field of vision disappeared. And not far from me, there's a ball-like spaceships followed by Shieling spaceship. At this time, Shieling whole people are stuck on the glass of the spaceship, looking at the small face and looking at him. Come. It seems that this little girl is a little nervous. Shaya smiled and sent a message to Shieling via the spaceship communicator, then entered sleep mode. Planet Selma is far from the distance of planet Vegeta. Spaceship needs to fly for 7 months before it can arrive. It is only necessary to know that Earth is only a month away from planet Namek. Planet Selma is just a low-level planet. According to the classification of planets in the universe, the highest battle force is classified as a low-level planet below 1,000. The highest battle force is between mid-level planet and 1,000 to 10,000. The highest battle force above 10,000 is high-level planet. So the bus force of the living beings on the planet Selma should be below 1,000. With Shaya and Shieling, the battle force of 410 and 370 now. As long as you are careful, there is no danger. According to estimates, only a few years of time, Shaya's battle force will fully surpass the highest battle force on the planet Selma. In the boundless universe, countless planets are flashing in the dark stars, like a huge scroll. In the night, 2 bright lights flashed quickly and disappeared quickly. It was 2 milky white spherical ships. In a twinkling of an eye, distant Shaya has left the planet Vegeta for 7 months, and the destination planet Selma is close at hand. Spaceship automatically released the sleep mode, and Shaya slowly returned from sleep awaken. What caught your eye was a huge planet of azure. That is planet Selma? Shaya thought with amazement that the color of planet Selma is more elegant and beautiful than the color of planet Vegeta. Planet Selma is located in a system of 2-star system. It has 2 stars. Most of the day is daytime, and the unique planet position also creates a different view of planet Selma. The atmosphere of planet Selma is azure. The ocean area is only less than 40% of the whole planet, and the rest is all land area. Except for the snow and ice of the 2 poles, the rest of the area grows vegetation, which is full of green. Beautiful planet. On this day, The sudden roar broke the silence of the planet Selma sky. I saw two spherical objects with red-colored luster suddenly falling from the sky. Hong long long, two consecutive loud noises, violent impact splashes of the earth filled with sand, and soon let the line of sight became awkward. The forest in the wide expanse area was destroyed in the middle of the collision, and a strong shock wave spread from the impact point to the surrounding area. Countless towering trees were bent to the ground, and the whole tree was uprooted. Gradually, the smoke made up of sand dust dissipated, and the naked sand that had become unrecognizable and nearly 100 meters square was presented. In the middle of the bare sandstone, there are two 30-square ring impact craters. The impact crater is 5 meters deep. In the center of the crater, two spherical spaceships are buried halfway in the sandstone. The stone braved the smoke. Kacha. The hatch of the spaceships was opened, a child wearing a battle suit and a tail with a tail drilled out of it. Gently patted the dust on his body. Shaya coughed twice, then moved to another spaceship's, knocked on the compartment on the spaceship, and found that Shiling's spaceship collapsed and the door was pressed. Next, the spaceship was turned over and the door was exposed. With a bang, the hatch opened and Shilling got out of the spaceship. Shaya, brother, is this our destination? Shilling rubbed her lips around the dust and dissatisfied frowned. Yes, here is planet Selma. Our mission is to eliminate the original race here. Well, let me see the original race here in the end. How strong? Shaya smiled and nodded at Shilling, and then flew up and flew to the ground more than 300 meters away. Looking around, I was greeted by a pristine forest full of greens, a dense jungle surrounded by steep mountains, and Shaya looked over and fell onto a raised rock shelf. Knock on the lens-type energy readings worn on the ear, press the switch of the readings, the electronic sound of by sounds in the ear, and a series of data representing position and energy appear on the lens. 456,289,358,985,650. A series of data drifted from the front of the eye, and as the data on the lens continued to flash, Shaya's forehead gradually locked up, especially when a number of 985 flashed, and Shaya could not help but scream. Planet Selma's Aboriginals' force is so high. Shaya's face was a bit dignified. He originally thought that Planet Selma was a low-level planet. The above Aboriginals could have 600 or 700 battle forces, but I didn't expect that there would be a guy with a battle force close to 1,000. This is very close to the standard of mid-level planet. It is. Turning off the readings, Shaya looked at Shilling with a dignified look and smiled bitterly. It seems that this task is not easy to complete. According to the data I just reads, there is more energy source for the battle force surpass 400 on this planet. More than 100. There are nearly 20 battle force above 800, and even several battle forces are close to 1,000. In short, this mission is very difficult. If you are careless, you will be in danger. Damn, this is a mission that high-level warrior will perform. How it will be distributed to us? Shaya cursed in her heart, but she also understood why Planet Vegeta would assign this task to him. Mainly because their performance in the training camp was too prominent, and even the general high-level warrior was compared to them. Hey, what can we do? Then we haven't finished the task for a long time. Shilling heard that everyone was not good, and the mood could not help but fall. The difficulty of the task at hand is rising in a straight line. If you can't get back to the planet Vegeta, it means that she hasn't seen her parents for a long time. If it's a normal mid-level warrior, it takes at least 6 to 7 years to reach the 1,000 battle force. But our training method is more effective than the average Scion. Maybe 2 or 3 years is enough. Shaya said calmly. When he left planet Vegeta, the battle force reached 410, and Shilling's battle force was 370. After more than 7 months of long-distance flight, although they all spent their sleep, Scion's body growth still let their battle force get some improvement. Just now, Shaya also reads their battle force. His battle force has reached 460, and Shilling has reached 420 battle force. To know Shaya, they're only 4 years old, and that's all. Other scion at their age, the battle force is also 200 out of that's all. But it will take a long time. Shilling's voice was a bit low, but then she played a spiritual, full of energy. Shaya, brother, I am not lazy in the future. Must be well trained. Shaya, watching Shilling, looked up and smiled. It seemed that there was pressure to be motivated. Shilling finally took the initiative to ask for training. But Shilling's next words made him know that he was still too happy. Shilling said, "So, Xia, brother, you want to try hard more? People want you 2 years, no, 1 year time to reach 1,000 battle force, so people can go home early. You think that the strength of the battle is that the promotion can be improved. It is also a year, that is, 2 years may not necessarily be breakthrough." Shaya didn't smack her palms on Shilling's small head and swayed her soft, beautiful hair. Troublesome, don't confuse people's heads. Shilling suddenly exposed the fierce light and shouted, dissatisfied. Shaya observed the surroundings and said, "Well, the tasks are set aside. We are afraid to stay here for a long time. First move the spaceships to a safe place, then solve the problem of eating and drinking. Tell the truth. My stomach is already hungry and screaming. Yeah, people are already starving." As soon as I talked about eating, Shilling immediately let her eyes shine, and all the troubles were thrown aside. Shaya shook his head helplessly, and together with Shilling, he searched in the nearby mountains and finally found a quiet place beside a towering cliff, not too far from the waterhole. The environment is very good, can be a temporary place to live. Shaya, watching, is surrounded by a quiet view, with a satisfied look in the eyes. Slightly mobilized the energy in the body, and immediately gathered a bunch of blue energy balls in the palm of your hand, and then randomly thrown the energy ball away from the cliff not far away. A violent explosion of bang. A smoke suddenly rose, and the steep cliff was suddenly hit by a wide space about 5 meters deep. Then Shaya flew back to the place where the spaceships fell, dragged the 2 spherical spaceships, and moved them to the caves of the cliff. These 2 spaceships are related to whether they can leave the planet Selma and must be kept safe. After hiding the spaceships, Shaya flew back and forth in the original forest, found some dry vegetation, and arranged a temporary settlement in the cave. After doing all this, Shaya took a clap and satisfactorily watched the residents. Although it is a bit simple, but at least it is like a place to live. I can't think of a real version of the wilderness after I came here. Then I have to find food. Shilling, you go hunting with me. Today let you taste your brother's craft. Unun. Shilling nodded again and again when he heard that food was eaten. Next, Shaya reopened the energy readings. After the bye-bye sounded, Shaya flew toward the southeast with a Shio sound. There is a power source with only the BMW force of 67.5 kilometers away from that direction. Very obvious, can be used as a food source. It wasn't long before flying southeast, and Shaya had already discovered that energy source turned out to be a 10-meter-high earth-colored dinosaur. An earth dragon, this could be a meal. Shaya smiled. Roar. The earth dragon also saw the Shaya 2 in midair, as if they had seen prey and rushed to Shaya, and they made a huge bang. As a nearby overlord, earth dragon's huge screams suddenly disturbed the surroundings and stunned a wide expanse bird. The earth dragon has been greatly irritated, and the body of a 12 meters high has raised its head. The huge body suddenly exceeded the height of the forest. It roared and opened a large mouth to Shaya, revealing dozens of sharp tooth decay. Looking for death. Shaya's eyes flashed a glimmer of light. The blue light flashed in his hand, and the energy of a fist-sized head had condensed out. Let me go. Just as Shaya was ready to start, Shilling couldn't wait to jump to Earth Dragon, and the young figure was a huge contrast with Earth Dragon's huge body. Watching Shilling eager for a fight, Shaya nodded and scatters the energy ball in his hand, and with interest, he retreats to the side and says, "Take it to you. Move faster." Know it. Shilling looked up happily and watched Earth Dragon, which was many times bigger than her. The little face showed a bloodthirsty smile. Hey, let's be a food for others. The chill of the send cold shivers down one's spine is revealed in the childish voice. The voice just fell, and in Shiling's pleasant laughter, countless glorious energy bombs descended from the sky and madly smashed toward the Earth Dragon. Home lone dash. The moment the energy bomb touched the Earth Dragon, a deafening explosion, accompanied by miserable screams and violent vibrations on the ground. The smoke of the explosion drowned. When the smoke spreads, only a few hundred square feet have been bombarded on the ground, full of cracks and mud and gravel. The poor Earth Dragon was subjected to Shiling's face-to-face attack. At this time, the scar was slammed to the ground, and it was covered with blue smoke. The cracked wound was half-cooked in the heat. Just let you kill the Earth Dragon. What do you do with such a big movement? You see that the meat has been destroyed by you. Shaya grabbed Shiling's head and learned that only Shiling in the tone destroyed the fear of the mean. But there was no sympathy for the death of Earth Dragon. This is the weak meat of Sion's nature. Even if the memory of previous life is preserved, Shaya is affected by Sion at a certain level. Shiling broke freely and said indifferently, "Okay, Xiao brother, you still have to deal with food. Just your mouth." Shaya banged her head hard, ushered in the eyes of Shiling angry, and then concentrated on the body of Earth Dragon. CC. A few thin chop beam blades, the Earth Dragon's body was cut into several segments, and Shaya picked up the cut Earth Dragon meat and picked a few pieces of meat from it. The part brought back the canyon where the temporary residence is located. Wash the meat in the pool, then set up the fire and use the tree trunk to fix it on the fire. The bloody meat slowly turns brown under the blaze. The transparent grease drops along the wooden frame, and the whole gorge suddenly has a rich flavor. Shiling stared straight at the barbecue. Her throat swallowed from time to time, and the beautiful little eyes kept looking at Shaya, looking like a kitten. "Okay, can eat." Shaya rolled his eyes and waved his hand and said helplessly, "With Shaya's order, Shiling's figure has long been turned into a black shadow on the edge of the barbecue, and then picked up a piece of barbecue that is bigger than her body. Oh, it's delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time." Shiling licked his face and screamed at the mouth while stuffing his flesh. A few pieces of barbecue didn't enter the stomach of the two for a while, and I had to sigh the digestion of Sion formidable. It was not long before the food was digested. After dinner, Shiling stood up with a raised belly and sat down on the grass with satisfaction. At this point, she didn't want to move. Shaya shook her head with a smile and walked up to take Shiling up to the side of the pool, then took off her battle suit and prepared to take a shower. But the devilish brat is the devilish brat. Even Sion is the same. When Shaya wiped her body, Shiling was always a naughty look, a simple bath for an hour. Shaya can't help but sigh how the next day can be. The acquired color gradually darkened, and Shaya and Shiling lay on the hay in the cave. After a while, the little girl heard the soft breath of the little girl. Looking down, she found that Shiling was clutching his arm. Shin already slept. Watching Shiling a look of satisfaction, Shaya smiled. "This snack food is very good to support. When I was a child, it was so cute, and the grew up was still good. Well, I'm not a lowly." Silent all night. The next day, the glory of the morning sun opened slowly, and it was a colorful morning. Since the planet Selma is in a system with 2 stars, it's only 3 hours at night, that's all, which is obviously insufficient for the sleeping of living beings, especially for children. So after 5 hours of the sun coming out, Shaya took the sleepy Shiling to the waterhole and started a new day. After simply eating breakfast, Shaya closed the entrance to the cave, then turned on the energy readings, and instantly countless energy sources flashed in front of his eyes. Shaya searched for the target and turned to Shiling. "We start hunting from the low target of the battle and try to avoid the energy source of the battle force when paying attention to the battle. Shaya brother, distance more than 100 kilometers northwest of the direction, has a battle force 243 energy source in the movement. There is no other energy source around. Then choose it. Shaya also has readings to that target. Don't rush to kill each other while waiting for the battle. and try not to use the energy readings to observe each other. Why? Schilling asked inexplicably. There are many life forms in the universe that hold all sorts of eccentric ability, and some of the ability are energy readings that cannot be seen. If they hide the battle force, the readings don't come out at all, so I want to take advantage of this opportunity to develop our awareness of the skill and energy of the battle, which will be very useful for entering the universe in the future. What? Schilling licked the hoe, still did not understand. After all, just 4 years old, the things that Shaya said are still too complicated for her. You just have to obey, Shaya said with a serious look. A pair of sharp eyes looked deep into the distance. For him, Planet Selma is a rare trial ground. There are countless formidable prey, but these prey are not surpassing themselves too much, is the best place for his training. He is consciously developing his and Schilling's battle skills. After all, the battle here is a real battle for life and death. It is to see the blood, not the training that is deliberately protected as in the Planet Vegeta training camp. At the same time, he also wants to improve the perception of energy. Although he can't learn the sharp perception of the key like Earthling, at least he can lay a certain foundation. This time Shaya hopes that her energy growth can be slightly slower, so that he can understand the essence of the gas little by little. But this is obviously not possible, because both Shaya and Schilling are mid-level warriors, and the inflation force will reach 2,000 to 3,000 points. This is completely different from the case of Earthling. On Earth, martial artists like Master Rashi need to train for 50 or 60 years to get energy. Because they have very little gas in the body and the speed of generation is slow, their understanding of Qi is instead more detailed. Every trace of Qi has been studied very much by them. It can be said that it is lost, and it is mulberry, Scion, and even the vast majority of cosmos in the universe, because they were born with the power of formidable, grew so fast that they ignored many substantial things, just using gas as an energy. Attack methods and application methods are extremely rough. What Shaya has to do now is to lay a good foundation now, in order to better learn the application of the gas in the future. After the target was locked, Shaya and Schilling flew up, and then they turned into 2 lights and flew northwestward, and soon they came to a broad plain forest. Unlike the original forests that were previously surrounded by mountains, the forests are much more neat, and the rows of green tree trunks are arranged in a patchwork pattern, just like a meticulously decorated. Where? Shaya glanced around and found the target under a big tree. It is a saber-toothed tiger with sharp fangs. It is 10 times bigger than a normal saber-toothed tiger. Under the black fur, it is an explosiveness. Now it is lying in the shade of the tree, not far away. There are piles of bones that are as high as hills. When Shaya flew over it, the saber-toothed tiger suddenly woke up, and the muscles tightened in a moment. The ferocious beasts glanced around, and then stared at Shaya, and the surroundings immediately filled with chills. Murderous aura. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger made a roar. The cold light appeared. The strong claws suddenly broke out, and the whole body disappeared suddenly, leaving only a faint afterimage. The sound of sha-sha sand sounded around, and the saber-toothed tiger quickly walked through the woods. Suddenly, the black figure appeared behind Shaya, and the sharp claws made a beautiful light. With a bang, Shaya waved his arm and punched back without looking back. Hey, saber-toothed tiger screamed and flew out. Boom! Reappeared at the moment of landing, the eyes of the saber-toothed tiger suddenly tightened, and the golden beast flashed more violent Qi. Roar! Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger raised his head and ejected a red shock wave from his mouth. Shaya didn't respond, but the Schilling next to it had already been shot, and she saw her little hand bent into a palm and smashed toward the impact of the red shock wave. With a bang, the shock wave was broken into a red airflow. Oh, it hurts! Schilling then touched the red palm and noticed that the whole arm was numb. Brother, I want to drink tiger soup. As you like. Shaya shrugged. Then a pair of eyes full of murderous aura stared at the main culprit that caused it all. Being stared at by Schilling murderous aura, the saber-toothed tiger felt that the temperature around it had dropped a lot. The beast's instinct made it timid, and it shuddered and fell back. Kill! The crisp voice whispered, and Shiling's figure flew over to the saber-toothed tiger. Then the crackle of crackle and rattle continued to reverberate in the forest, accompanied by the low mourning of the beast. The thick trees were cut off by the waist, and the ground often had one deep pit after another. Shio, shio, shio. Sparkling and translucent, the bright energy beam is shuttled back and forth between the trees. After a tree is penetrated, smoke rises and smoke rises. The laughter of the lang lang sounded in the woods, and Shilling showed full strength. He played with the help of the little guy, and the saber-toothed tiger jumped up and down, but could not break the Shilling attack. In the Shilling's play, Shaya carefully observed the movements of both, gently closed her eyes, and tried to sense the movements of both without using the foreign object, but she could never do it with her eyes closed like Earthling. Battle. Earthling, in the end, is how to sense the existence of gas. There is no specific training method. There is no way to do this. It seems that it is necessary to take time to go to Earth. After trying it a few times, Shaya reluctantly gave up. In the original work, Vegeta just watched Son Goku. They used it several times. It didn't take long for them to find out how to use their own temperament. It is reasonable to say that it should not be difficult. Why don't you learn it? Don't tell me Vegeta's latent talent is really high enough to look at the level that can be learned once. No, there is definitely something that is not mastered. Although Vegeta is a genius, Shaya believes that his own understanding is not inferior to him. At this point, the Bay of Shilling has ended. Under the violent attack of Shilling, the poor saber-toothed tiger is not her opponent. It was not long before she was killed. Watching a face full of blood and a look of innocent smile, just in scrupulous battle, let her feel refreshed from the bottom of my heart. Shaya frowned, and Sion's brutality seemed to go deep into the bone marrow, even if the 4-year-old baby was pounding up. Go wash your face first. You see it like you crawled out of the body. Shilling smiled happily, letting Shaya pull her to the river to clean up. In the next period of time, Shaya took Shilling out to hunt prey every day. Prey also improved from the beginning of the battle force of only 100-200, and now it is basically the same as themselves. Of course, in addition to hunting prey to complete the task, Shaya pays more attention to still its own training situation. So no matter how Shilling asks, he will be unsettled and ask Shilling to tie the weight with him to develop a while. In the evening, he will sit for more than an hour. This is the training method he accepts when he calls Son Goku on the lookout. It feels like Goten is as quiet as lightning, and lightning is as fast as it is. This may be a way to sense chi. Although it is very hard, the growth of strength every day gives him a kind of heartfelt joy. The effect of training has suddenly emerged. Shaya not only has made great progress in the power of the battle, but the perception of the ki seems to have some signs. He can now faintly perceive the flow of energy in the other's body. 2 months later, in a broad plain, crackle and rattle's fighting sounds are endless. Shaya and Shilling, you come to me and keep on fighting. The action is as fast as the wind. Both of them are suspended in midair, staring at each other with dignity. Hey! Shaya puts out the attacking action. The palms tremble, and the energy in the body is like a huge wave. Strong air flow between the palms, constantly compressing the surrounding air, and a blue light bursts with dazzling brilliance. Energy shockwave. Shaya's palms jerked forward, and the burning energy exploded quickly. The blue light shone up the waves, and it rushed to the distance. The vacuum suddenly appeared in the air. Hong long long. A deafening blast was heard in the vacuum. Energy waves circling in the air like a dragon. With a thrilling energy spread, Energy Wave's power has also rushed straight into the distance. Chop beam! With a scream, Shilling's petite body appeared in front of the energy wave, facing the energy shock wave that came straight to her face, and her little face showed a crazy smile. The air is colliding. When the two shock waves collide, the glare of the brilliance swells like a rising sun. The huge energy mass swells in an instant, and then Hong Long Long loudly rang through the world. destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth's energy and spreading as if to swallow all up. When the smoke disappeared, all the dust settled. It was a burning earth that had been devastated by artillery fire. Each and every one was scattered on a cracked plain like a large bomb. At this point, Xiao's battle force has broken through to 550, which has increased the 90 point of the battle force 2 months ago. Shilling has also improved rapidly and reached the 520 battle force. At night, the deep night sky reveals a seemingly innocent light, like a calm deep sea that can't be swayed. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Xiao has been on the planet Selma for more than a year. And not long ago, the most powerful Cyclops on the planet Selma have also lost their lives under the joint efforts of the two. The mission of planet Vegeta has almost been completed. However, Xiao did not intend to return to planet Vegeta immediately, because he considered that the impact of going back now is too great. Planet Vegeta has never had a mid-level warrior like Xiao for so many years. The young age is so sharp, and accidentally will be stared at by King Vegeta and the Frieza force behind it. This is what Xiao does not want to see. With his current strength, King Vegeta can't cope with their force. People are afraid that famous pigs will be strong. In order not to attract the attention of King Vegeta and Frieza, Xiao needs to keep a low-key for a few years and wait until the future of planet Vegeta is destroyed. Xiao, brother, I want to go to the bathroom. Shilling squinted and confused. Xiao stood up, taking her out of the cave. The night is shining, the sound of insects whistling in the dense forest. The moon rises in the distance like a bright light, high-hanging on the sky. A beautiful moon. Shilling looked at the bright moon in the sky and admired it. The voice just fell, and everyone was up. Shilling, feeling that something was wrong, Xiao whispered the girl's name, but the girl did not respond and still looked up into the distance. What happened? Xiao flashed a bit of doubt, but there was an unpredictable feeling in her heart. Don't tell me. Xiao's heart trembled fiercely, and he looked back hard, but saw a round of sleek moon hanging in the night, a glassy moonlight between the blades, mixed with the mist that just popped up, making the night look extraordinarily embarrassing. Not good. How can there be a full moon here? Xiao opened his mouth, and his look suddenly changed. The planet Selma is located in a 2-star system. The nighttime is only a short 3 hours. Although there are moons, they have never seen the full moon in Xiao for more than a year. Today is the full moon night. Xiao's look became very anxious. He didn't know if he could still be reasoning after he became a giant, but according to the original work manga scene by Previous Life, only high-level warrior and a few mid-level warriors should be in the game. In the case of the body transformation, the reason is still maintaining. Puton, puton. The beating of the heart suddenly accelerated, and the blood seemed to boil in an instant. Xiao's eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and the body began to tremble unconsciously. Turning to Shilling, she saw brown hair on her body. No, I can't lose reasoning at this time. Xiao bites his teeth and strongly suppresses himself, but Scion's original nature is too strong, and he can't suppress it. Hiss! At the crucial moment, Xiao very decisively grasped the tail behind him. The blue arc flashed past, and a brown tail fell to the ground. He chose to cut off the tail behind him. Fortunately, the action is fast and almost loses respecting. Scion's tail is the biggest uncertainty. He gasped heavily, and there was a strong pain behind his, but there was no body transformation. He can't imagine how terrible things would happen if this time he and Shilling became unreasonable giants. Scion's giant can bring nearly 10 times the power increase, but it also has a huge hidden danger. Except for some mid-level warrior and royal Scion, the general low-level warrior and mid-level warrior are in the body transformation. After becoming a giant, it will lose reasoning and become a killing machine that only knows the tyrannical destruction. The thoroughly reveals the crazy nature of Scion. Roar! Bang! Hong long long! A huge mushroom cloud rises in the distance. The orange mushroom cloud twists the light, and a huge explosion makes him come back, only to see a giant apes that are more than 20 meters high roaring there, holding a hand in his hand. The big tree waved, wildly around. A burst of energy spewed out of his mouth, and a mushroom cloud rose slowly. Sure enough, to lose reasoning. Xiao, watching the scene in front of the scene, cannot help but sigh. The sky rose brightly, just like a raging aura as sun slammed into the ground. The earth was shaking violently, and the shock wave after the explosion followed. The forest was bent over the tree trunk, and the rock was shattered into gravel. For a moment, the tragic scene is like the end of the world. The blurred vision has been unable to tell where the sky is. The storm blew in, and Xiao put his hands on his forehead, and his black hair was blown up. Xiao's rough induction, but found that Shiling's battle force suddenly rose more than 10 times. And then, using the readings for readings, the lens quickly appeared a shocking number. 9370 battle force. Xiao was shocked and whispered, Shilling has such a high battle force after the body transformation giant, which is not what he can resist. More than a year, under the supervision of Xiao, the strength of the two people can be described as leaps and bounds, both of which broke through the 900 mark. But at the moment, facing the Shilling giant 9370's battle force, Xiao really can only smile. 10 times the gap. Facing a battler who is close to 10,000's torque, he just feels helpless. Okay. The giant saw him, and a bunch of energy waves spewed out his mouth. Oops, I was stared. Xiao's face sank, and the body hurriedly moved up. The hot temperature was grilling his face. He almost wiped the edge of the energy and escaped the attack. Bang! The energy wave hit a hill and made a huge explosion, rising a mushroom cloud. The small canyon slammed, and the gravel rolled down. Seeing that Xiao escaped the attack, the giant, screaming violently, jumped, waving the big tree in his hand, and then attacked Xiao again. Wow! Shilling, my brother hurts you in the weekdays. Xiao screamed in his mouth, knowing how much damage would be caused by the battle in the valley, which would damage the spaceships hidden in the cave. So at the beginning, I started to induce with the giant python, try to lure it toward the forest outside. Bang! Hong long long. There was a huge explosion coming from behind. The hot air was blowing the atmosphere, and the whole Peace Forest began to raging aura. Xiao made all the stops and finally led the giant to a broad primitive forest. Hey! In the tyrannical eyes of the giant python, there was a glimpse of Anri. Struggling for a glimpse, one foot went deep into the ground, and the violent foot force caused a rock at the bottom to burst open. The ground seemed to withstand hundreds of tons of heavy objects from 10,000 meters. Straight down crashes, sag, and surroundings are squeezed to appear wide expanse cracks. The messy pile of stones exploded, and the smaller stones were directly blown into fly ash, forming a huge crater in place. Xiao momentarily ignored the stone that was flying out of the chest. Piuchi. A mouthful of blood squirting from the mouth. The hot pain spreads over the upper body, and the action has become somewhat slow. Xiaya and Juyi are far away from each other, and the breeze blows, rolling up the dust, and the dead branches and leaves are dancing with the wind. The violently swaying light weather is for the storm to cross the border, and the silent battlefield is like the end of the world, shrouded in creepy fear. Xiaya stared into the distance, and a bright chill in the bright eyes flashed. His brain turned quickly and was looking for any chance of being close to the giant python. He secretly mobilized the energy in the body. Just let him catch the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Hey! The turbulent waves swelled like the top of the mountains and overturned the seas, blowing the black hair on his forehead. Ka-cha! A piece of leaves was torn under the waves, and a slight sound came. Xiaya has suddenly acted. His actions rushed like a blast, and time launched a fierce attack on the giant python. The illusory afterimage spread all over the place. For a moment, the sound of the fist hitting was heard. A blurred figure was flying, and the wind and the sky were attacking. Roar! The giant screams a painful but more still angry roar, and the energy of the indiscriminate attack begins to spread again. In the face of the mad attack of the giant python, Xiaya's face changed, and then the whole person cheered up. A rapidly rotating wind rose from the sole of the foot, holding up his small body and rushed to the sky, and the wind blew hoo-hoo. The sound is loud. Hey! Shaya stayed in midair, splitting his hands and fingers into claws, and then slowly lying flat on his chest. The next second, bright blue light illuminates between his hands and then brightens, just like an evil. A bright light is full of vitality and vitality. The air pressure between the palms continues to rise. The hot energy is constantly compressed, and the blue light changes, becoming white at this moment. The bright white light is getting bigger and bigger, brighter and brighter, just like the new sun, gathering high temperature and high heat. Energy ball. With a low drink, Shaya pushed the palm forward, and the bright white energy bomb immediately shot straight out like an arrow, rubbing against the air to make a sharp, exploding sound. It seems that the danger is approaching, and the giant screams a squeaking scream, ejecting a large blood energy wave from the throat. Hong long long. The two energies met in midair and then collided, followed by the big explosion that startling the heavens. Shaya's energy ball condensed almost all of his energy, but the energy wave from the giant scorpion was also extremely terror. The terror scene produced by the collision is as violent as the creation of heaven and earth. The sky was torn into pieces, forming a vacuum zone, like a shattered mirror. Good opportunity. With the chaos of the Big Bang, Shaya sees the opportunity to rush toward the tail of the giant python. A thin blade is condensed in the hand, and the eye can be cut off by the watch. But this time, a black shadow appeared in Shaya's line of sight, which made his skull suddenly rise to a chill, which turned out to be the palm of the giant. Oops! Shaya saw the situation, but then he wanted to break free. However, the giant's battle force is much higher than that of Shaya, and the speed is also faster. I haven't waited for Shaya to change direction. The brown giant claw is like a giant tong to hold him firmly in his hand. Well, Ju looked at Shaya in front of her eyes, pouting, bloody red eyes flashing bloodthirsty madness, then grabbed him and slammed it toward the ground. Boom! The earth cracked a hole, and the Shaya whole people fell into the rock layer of the ground. A mouthful of blood spattered from the mouth, and a painful pain continued to hit the brain, making him want to faint. At the moment, I broke at least a few bones. He bitterly slammed out of the rock, and pain made his facial expression somewhat distorted. More than 900 battle forces on the 9,000 battle force. 10 times the gap is like a scorpion across the two. This is not only by the will can make up. Even if the shielding becomes a giant, is just a loss. The reasoning only knows the destroying monster, but the tenfold gap is not the one that Shaya can deal with. Moreover, Shaya has been seriously injured at this time. The house leaked to the night rain. Just as Shaya was seriously injured, the next attack of the giant python came again. It was only that it raised its claws high and was ready to step on it. If it was stepped on, it would be dead. But at this moment, Shaya is too late to dodge. The stout giant feet are getting closer and closer, and the eyes watching Shaya are going to die here. At a critical juncture, strange things happened. I saw a blue brilliance in the black eyes of Shaya. The slight light covered the body, and everything that caught the eye turned blue at this moment. Scene. The strange thing is that everything around it seems to be stagnant, and it doesn't move. Fallen leaves, sand dust, and even the giant python have stagnated in this blue world. What happened? Shaya didn't have time to think about it. The energy left in the body began to be consumed sharply. The eye watching was exhausted, and my heart flashed through countless thoughts. Shaya knew that she could not delay. He has a feeling that when the energy in his body consumes all of his light, the blue world will collapse. Hey, Shaya took advantage of the time action, and the pain of the whole body was usually flashed to the end of the giant clam. This time, Blue's world finally couldn't help but become shattered, and everything returned to what it was, but the opportunity for Shaya has arrived. Shielding, be sure to teach you after you wake up. A thin energy blade embodies the last force of Shaya, and the blade of as thin as a cicada's wing draws a beautiful trajectory in the air, Hu Tong, with a huge tail landing. The ground splashes thick layer of dust. Hey! The giant screamed a miserable cry, and the body began to shrink slowly. After a while, it returned to Shieling. The little guy squatted on the floor, Hu, and slumbered. Oh, it's finally over. Shaya fell to the ground with exhaustion and gasped. He felt that he was really innocent today. How did he get out of this thing for one night? Planet Selma had a full moon for 3 hours of the night, and the full moon more than once a year was just seen by him and Shieling. Really, it's terrible. There is no recuperation cabin here. This kind of injury is not good for a few months. Shaya grinned and smiled. She had a lot of pain from her body. He knew that he had broken at least 6 or 7 bones. He was just grabbed and forced to reach the ground by Shieling. It has already caused him internal injuries. The wound to the whole body. If you don't have a strong body, you can switch to any other person at this moment. Thinking of the sinister scene just now, Shaya's nerves were tight, and it felt like the back was wet. But what is the blue world in the end? At that moment, it seems that everything is still, don't tell me, is related to time thing. After the crisis, Shaya finally could think about the strange things that happened before. At that moment, it seems that time has been stagnant. If it is not a sudden pause caused by the sudden emergence of the blue world, he is afraid that he has no life to stand here. When the blue world appeared, the energy in the body began to flow rapidly until it exited the blue world, and it was less than 2 seconds. This is a superpower of the time department, and Shaya has decided that, like the Goldo and Jinyu Force, can control time by its own power. But why do you have this kind of ability? To say that the only difference between myself and Sion is that he is crossing through, and he spent a long time in the strange space of an evil before crossing. Don't tell me because of the evil space? Shaya whispered, and so far he has not figured out what the mysterious space is and how he appeared there. Forget it, take it so much. With this time ability, you can have a whole card, but since time is there, will there be any other ability not found? If you have time, you can try it. Give it a try. Shaya feels refreshed at once, like a person who is about to suffocate, suddenly breathing fresh air. Not far away, Shieling, who was still sleeping, was awakened by a chill and squinted. Suddenly, she was surrounded by a battle, a squalor, and a scuffed stun scene. P.S. Readers with recommended tickets, please vote for the recommendation. The new book needs a nutrient watering. Time flies, time passes, and 4 months' time passes in the blink of an eye. The power of time can change everything. It turns the sea into a mulberry field, turns the mountain into a mud, and makes the run-down valley grow green again. Although not as dense as the original forest, it looks like a vibrant scene. In 4 months, with Sion's tenacious vitality and strong recovery of ability, the injuries on Shaya have fully recovered, and the broken bones have been regrown, and the body has become more robust. After a dying battle between life and death 4 months ago, the regained power of Shaya has advanced by leaps and bounds. In just 4 months, the battle has risen to the value of 1,700, which is less than 6. For the old Sion, it is simply an unfathomable thing. However, the biggest gain for Shaya in these 4 months is not the improvement of the battle force, but the development of the new superpower. After a continuous study of this time, Shaya has determined that there are 2 kinds of superpower on his body. One is the previously discovered time ability, Time Stop. When launching, the time in a certain area can be stagnant. The time limit is 3 seconds. The larger the time is, the more the opponent is formidable, and the energy consumed is more intense. It is expected that under the current flourishing form, his Time Stop ability can freeze the target below the bus force 10,000 for 3 seconds, after which it will deplete all the energy in the body. This will be Shiai's most important card, and will never be easy to use until the critical time. The second superpower, as he expected, is indeed the space ability. After this time development, he has been able to achieve the instantaneous movement within 10 kilometers. However, due to the initial development, there are still many aspects that have not been perfected. On this day, when Shaya was developing his instant transmission ability, he saw Shieling flying far away from the sky. She held her arms up and dragged her head several times more than her body. The wild boar sends a crisp cheer as it flies. With a bang, the wild boar screamed on the floor. "Shaya, brother, this is what I just caught. Today I'm going to eat roast suckling pig." Shilling came over and dragged Shaya's arm. "Well, listen to you, but then you have to practicing well. I won't give you a good target." Shilling didn't give her a good meal after listening, and immediately swelled the powder. Her eyes revealed dissatisfied. "Know it." Shaya smiled and smiled, then very skillfully cut the wild boar cuts, removed the internal organs and fur, cleaned the shelves, fixed with wood hay. A shot of energy wave popped from the fingers and immediately lit the firewood in the fire. In a short time, the tempting scent of wild boar began to float. Wait until it is ripe, then sprinkle with the unique spices on the planet Selma, and a delicious roast suckling pig is released. Shilling watched with both eyes, but also refused to burn hands, and reached out to cut a big piece of barbecue to bite. "Shaya, brother, when are we going back to Planet Vegeta?" Shilling asked, knowing that she had been missing her parents for Planet Vegeta for a long time. Shaya wiped her mouth and put down the food in her hand. She said, "As long as we follow the mission plan, we can just kill the original aboriginals on the planet Selma Ball and return to Planet Vegeta. But I think if we go back so early, I am afraid cause something that is not good for us." "What is bad for us?" Shilling looked confused. Shaya sighed and said, "Look at how old we are now. How much has the battle force reached? Scion is a fighting race, but not the higher the better. There are still many political issues. If Typhoon Man by Lu, even Rebecca Ant, and Adri Uncle cannot protect us." At this point, Shaya's battle force has reached the 1700 point, and Shilling also has 1080 battle force, which still is in their childhood. The high-speed growth of Scion's power has not been so great. It is conceivable that when they are adult, the force will inevitably surpass 10,000 battle. At this time, I just entered Scion's golden prime condition, and the subsequent development is even more difficult to estimate. Imagine this is what King Vegeta would like to see. King Vegeta himself is more than 10,000 point of the battle force. Is this not clear that it will threaten his dominance? Now on the planet Vegeta, the high-level warrior of the battle force surpass 10,000, which one is not surpass, is only 30 years old, and the potential is basically the same. Such a person, King Vegeta, will use it smoothly. If your strength reaches enough threat to him, he will definitely reveal a tooth decay to get rid of it as soon as possible. King Vegeta can decisively order the killing of Broly and his sons when he saw that Broly's huge potential might threaten his dominance. It's hard not to kill Shaya for the same reason, even if they can't make a clear shot. Some special tasks are not easy yet. The same can be removed without knowing them. Shilling is absolutely convinced of Shaya's words, so after listening to Shaya's words, her whole face is brought together. But King Vegeta is not my worry, but I am most worried about the Frieza guy. Frieza? Shilling thought about it, and finally remembered that Frieza seemed to be the object of their Scion loyalty. "Brother, why worry about Frieza? Don't tell me. Will he threaten us?" In the conversation, Shilling's eyes showed a trace of vicious. Shaya's face became very dignified and nodded. "Yes, this Frieza is gloomy and cold-blooded. The most watchful thing in my heart is our Scion. I am afraid that the Saderi Super Scion will be born in Scion. If it is not for the study of Super Scion, he will not. Let the Scion family survive to the present. So the first thing we have to face after we go back is not King Vegeta, but Frieza, and King Vegeta is sure to be happy. What should I do?" Frieza claimed to be the Universe Emperor, and the strength must be very formidable. "You don't have to worry too much." Shaya licked the girl's hair and smiled. "My brother knows that there's a place where you can learn how to control the energy in your body. When you disguise the energy, no one will find it." "Really?" "That is, of course, we will use less energy readings in the future, because this may be equipped with a monitor by Frieza." Seeing Shilling seriously nodded, Shaya smiled and knew that she had already listened to it. Shaya has been in the Dragon Ball world for more than 5 years. He has nothing to say about Scion's identity. Only Rebecca and Shilling are his concerns. After dinner, Shilling trains at Xiaoya's request. Although the training method of the two men is not rough, but the strength of the quenching is also significant, perhaps because of the pressure. Shilling training, it is hardworking more than usual. Xiaoya is more focused on the development of space superpower. He wants to perfect the instant transmission ability as soon as possible so that he can not use spaceships and avoid Fliss's eyes and ears into a blue planet in the south of the North area. Harmony. Earth. His instant transmission is different from planet Yardrat's instant transmission secret. One is the trick of relying on superpower to perform, and the other is the mystery of the development of rich cosmology, chaos, and even space structure. Therefore, Xia only gradually develops its own superpower and can gradually improve this trick, which is similar to East Supreme Kai Subordinate's instant transmission. However, compared to Jeppel's instant transmission, his instant transmission has a considerable flaw when it is used. That is, every time you launch superpower, you must know exactly between set off and destination. Coordinate relationship. Otherwise, a slight mistake will be lost in the universe. If explained in a scientific way, his superpower is essentially a momentary opening of the wormhole tunnel between 2 points in space, and then the instantaneous movement. When you have a chance, you will incorporate Planet Yardrat's instantaneous movement. Planet Yardrat's instantaneous movement advantage of using Qi to determine position is very obvious. Although it is limited by Qi's induction ability, it does not consume energy at all when it is launched. This is not possible with Xiaoya's space superpower. It can be said that each has its own merits. Shilling suddenly fell asleep and saw Xiaoya slamming on the cracked ground, and she ran out. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Who made you like this?" Shilling looked anxious and wanted to touch Xiaoya's body and worried about hurting the other side. Both hands were overwhelmed. "Cough, cough. Rest assured, I'm fine. Shilling, you can help me back to the cave first." Xiaoya, watching Shilling, looked worried. His heart warmed, and a hand patted her arm gently. Shilling heard the words, nodded obediently, and then carefully lifted Xiaoya toward the cave where it was living. "Returning to the valley where I lived before, the valley has been destroyed and unrecognizable. The forest and the water pool have disappeared. The falling rocks smashed on the ground, causing each and every one huge collapse, and the cracks open along the ground toward all directions, just like Black the dragons bite each other and circlingly intertwine together. At the entrance to the cave, the hole was sealed by a pile of collapsed rocks. Let Shilling remove the rock that was stuck in the hole, and Xiaoya walked in to see the inside. He was glad to find that some gravel was scattered in the cave. Blocks. But the place where the innermost spaceships are stored does not show signs of collapse. Check the status of the 2 billiard-style spaceships, showing that everything is working properly and the Xiaoya Hole people have relaxed. Fortunately, spaceships have nothing to do, or else there is no way to get out of here. At this moment, he deeply realized that there would be no constraints caused by the absence of spaceships, and he could not help but admire the instantaneous movement ability of the original work. If he could also use the instantaneous movement, then many places that restricted him would disappear. After all, the Dragon Ball world is too big, and the North area under the control of North Kai is already so large, not to mention the whole Milky Way system and even other larger galaxy. If you only use spaceships as a means of transportation, then the time spent on the road is a huge constraint. The superpower I have now seems to be a kind of time department's ability. Time and space are often inseparable. If my superpower is obtained while crossing the world, will the body still hide the space department's ability? Well, this requires me to explore next. If it works, it will be very good. Xiaoya looked at the 2 billiard-shaped spaceships. To start imagination was running wildly. The previous battle made Xiaoya know that there are still many hidden secrets hidden in his body. This requires him to explore in the future, but instantaneous movement ability is the must-have that he must have in his plan. Even if he finally couldn't grasp the space, he planned to come to Yardrat Planet to study. "Shilling, you go find some hay and fruit, then I need to take a period of time." Shilling heard the words, very obedient to prepare hay and food. After doing all this, holding Xiaoya against the rock wall, Shilling finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what is going on in the end? Why do we live in this place? Who is you?" Such. All the way to Shieling has been full belly question, but because she has to take care of Shaya, she is not asked, and now I can't help it. She didn't understand why the lush, primitive forests of the night seemed to have experienced a mad bombing, and everything was left with an endlessly decaying scene by the energy of destruction. In the end, who made his brother seriously injured? Don't tell me this planet Selma is still hidden in the unknown? For Shielding's question, Shaya can only shake his head with a smile, and everything is not caused by you. Shaya mutters in his heart, but of course he can't say it directly. After a moment of silence, Shaya still was ready to tell Shieling the truth, so that she would have a preparation in the future and never happen again. To say this main culprit, in fact, all this is caused by the full moon. Shaya said with a bite of fruit. Shieling squinted, a pair of eyes full of doubts. What does this have to do with the full moon? Our scion naturalborn has a body transformation ability. As long as you see the moon reflex over the full moon, it will stimulate the cells in scion to mutate and the body transform into giant python. Scions battle under the giant form. The force will be 10 times that of the usual form. Shieling suddenly widened his eyes, and the small mouth screamed and exclaimed, "Is that Scion has this kind of ability, is not invincible?" Shaya shook his head, which is so simple, not to say how much the seat force can reach after the Scion becomes a giant, and there is a weakness that restricts most Scion. What weakness? Scion is a fighting race, but apart from the high-level warrior and a small number of mid-level warriors, the other Scion's latent talent can't be said how high. So after the body is transformed into a giant python, it is inevitable to be manipulated by the original wild body, thus losing respecting. And unfortunately today is the day of the full moon. Watching his brother look serious, Shieling quickly thought of a possibility, squinting his mouth and showing his unbelievable look. So, my brother was hurt by the giant python I became? Well, 9370 battle force can make me tired. Seeing that Shaya nodded, Shieling couldn't help but Wawa burst into tears. "Hey, my brother is sorry. It's all Shieling's fault." Shaya reached out and stroked the little guy's black hair and comforted him. "Well, you don't have to be sad. You see me, this is not okay. And I have cut off your tail. As long as there is no tail, you can see the full moon. No body transformation. Really, don't blame me." Shieling asked cautiously. "Of course, you are my lovely sister." Shaya whispered comfortably and said, "But Scion's tail can make people's body transformation and get 10 times the battle force. But it is a very unstable factor for the ordinary Scion. If there is a chance in the future, still it's good to get rid of it." "Yeah." Shieling nodded hard, although it was a pity, but since it was said by Shaya, it should not be wrong. "I will take care of the next few months, so the following tasks will be handed over to you. But you should note that although there is no living beings on the planet Selma that threatens you, everything must be careful. There are many life forms with a body transformation ability like Scion on the world. These life forms are usually not very high in watching battle, but they become very scary after the body transformation." Shaya looked seriously. There are many races in the universe that have a body transformation ability. These races usually suppress the battle force for a variety of reasons, until a real misfortune threat occurs. Zarbon, like Fleesa and his subordinates, are such cosmic people, especially Fleesa, who has 3 body transformation ability, which is really a horrible existence. Planet Selma was originally an easy-level, low-level planet, and Shaya was worried about what unknown thing might be hidden on this planet. "Well, rest assured, Shieling will be careful." Shieling raised her chest and confidently took it. Shaya nodded and picked up the fruit and ate it with confidence. Shilling's current battle force is basically the top of the planet, so it's not a big deal if you are careful. In the next period of time, Shaya will calm down and healing, and also take a look at the time to summarize the battle. Planet Selma is on an empty plateau with a weathered cracked rock. Not far away, a little girl who seems to be only 6 or 7 years old is sweating and developing her fists. In a mountain on the plateau, a small figure is suspended 3 meters above the ground, and the surrounding stones are regularly up and down. Kacha! Suddenly, the air pressure at the foothills jerked, and the violently oscillated airs squeezed each other out, making a sound of zhizhi. The stone trembled and cracked a slit. Boom! The stone suddenly burst and turned into a mass of dust, but in the original position of the stone, there was a sudden dark red crack. The crack was dark and cold, and the cold electric light flashed from time to time. A fierce animal opened a big mouth, as if to swallow everything. The crack is the grain of the cracked space, filled with thunder that destroys everything. Scatter! A light drink, the terror crack in the air, shook a few times and disappeared very unwillingly. Xiaya frowned and looked at the place where the crack disappeared. He tried to spur the energy in the body, and suddenly his body rose. The light, golden light of the stalks, the top of the mountains, and overturned the seas of the aura, rolled up the whirlwind to blow away all the dust around. The electronic sound of bye sounded, and a series of data appeared in front of the eyes. 2530 battle force, more than 2,500 battle power, comparable to the average adult mid-level warrior. Xiao's mouth was slightly raised, and she sighed with a long sigh. After years of unremitting try-hard, she had suffered countless times. His battle force was more than 5 times that of when he arrived at Planet Selma. But he is the most terrible now. Not the battle force, but the too mysterious, unpredictable superpower. After long-term development, Xiaya has been very comfortable with the use of space superpower. Based on instant transmission, it has developed a new trick space. This is a terrible trick that is hard to defend, and its practicality is comparable to time stop. Turning off the energy readings, he watches the endless open plateau, which is located on the Gobi Beach in the west of Selma. The dim stone is covered with the earth, the wind blows, and the sky is filled with yellow sand, a kind of heroic feeling in the heart. Born spontaneously. It's been more than 3 years since I came to the planet Selma. It's time to leave. Xiao's mind was moved, and the whole person suddenly disappeared from the foothills. On the plateau, Xiling is still waving his hands and feet. The energy that overflows from each other squeezes, and the sound of the atmosphere is CC. The big sweat of the beans drops along the hair, and a steam erupts on the ground. The beautiful, beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, tied with a ribbon, and a few hairs sticking to the small face with sweat. Hey! Hey! Wide expanse, the turbulent turbulence of the air, starting with the Xiling as the center air pressure falling and falling again. The dust of the wide expanse seems to be the dawn of the desert storm, as hiding the sky and covering the earth. As Xiling's speed of swinging his fists continued to increase, the bursts of snoring sounded one after another, and the range of hundreds of meters was suddenly like a boiling water. Boom! A figure appeared in the air above, then fell freely, but saw the man's light and stretched out of the palm, and the whole peace of the storm was suddenly broken. The fierce winds of the winds disappeared, and the sands that danced in the sky were also pulled by the gravity at this moment, and the dust fell. Xiao landed on one foot and walked toward Xiling. Brother! Xiling facial expression shouted in disbelief, apparently not happy that Xiaya interrupted her training. Xiaya smiled and didn't think that he was ignoring the dust on his body. He smiled and said, "Well, don't mad. I'm coming to tell you that we are leaving this plane." Xiling immediately looked a little better and then asked, "Xiao, brother, your superpower practiced? Do not need to take spaceship." Now that Xiling's wisdom is mature, knowing that he must hold enough cards in his hand, can't fully trust King Vegeta and Fleeca, and the way to hide King Vegeta is to hide the battle force, which requires them to go to the Earth of Remote. Xiao nodded and said seriously, "Yes, if I take your full strength to superpower, I should be able to arrive at Earth soon. When is set off? After we have placed the spaceships, we can do it at any time." Xiling nodded, then a little bit of the toes vacated and flew towards the valley where they lived. Xiao followed, watching the little girl act decisively. He stood there sorrowful sigh and shook his head. "Little Xiling grew up, not sticky. How not cute when you were young." It stands to reason that he usually follows the meaning of shieling. She should be more sensitive to herself. How can she become more and more independent? Don't tell me is his cultivation to raise people, and still Scion's maverick personality is too prominent? Returning to the small valley where I lived for 3 years, I confirmed that both flights were properly placed, and Shia found a huge stone to block the hole. After doing this, Shia took Shiling's little hand and said, "Hold me, I want to launch instant transmission." Shiling replied, holding Shia and burying her head in Shia's chest. Shia opened her arms and hugged Shiling's waist. The other hand pressed her fingers together at the eyebrows. The whole person was very serious, and the thoughts moved. A strange ripple immediately wrapped the two. With a brief flash of light, the two disappeared into the distant and quiet valley. In the universe, the gauze-like galaxy rushes down from the northeast to the southwest. The stars are splendid, the sparkling and translucent are twinkling, and the large and small stars are dotted in the night, constantly shining with diamonds. Earth, North Area, Harmony, a blue planet in the south. Earth belongs to the low-level planet. It is a planet that is not in the eyes of any race. Because the humans on Earth are armed with firearms, they only have a slag of only a dozen or so. But it is such an inconspicuous planet. But it has the most advanced martial art. At this time, in a hilly area in the northern hemisphere, a gorgeous brilliance flashed in the air like a planet's. After Guanghua passed, the two figures suddenly appeared in midair and then fell off the air in a straight line. Wow! Shaya landed on the ground, lying down on the ground, opening her mouth and sulkingly breathing the air. Oh, I miscalculated. I almost lost my way in space, and I can't be hot-headed again in the future. Shaya was upset. Although he found the coordinates of Earth from spaceships, he still underestimated the difficulty of interstellar crossing. If they were lucky, they almost lost in the universe. Along the way, Shaya has been through several planes for transit and finally arrived at the destination. This large-scale, instantaneous movement consumes a lot of energy. Although it is a planet, the whole process has almost drained all the energy from him and almost died before the teacher. Shaya's brother will have to think about it and then launch the instantaneous movement. Shilling whispered, then observed the surrounding environment, and the eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. This is what Earth's brother said. Earth, gravity is only one of planet Vegeta's very. Even Selma balls can't match. Here is really magical the martial arts practicing method. Shad took a break and stood up after physical recovery. He replied, "Don't take a break from Earth. Although it's just a low-level planet, the martial art concept above is not easy. If we can completely understand it, don't say it." On King Vegeta, Fleesa is also a slap in the face. Shieling is a move. She has never seen her Shaya brother so admire a planet. It seems that this planet really has something to offer. Shaya glanced around and said, "We will find someone somewhere to put on a line and then go to the training place." The sky is high and the clouds are light. The blue sky is as mirror-like, and the sun shines through the leaves in the trees. In the dark green jungle, sha-sha sounded, and some mass slender animals were frightened and fled to the depths of the forest. 10,000 kilometers away from the place where they landed in distant Shaya, there is a small town where humans live through several snow-capped mountains. Although the town and the forest are only a dozen kilometers away, they are blocked by the mountains. The snow-capped mountains are towering and standing. In addition to the hunters who have entered the mountains all the year round, few people will pass the snow-capped mountains. The people in the towns are calm and peaceful. Life. The warm sun shines, and the snow begins to melt a little bit. At the other end of the snow mountain, two straight lights pass over the sky, and Shaya and Shieling enter the small town of human activity. As soon as I landed, I saw the tractor Kaka in the field. The farmers were busy in the field with their hoes. They saw the familiar scene in front of them. Shaya for a moment. If you saw the previous life, your heart rushed up. A different kind of emotions. Even if the world is different, humans still have the same sunrise and sunset, but this life has become farther and farther away from me. Xiao watched and smiled and shook his head. This life is not what I am pursuing. After experiencing the dullness of life and feeling the weak helpless, Xiao is more clear about his beliefs. He wants to master the fate and not sink into the world. The strong person's road is not good, but he will stick to it. Xiao looks far away with a solid mind, and the endless surging forward with great momentum in the vast expanse of the sky is the place he really pursues. I don't think that the human on this planet looks like this. If there is no tail, it is almost exactly the same as Scion. Shilling is a bit strange. The universe is not strange. I can't think of the south side of this remote sky. There's still such a similarity to Scion. Race. She immediately took out the energy readings and tested it against a distant human. The data displayed was only a single digit, and Shilling frowned. Also measured again, still single digits. The highest battle force does not surpass 7 points. Turning off the readings, Shilling dismissed it. I can't think of the power of the bus so low. It's a virtual table, it doesn't matter. It's a garbage race, Shaya brother. I now doubt if there's a thing we are looking for on this planet. What? Oh, you don't want to see these human battles low. But humans are very, very intelligent races. Some of them martial artists has many magical tricks, and those are exactly what we need. Let's go, let's change clothes. Shaya swept the slightly worn-out battle suit on the two men and said with a smile, although these battle suits are made of planet Didire's high science and technology, can have some flexibility as the body grows, but now it is obviously not suitable for wearing. During the talk, the two walked into the town. Don't look at the remoteness of the town. There are also some distances in the big cities. However, the shops on both sides of the street are full of goods, and the variety is very rich. These items Shilling have never been seen before. For a moment to see dazzling, she strolled around the west like the first time in a mall small dumplings. Seeing everything feels strange. Seeing everything wants to get it. Just as Shilling lingered and was ready to use force to snatch it, Shaya stopped her behavior. What stopped me? Shilling looked unhappy. Shaya grabbed her arm and said, if you want something, take the money and buy it. Don't think about it. But I don't have the money thing. Nothing, give it to me. But you have to learn how to enter a civilized society. Shaya glanced at her and said, Scion as a battle race, a weak meat, a cruel vicious may be their nature. This can't be changed, but Shad doesn't want Shilling to be infected with the evils of Fleesa, killing for no reason. Forcibly plundering does not meet his requirements, nor is it the way the universe survives. Shilling, since he followed him, he has the responsibility to teach each other. Next, Shia used the instantaneous movement to enter the primitive forest to hunt some rare beasts, and then exchange the beasts of these beasts for the currency on Earth, and then use the money to buy the items they needed daily. Since the Hoi Poi Capsule Corporation has not grown and developed in this era, the big bags can't fit into the small capsules, so Shia bought a few of them, just replaced the whole body, and then sorted them out. A little hair. Not to mention, after some sorting out, the two really look like children who have just entered elementary school, if there is no brown tail behind them. Shia has a white short-sleeve jacket with a black jacket and a pair of slacks. Shilling wears a neutral t-shirt and a gray jacket with a pair of small jeans. The black beautiful hair is tied into a ponytail. It adds a little bit of girl's femininity. It's really trouble, obviously can grab it directly, but it still has to be such a trouble. Shilling grinned and looked impatient. Pulling the sleeves, she said, "Why are we going to wear this look? These clothes are not tough at all, but when the bell is broken, it will be bad." Shia showed a hearty smile. Don't look at Shilling's dissatisfied look, but he knows that her heart is happy. It's really dead. Shia looked at the sky and determined a direction. Do not complain. Then we will go to the sacred land of Corinne, the birthplace of the earth martial art in the northern hemisphere, where there is a Corinne Tower. Our destination is just above Corinne Tower. Okay, so the two floated up, and the Shio turned into two bright rays, flying in the direction of sacred land of Corinne. Shia went to the sacred land of Corinne. In addition to learning how to run Corinne, there's also a Senza bean for the healing of Earth. The Senza bean didn't show any value in the early days of the Dragon Ball, but but it didn't make people feel hungry. But in the late period, it has become a magic weapon for life-saving. Not only can quickly restore physical strength, but also can instantly treat any injury. Unfortunately, in the Dragon Ball later period, the output of the Senzu Bean is extremely low, and there is not much stock. Son Goku can't wait for a smashing pedal, and two people share it. But now the Senzu Bean has not been ruined by Yajirobe. There should be a lot of stock. Sacred Land, Korin. Sacred Land of Korin is located on the Great Plains on the other side of Earth. As Sacred Land, Korin Tower has long been guarded by Indian races. In ancient times, Sacred Land of Korin was the birthplace of Earth martial art, and the martial artist who had been to the Sacred Land of Korin for a long time challenged the Korin Tower. Although the Earth martial art has been stagnant for hundreds of years, it was more than 300 years ago. Misfortune had a catastrophe, but the heart of the Earth martial artist has never been extinguished, and every few years there will always be people who come to challenge Korin Tower. Today, Korin Tower has welcomed two more guests. After a glimpse of the sky, the flat skyline appears in sight. Xiaya flew over the Sacred Land of Korin, looking at a slender tower from the ground, straight into the sky and into the layers of clouds. This is Korin Tower. Is it so high? Schilling looked shocked. Xiaya is also surprised to watch. In a legend, if it is not free to climb to the top of Korin Tower, he is naturally unbelievable. But watching the tower that disappears in the air, he is to admire the ancient ancestors of Earth. That is probably the great work that only God can accomplish. Xiaya and Schilling only made a short stop under the Korin Tower, then flew along the ivory tower to the top of the Korin Tower. Korin Tower top, in a flat spherical building. Korin held a crutch's financial expression and stood solemnly next to a water tank. It was the scene in which the Xiaya too quickly climbed the Korin Tower scene. They rose very fast, and the whirlwind that was brought over suddenly ignited the clouds around the tower, and it was getting closer and closer to the top of the tower. They're the monsters that ran out of the end, so they will reach the top of the tower so soon. The great demon king Piccolo 300 years ago is like them. Not even fart. Korin's forehead appeared sweaty beads, and he squatted back and forth with his beard, and his heart was full of uneasiness. The strong person suddenly came up on Earth. I don't know if it is a blessing or a curse, because Xiaya, they don't converge on ki at all, so when they first came to Earth, Korin and Kami, who was above it, noticed their existence. For the two people who exuded such a formidable ki, Korin and Kami were shocked by the more still, so the KIR of terror should not be said to have seen it. Even listening to it has never been heard. It is so strong that people feel suffocated. Just ask the other party not to threaten Earth. But think about it too. With the Bay force of Xiaya shielding 2530 and 1980, what kind of unfathomable for Kami and Korin with less than the force of 260? The impact on them is almost like a catastrophe. Come on, Korin screamed, his eyes moving away from the tank, and he saw two young children floating outside the tower. I can't think of passing the test of Korin Tower so quickly. It's so strong. Korin shuddered and smacked to the front of Xiaya. At this time, Xiaya is also looking at the white fat cat in front of him. This is Korin, and it is the same as an original work. I heard that 800 has been many years old. I don't know what happened to the two coming. Korin asked cautiously. At this time, in the lookout above Korin Tower, Kami also stared solemnly at the bottom, and Popo was careful to accompany him. Korin Immortal. I heard that Sacred Land of Korin is the origin of Earth martial art. We came here today to ask the Korin Immortal for the practice of practicing. Xiaya smiled and opened the door. Korin looked loose and said, "The strength of the two can be many times stronger than me. I am afraid there is nothing that can teach you." The words cannot be said. The so-called master is a teacher. Because of some inborn reasons we have a birth to have the power of formidable. But it is so that we cannot master the ki, so we hope to learn how to master the gas. Xiaya continues to explain the situation. He won't be stunned by Korin's less than 200 battle force. As a Korin Immortal who has lived 800 for many years, he has much longer time than Kami's existence, and has a lot of experience. Corinne couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded. Well, let me see your true strength. Although the involuntary key from the other side can calculate the general strength of the other party, but the specific formidable to what level can only be known. I will come first, Shaya said, immediately urging the energy in the body. Suddenly, aura of the top of the mountains and overturn the seas emerged from him, and that key became a gust of wind, sweeping around and blowing the thing on the Corinne tower. Corinne was stunned by the key that came out of Shaya. When Shaya really showed his strength, the previous energy was so small that Corinne had never seen such a strong key. Some can't move. Call almost like this. After Shaya converges on key, he finds that many of the items placed around him have been blown up by the air. It's my turn, Shilling also said softly, although she did not believe that the white fat cat would have the same ability as Shaya said. But still full strength released energy, and immediately another formidable and tyrannical key appeared on Corinne Tower. Her key is much weaker than Shaya, but it is enough to shock Corinne. Enough is enough. You guys, I really don't know where you are from. Each and every one is terrible. Corinne wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then swayed a few turns in the same place. He said, there are some ways to practicing, but I need you to start training from the beginning. You already have the energy of such a formidable. Is it not a simple matter to suppress? The stronger the energy, the more domineering, the more difficult it is to master it. In particular, Corinne masters the practice method, which requires practicing from scratch, which makes it very difficult. This question, let me go to solve it. An old voice rang next to it. Corinne turned back, but I don't know when there were two more people outside Corinne Tower. Cammy stood on the flying carpet with crutches, and Popo in flying carpet stayed in midair. Cammy, Corinne moved his throat. Sure enough, there was such a formidable person on Earth, and Cammy still couldn't help but show up. Hello, two friends from afar. I am Cammy of Earth. Your difficulties may be our way to help you. Cammy's old face showed a kind smile. Shaya's face also smiled and said, if you do, you will have trouble, Cammy. Not trouble, not to trouble. Please ask the two to go to the lookout. Cammy nodded, and my heart was finally put down as long as the other party is not a sinister and a good relationship with Earth. Cammy then said to Corinne, Corinne, it's a big deal. You come along with it. Yes. Corinne nodded and stepped on the flying carpet with a wooden stick. The lookout is right above Corinne Tower. The two are with us still. Of course we fly ourselves. Shaya is in a very good mood. With the advice of Corinne, Cammy, and Popo, he believes that he will soon be able to grasp the mystery of the gas. Shilling, let's go together. He pulled up Shilling's hand, Shio, and flew up, then flew in the direction of the lookout through the cloud of lightning, and they reached the hemispherical the lookout in the sky, which is a building that generally presents red. Here the air is thin, the air pressure is extremely low, and the temperature is lower than below. There is still such a place here. Shilling also began to feel the magical of Earth. Although the life force on this planet is extremely low, no matter what the lookout of Corinne Tower still is now, it is not built by ordinary people. Maybe there is magical martial art here. Soon after, Cammy and Corinne arrived. Wait a moment. Cammy gave a bit, then turned back to Popo and said, Popo, you're going to bring weighted clothes. Popo slammed into the lookout, and soon he came out with two orange martial arts suits in his hand. Cammy introduced. These two pieces are the martial arts suits that were designed to challenge the lookout's martial artist. They have a very strong weight-bearing effect. These two pieces have an 15-fold gravity effect. I used to think that I would never use it. Got to them. Shaya glanced amazedly, took the martial arts suit and put it on, and suddenly a formidable gravity was applied to him, making it difficult for him to walk all at once. And the action slowed down. After wearing the weighted clothes with magical effect, Shaya's body seems to be covered by a magical gravity field, and it takes more effort to offset the gravity attached to every cell in the body so that it can't be arbitrarily mobilized. The power of his own, the battle force that appeared in the air immediately fell. just as Fleesa suppresses the uncontrolled forces in the body through body transformation. The energy that can really be manipulated by Shaya has become minimal after removing most of the energy. Controlling this energy is much simpler than before. Although the action is somewhat difficult, but the power is still tenacious. The two people in the telegraph, Cammy looks a little moving and the deep eyes are a bit strange. He never considered the danger of the scorpion to kill the two when they were down, because he knew it was impossible. Although the power of Shaya was used to offset the weight of weighted clothes, but it was not. It means that those forces have disappeared from their bodies, but they are lurking deeper into the body, that's all. And the sense of integrity as Cammy does not allow him to do such a despicable thing. It's a good relationship for Earth. Maybe Earth needs their help someday. Cammy thought secretly. With a cane, the faint voice quietly drifted over. Two guests, next by Popo, and Corinne trains you and hopes they can help you. Call me Shaya, then we'll be all right. The little guy next to me is called Shieling, and then the two are troubled. Shaya politely nodded to Popo and Corinne, the young face with a confident smile. Although the strength of the body has decreased so much, the small amount means that it can be controlled more easily. Not trouble, not trouble. Corinne licked the hair on his hand and touched the beard and secretly said, "What kind of race these two little guys are in the end? Even under 15 times the weight can still support. I have not seen such a person for hundreds of years." At this time, Popo, who had been standing from the beginning and had not spoken, came forward. His pair of unwavering eyes, watching Shaya and Shieling, said, "You first have to master the energy of the body by Corinne training. When you understand what is chi, I will train you by Popo." "Okay. Corinne, I will hand it over to you." Cammy held a cane on his crutches and smiled at the old wrinkled face and returned to the lookout after greeting him with Shaya. After Cammy left, Corinne looked at the two children in front of the child who were young, but not too young, thinking about how to train. Soon after, Corinne didn't know where to pull out the two bells, then handed them over to Shaya and Shieling, and then took out a water bottle and hung it on the stick. After doing all this, Corinne rubbed his hair with his hand and said, "The next thing you have to do is to grab the water bottle that I hung on the wooden pole. Whether it is I am asleep, still when I am walking, what means, can be used as long as you grab the water bottle from my place, even if you pass. But I only have one request. You must always tie the two bells when you are in action, and you can't let the bell make a little noise, otherwise you won't pass." After Shao listened and nodded, this training method is generally the method of Corinne training Son Goku in original work, but compared to Son Goku, Corinne is now taking a more strict approach. A small bell suddenly makes training the difficulty has increased by 100 times more than. In order to prevent the bell from making a sound in the action, at least the so-called heart like still water, tranquil like sky, is difficult. In such training, the imperceptible influence can grasp the essence of the gas. In fact, Shaya himself trained according to this method, but I don't know where the in the end is not grasped. When I move, I touch the bell and I have no way to go. It seems that still have to have a person who understands chi to personally give pointers. In fact, chi is an energy, a force contained in a life form, but most people cannot find its essence. It is also very rough and brutal to use. Corinne's training method seems simple, but it contains deep the reason. This is where Earthling is far better than the universe. It is also what Shaya needs to get Earth this time. Corinne Immortal, let's get started. Shaya nodded to Corinne, and then joined forces with Shieling to start grabbing the water bottle. Corinne's training is simple, but when it really started, it was found that the difficulty was not small. Every time Shaya started, it was not empty. That is, the bell made a bell-ringing sound, and if the bell didn't ring, they must very careful control of body movements, coupled with the lookout's thin air and body's formidable weights, and soon they were tired and panting. After a break and regained strength, the two began to grab the water bottle hanging on the Corinne stick. But every time I missed it, there were times when I even grabbed the water bottle, Corinne's body swayed and lost. A glimpse, 6 or 7 days time passed. The lookout's life is very boring, but Shaya and Shieling are very capable of being able to withstand loneliness without causing irritating emotions. These days, they're like a sponge that absorbs water. In the training, they constantly absorb the martial art taught by Corinne, reshaping their understanding and control of strength, slowly controlled by the instinct and become meticulous. Get into it. On the 9th day, Shaya was still grabbing the water bottle, but compared to the first day, they had been able to make the bell soundless. Corinne looked in his eyes and was amazed. In the face of the inhuman progress of the two, Rao was a good martial artist, Corinne, and he was hit hard at the moment. Corinne naturally knows that this training method is actually far surpassing the difficulty of the past. In the past, anyone who climbed Corinne Tower, Corinne would train them by grabbing the water bottle. The average challenger would take 2 to 3 years. Time can pass, but on this basis, the restriction of no bells ringing is still the first time, because this is generally the test of Heavenly Realm's challenger to the lookout. This can't be done. You have to learn to adjust your breathing, breathe, the rhythm is wrong, and the action will show flaws. Corinne shook his water bottle, and the two cats became aligned. For example, like this, Corinne suddenly attacked them in Shaya. The soft claws were shot on the body. The cracks of crackle and rattle flicked out of the figure for more than a dozen meters, and then rode several meters on the ground. If you want to learn to adjust your breathing, you must first calm your heart. Heavenly Realm's air is very thin. Any extra movement will increase the burden on the body, which will affect your breathing. When can you do heart like still water? When it is as calm as the sky, you can control every movement of the whole body. Corinne's bloated body dragged on the crutches. The magical water bottle on the crutches didn't shake at all, and no water sprinkled. Shaya thought thoughtfully and stood there thinking for a while, then flashed a glimpse of his eyes and refused to wipe off the sweat on his face, sweating sweaty. Come back. Shaya took the lead in launching an attack. He was like a blast, lightning, and the orange light flashed through the air. He came to Corinne in the blink of an eye and then changed his position to attack the target on his cane. Corinne's eyes tight, squinting will move the position. Suddenly, the Corinne facial expression changed, and the white hair was slightly erected. Just a moment away from distance Corinne, Shaya turned his posture again, and a stagnant afterimage stayed in midair, and his figure appeared strangely behind Corinne. A slender palm flew toward the target. Passed. Hiss. At a critical juncture, the crutches slammed down, and Shaya's palm slammed into the air, and immediately a fierce knock. Corinne's fat body bounced slightly, and one foot kicked toward Shaya. Shaya's body was taken out uncontrollably. After repelling Shaya, Corinne patted his chest and took a sigh of relief. He glanced at the still swaying water bottle, and it oozes a cold sweat behind his back. Aya, it's so sudden, if you don't respond fast enough, you really have to grab the water bottle. Corinne's eyes on Shaya became very obscure. A very good little demon, almost made him successful. When Cammy boarded the lookout, it took a few decades to grab the bell from Popo. These two guys are not idle. Generations. On the other hand, Schilling looked at Shaya's every move carefully, seeing that Shaya was about to succeed, but at the end of the day, she couldn't help but feel a little pity. She also thought about what Corinne had said before. The more I think about her heart, the more unfathomable these words are. Far more profound than the philosophy taught by Planet Vegeta. Earth, it's an extraordinary place. Schilling's bright eyes reveal a happy glow, and maybe it's a right decision to follow Earth with Shaya. Time is like fine sand, and it disappears inadvertently. In a twinkling of an eye, Shaya has accepted Corinne's training for half a month. Under the guidance of Corinne, both Shaya and Schilling are growing rapidly. They're constantly making up for their own shortcomings, understanding the meaning of chi, and learning how to control the body. Half a month later, the two of them have been introverted, and finally they are not as sharp as they were when they first came to Earth. Then on the 16th day, Shaya, who had learned how to use the chi, took the lead in stealing the water bottle from Corinne. On the 19th day, Schilling also grabbed the water bottle. At this point, Corinne's training is over here. Well, your progress speed is really beyond my expectation. It is really unfathomable. It took only a few days to reach the practice target of this link. Right? You can now take off the weighted clothes and show it. Full strength. Let me see your strength. After the training, Corinne dragged his obese body and walked over. No problem, Shaya replied cheerfully, then relieved the weighted clothes. When the weighted clothes went, the strange gravity field covering the whole body disappeared, and suddenly there was a shackle, and the force that was originally suppressed in the body began to move. Crackle and rattle. Shaya slammed the crisp sound of roasted beans. Laugh. The power of the cockroach suddenly broke out, as if it had found a vent, and the brain rushed out like a flood. At this moment, the aura of Topple the Mountains and Overturn the Seas quickly swept the whole look at the lookout with Shaya as the center. The calm sky seemed to be cast a bomb and immediately became rising winds, scudding clouds, and the lookout began to tremble slightly. Feeling the energy of the sputum filled in the cells of the whole body, Shaya couldn't help laughing, and his face showed a happy and cheerful smile. Then he looked at him, and the rolling waves were strengthened again. That key is turned into an entity in a flash, and the wind whispers, like Taishan, with unparalleled pressure to cover it. Distance Xia Corinne is naturally the first to bear the brunt. Only to see his face close to the pressure, the financial expression is stiff, cold, and the blood in the blood vessels seems to condense in a flash. Enough is enough, fast. I will converge key. Corinne, with a cane, shouted loudly as he placed his hand in front of his forehead against the wind blowing in the face. In just 20 days, Shaya's battle force has once again leaped forward, and it has improved a big chunk compared to when it first arrived at Earth. It is roughly estimated that it has surpassed 3,000 battle. Because of the training from scratch, Shaya obviously feels that his foundation is getting stronger. Although the strength was strong before, Shaya suddenly gave birth to a wonderful feeling from the perspective of the moment. He found that the former strong is actually an unreal illusion, like a huge sponge, which looks huge on the surface. But in fact, a little squeeze will reveal that it does not take up much space. The formidable is vain, and if you encounter the weak, you will still be a strong person, but if you run into a real strong person, you will be leaked like a balloon. The same is the use of power, and now Shaya has a down-to-earth feeling. This feeling is very good, steadily moving forward, and a solid step on the road of strong person. Shaya, tell me the truth. How many strong people like you are in the universe? Watching Shaya and Shieling unfathomable training talent, Corinne suddenly curiously asked. Like me? Shaya stunned and replied, truthfully, to tell the truth, my strength is not in the universe at all. I and Shieling come from a planet called Planet Vegeta, which has a fighting race called Scion. I and Shieling are just mid-level warriors in Scion, which is less than our powerful Scion. There are also a dozen 200,000s. However, although our Scion is called the fighting race, the force in the universe can only be regarded as the upper middle, and it is not comparable to the cosmic hegemony who is destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. The speaker was unwilling to listen, and Corinne couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and his eyes were full of gloom. The strength of Shaya is not at all in this race. But think about it too. Seeing their size is just a child, that's all, naturally than those adult people. But this makes Corinne more concerned. A child in a cosmic race is more as formidable than Kami on Earth. And listening to him, the force of this Scion race in the universe is still only in the middle. So how many formidable civilizations exist in the universe at the end? At this moment, the vast formidable of the universe made Corinne speechless, and his heart left a deep shadow. If the person in the universe is as true as Shaya said, then Earth can be too dangerous. Like seeing Corinne's concerns, Shaya smiled. But you don't have to worry too much. Earth is just a forgotten, low-level planet. Generally speaking, there will be no aliens coming. Corinne was helpless after listening to it. Earth was called a low-level planet, and it was not a good news to be seen. It is ironic to say it. Well, I know all these things. Go to Popo. Then he will point you to practice. I tell you, don't look at Popo's appearance. It looks like a lot of wood. His level is much better than me. Corinne was a bit sloppy, unable to swing his hand, and was hit by Shaya. It had no mood to detect the progress of Shieling, but the progress of Shieling would not be worse than that of Shaya. The talent is terrible. Well, thank you, Corinne. Then we went to Mr. Popo. Shaya smiled and then looked at Shieling. Shieling's heart would nod and nodded and walked up to the inside of the lookout. Looking at the back of the two, Corinne stood quietly and whispered, "You have to tell Cammy about the news and let him have a preparation. Hey, the strong person in the universe is really too much, hopefully." Someone stared at Earth. Speaking of it, the martial arts on Earth in these centuries really fell too much. Corinne stretched out and walked over to Cammy's home with Hatch. In the cloister of the lookout, Popo sat quietly, as if he had settled. "See, Shaya." They walked in from outside the lookout, and Popo stood up, and the copper-like eyes stared at them without any ripples. "You just showed that Popo has seen it. The conventional method Popo can't teach you. Now you can go with Popo." Then he turned and walked toward the depths of the lookout. Shaya and Shieling looked at each other and followed closely. They followed several cloisters behind Popo and walked a path, and they walked more and more deeper into the lookout. Shaya looked back and found that the road that had come was already entangled together, and it was easy to lose the sense of direction like a maze. "Popo, this is where we're going to take us. It should be coming soon after this long time." Shaya secretly speculated that they are now at the bottom of the lookout. While thinking about Shaya, Popo stopped in front of Golden Gate. Pushing open the door, just listening to Popo, said, "There is a hyperbolic time chamber, one day outside the day. The environment is extremely bad. Popo will stay with you for a year's time." It turned out to be the hyperbolic time chamber. Shaya was shocked. He thought about a variety of ways to train them, such as using machines to send them to other worlds or to valleys full of thunder and lightning, like in original work, but I didn't expect Popo to bring them directly to hyperbolic time chamber. To know that the hyperbolic time chamber has thin air, the temperature fluctuates between -40 degrees Celsius and 50 degrees Celsius, and the gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Such conditions may be bad for others, but for strong people like them, in terms of person, it is natural that it is not bad. The real test of them is actually psychological tolerance. Staying in a lonely time in a vast and innocent lonely environment is a huge test for the soul. People with weak will or mentally concentrated are prone to hallucinations. In the original work, the hyperbolic time chamber was originally designed to fight for the time before the enemy. It doesn't have much training meaning in itself, but at this time Shaya is already ready to move because he is missing time. Shaya has been in the Dragon Ball world for more than 7 years. If the story is developed, I am afraid that it will not be long before Fleeca loses patience and then destroys Planet Vegeta. Although he does not know how much time is involved in the destruction of the Distance Planet Vegeta. In short, it is not much. He needs to have enough strength at that time, although not to stop Fleeca, but at least bring them back in advance with Rebecca and Adri. Shaya, brother, what is the hyperbolic time chamber? Shieling couldn't understand. The hyperbolic time chamber is a different dimension space built by gods. The time inside is much faster than the outside world. It is 1 year outside, which is very suitable for the practitioner's emergency breakthrough. However, the hyperbolic time chamber can only go in twice and only once. Only 2 people at a time. I haven't waited for Shaya to respond, and Popo, who has been standing on the side, has already answered. So magical place. At this time, Popo has opened the door of the golden. Inside is the hyperbolic time chamber. From the outside, only the black hole is blurred, as if there is any energy to block the line of sight. Popo turned and said to Shia, "Because you can only go in 2 at a time, you have to enter twice. I will come first." Shilling jumped to the front. Shia shrugged, and it was not bad for 2 days a day. Since Shieling wants to go in, let her go advanced. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Mr. Popo, are you not saying that a person can only go in twice in his life? How many times has Mr. Popo gone forward?" Bika, Popo is there when gods builds the hyperbolic time chamber. So Popo doesn't have this limitation. Popo replied calmly. After Shea heard it, eyes couldn't help but tighten. From Popo's words, He heard a lot of things. When gods built the hyperbolic time chamber, Popo was already there. According to this calculation, Popo said that there are thousands of years old, so long. The life expectancy has been seen through many things. However, this also raises a new problem. Since Popo can unlimited access to the hyperbolic time chamber, why is Popo's battle force only a little bit? Don't tell me, because Popo is the reason of God's servant. I couldn't figure it out, and Shaya shook his head and decided not to think about it anymore. His eyes stayed on Shieling and said, "Then you hurry in, and it's my turn after a day. P.S. Ask for a referral ticket. If you have a referral ticket, please support it." Shieling snorted, and then curiously followed Popo into the hyperbolic time chamber. After they entered, the hyperbolic time chamber golden door closed, and Shaya knew that the time flow rate in the hyperbolic time chamber was different from the outside world. One day outside, it was 1 year. Nothing was idle, and Shaya sat alone in the lookout's cloister for a long period of time, then wandered around the circular white jade steps in the cloister. The specific construction time of the lookout is unrecognizable, perhaps for thousands of years, and perhaps longer. But the years did not leave too many traces on the lookout, which is probably its magical place. The walls on either side of the cloister hovering down the main roof of the lookout are inlaid with half-meter-high golden patterns. These patterns are embossed and vivid, with Inca-like murals depicting ancient prime conditions, humans and nature, scenes between slashing and hunting pots. And Shaya found that every few meters in the crisscrossing corridor, there is a threshold of gold and jade in glorious splendor. These thresholds are behind each and every one room. There are ordinary rooms with debris, and they're also like hyperbolic time chamber, that special space that is magically blessed. After a long walk in the cloister, through the intricate martyrdom, he finally returned to the entrance of the lookout. At this time, Cammy came over with Kane. "Shaya, you are here. Just now Corinne has told me about your situation. I don't think there are so many experts in the universe. In contrast, Earth is too weak." Cammy's old face reveals a few points. Helpless. After learning about the formidables of other life in the universe from Corinne, Cammy's heart lingered on the fear of the strong person to the weak, fearing that the alien would invade Earth and cause the result of the charcoal. See Cammy take the initiative, and Shaya doesn't turn around. How do you say it? Yes, the overall strength of Earth is really too low. It's probably the lowest level planet in the universe. But you don't have to be arrogant. Earthlings' individual strength is not high, but you also have some advantages that other planets can't match. Your martial art concept is much more advanced than the cosmic people. Just play your own strengths. I think Earthling it will not be weaker than the universe. Shaya said that this is not a comfort to Cammy. In fact, the weakness of Earthling is not forever. When Z-Fighter really rises, purebred Earthling like Krillin will be much more Thanformate than most people in the universe. Of course, this requires a chance. Cammy stunned, and he didn't expect Shaya to be so optimistic about martial art on Earth. Having said that, but there are too few strong people on Earth. In the past few hundred years, the real martial artist on Earth has been dying, and there are very few people worthy of training. Hee. Speaking of this, Cammy, can T help it? Sigh. In the lower realm martial art, the Turtle Immortal style and the Crane Immortal style are well known and famous, but the younger generation of martial artists has a fault. This phenomenon of ignorance, the Earth that may face the invasion of the universe at any time. Said very bad. Since understanding Earth's situation, Cammy has been pondering how to improve the power of Earthling. Right, I heard that Cammy has a lot of magic. I need you to do me a favor. Shaya suddenly thought of something, said with a smile. I want to know a little bit about magic. I don't know what you need me to help. Cammy asked curiously. He didn't think that Shaya was looking for him to help him with anything unreasonable. The universe is a society of weak meat, and the law of the jungle gives the strong person too much natural privilege. For example, the weak person serves the strong person. In the eyes of the powerhouse, and even the weak themselves, is this not normal and very reasonable? Shaya turned, and a brown furry tail came off the waist and wandered in the air. It had grown out a few months after the tail was cut off at the full moon of planet Selma. This is the tail of our scion. I hope that with Cammy's ability, it won't grow again. Cammy has never seen a human with a tail, and can't help but stare at the tail for a while. The dark tail may be the racial character of Scion. However, at this time, the brain's spiritual knowledge suddenly appeared in the sea, an angry, roaring giant. A berserk, murderous ki rushed and continually impacted his spiritual. Cammy's eyes showed a faint color and quickly got out of sight. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and he said with a sigh of relief, "What a terrible spiritual impact! What the giant python is in the end, and the unknown ki almost shredded my spiritual. You disconnect the tail first, and then I use the magic to make it grow." "Row," Shea nodded and condensed an energy blade in a very cooperative manner. The knife fell, and the tail landed, and the blood flowed out of the wound. Cammy saw that Shaya was so decisive, and he nodded, and then he showed his magic. I saw him sticking his arm out of the white divine robe, 2 fingers, and thought of moving the spell. A little sparkling and translucent light flashed a few times and then flew toward Shaya's wound. Piuchi. The magic enveloped Xia's body, and the warm touch of the body warmed the physical body. The green light of the sparkling and translucent changed continuously, gradually disappearing from bright to dark, and the wound after the buttocks had healed. After a few activities, Shaya immediately felt the difference. He was surprised to find that his control was slightly improved after Scion's tail was missing. "Thank you, Cammy. If there is any trouble in Earth in the future, just let me know. I will naturally help." Shaya is in a good mood and has made a promise without hesitation. As for whether this promise can be fulfilled, he will not see Earth when he is, but he knows that at least before the start of Dragon Ball Z, Earth will not misfortune any big crisis, and Dragon Ball Z after that. I want to come to Son Goku, and they will grow up. But Cammy didn't know this. After getting the promise from Shaya, Cammy's face could not help but smile. "You still need to bother you later." The two had a pleasant deal between quietly, and Shaya eliminated the unrest that the tail might bring, and Cammy also got the promise of the other side when Earth was threatened. After a while, Shaya raised a lot of questions about the problem of practicing. Cammy answered by one. Cammy is not as good as Popo in power, but martial art is extremely rich in knowledge, and many of Shaya are also exceed. Let him benefit a lot. After getting Cammy's instructions, my heart suddenly became clear, and many of the previous questions disappeared. At this time, the time of the big, quite a while has passed. See distance shielding. They walked out of the hyperbolic time chamber. There are still many times when Shaya thought about it. He left the lookout and flew straight to the top of the Corinne Tower below. This time he went to the Corinne Tower to get the hesitant sacred object, the Senza Bean, from Corinne. Before he was busy with practicing, he did not ask Corinne to ask for a Senza Bean, but the Senza Bean is the sure thing he wants. The Scion physique, coupled with the healing effect of the Senza Bean, is no more desirable than this combination. Corinne Tower, the flat-shaped tower top. Corinne was lying leisurely on the bench, and suddenly, it felt that a formidable ki was approaching it. Open your eyes and see Shaya. I don't know when it has appeared in front of it. Corinne habitually hits hatch, climbs up from the bench and squints and asks, "Shaya, you are not practicing. What is it going to come to me?" After 10 days of getting along, Corinne thought she had already understood the nature of Shaya, and the conversation became very casual. Shaya went straight to the point and asked, "Corinne Immortal, I heard that you have a thing called Senza Bean here. I don't know if I can give it to me." Senza Bean. Corinne's eyes narrowed a little and nodded noddedly. "Well, there's indeed this thing. Eating a Senza Bean cannot eat for 10 days. I can give you some if you want." "Wait, let me find it. I remember to be here." When Corinne started to look through the box and looked up a lot of groceries, he finally pulled out the pottery jar, closed by the 5 jars from the inside. The red pot, Senza Bean, was attached to the pot and opened. Sure enough, all are emerald green beans. There are so many. Seeing the 5 great altar Senza Beans that Corinne turned out, Shaya's eyes suddenly illuminate, and this moment is like a tripped poor man who suddenly saw the full house of golden, his eyes full of burning cravings. The senza beans in the 5 jars. There are also 7 or 80,000. The senza bean did not show much value in the early days of the Dragon Ball. It was luxuriously used as a food for hunger, but it was a real life-saving magic weapon in the later period. Not only can it quickly restore physical strength, but it can also instantly treat various injuries. Think about Dragon Ball later period, Son Goku. They can't wait to share a 2-pronged 2-person, and that day is really sad. So when Shaya saw so many sins of beans in front of her, she couldn't wait to search all of them and save the future from Yajirobe's fat man. Then, Korin grabbed a senza bean from the clay pot and threw it over. Shaya reached out and threw it into her mouth and chewed it. The kacha sounded crisp and tasted like roasted beans. It didn't taste much, but as the senza bean was bitten, a magical element suddenly appeared in the mouth. The middle of the pervasive, followed by a warmth to the whole body. The hunger in the abdomen disappeared magically, and the fatigue on the spirituality was swept away. The whole person was energetic and excited. He made a strong effort and found everything in the best form. This effect, it seems that the senza bean is really a magical thing. After personally feeling the magical position of the senza bean, Shaya is more eager for the senza bean. Looking at a jar of senza bean, his eyes full of burning. I wonder if Korin Immortals can give me these senza beans? Oh, of course, no problem. Korin sneaked out of his hand and threw a few senzu beans in his hand. This can make Shaya stunned. He intended to let Korin give him a little senza bean, and thousands of them would be almost the same. Unexpectedly, Korin was so generous, he even gave all the 5 senzu beans directly to him, which is about 7 or 80,000. It seems that this thing is quite close to me. Shaya was very happy when these senza beans were about to be put together. The finger is empty. The smooth space is like a thin piece of paper being drawn into a dark red crack, and Shaya carefully puts the 5 altar senza beans into the dimension space. This is a new trick that he developed when he was training on the lookout. Although there is no attack on ability, it is just a good thing to decorate thing. Korin, watching some cracks in the space cracked in midair, suddenly smiled and said, "Hey, you have a lot of tricks. This means it is a big killer." Haha, such insignificant ability, it doesn't matter. Thank you. These senza beans can help me a lot. Shaya laughed and looked very happy. It's a surprise to get so many senza beans at once, so that he has a lot more money on practicing. Just like the old drivers of Cheoming-shan's car bought several high-value insurances one after another. The training can be tried. Korin didn't bother to shake his hand. These senza beans were originally used to restore physical strength and eliminate hunger for those who climbed the Korin Tower, but no one has climbed up for so many years, and it's useless to put it. It's better to give it to you. So you are violent, Shaya smiled and curiously asked. I don't know how the production of this senza bean is. It's not enough to get so many senza beans, and Shaya is starting to remember more. Korin seemed to guess his thoughts and shook his head. The planting of the senza bean needs to be watered with water. I have a small piece of land on the Korin Tower. There's only 100 productions a year. Recently, the output has been getting lower and lower in a few years, but those in your hands have been accumulated for hundreds of years. This way, Shaya nodded with a bit of regret, but when she thought that she had already installed tens of thousands of senza beans in her space, she was very happy. After thinking about it, he kindly reminded, Korin Immortal, this senza bean is a good thing. Its role is not only to eliminate hunger and restore physical strength. I think its therapeutic effect is the most important. I am recommended you expand the plan a little. Maybe you can use it in the future. Korin nodded when he touched his beard. Shaya's words gave him a wake-up. Previously, there was no formidable enemy on Earth, so the importance of senza bean was not highlighted, but it was not used in the future. Not enough, especially when Earth is exposed to the universe. It can attract countless strong people at any time. As a healing drug, senza beans are indeed essential. Well, I know, I will try to expand the senza bean planting, but the cultivation of the senza bean requires water to water, and the condensation of the god water is not easy, so the yield of the senza bean is increased in the end, Ken. No, can try to see all kinds of things. Shaya showed a big smile and said with a confused face, as long as Corinne is willing to expand the planting area of the senza bean, the yield will increase more or less, and I believe that Corinne recognizes the importance of the senza bean, and even if Yajirobe wants to eat in the future, Corinne will not be like the original work. Give a senza bean to him to squander. Shaya has been able to get so many senzu beans this time. In fact, it is also a convenient that does not know the importance of senza bean. Everyone knows that it is a treasure of the treasure. How can it be sent out? Then he said goodbye to Corinne, and Shaya left Corinne Tower and returned to the lookout. After returning to the lookout, Shaya suddenly slammed his head and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask Corinne about ultra-divine water. That is the thing that could develop potential. Is it a pity if it is missed? Then he shook his head again. Forget it. The ultra-divine water thing does not seem to be a safe cargo. For the ordinary people, ultra-divine water is poison. It motivates the potential to be too domineering. Original work, Zhong Sun Goku, is a life of 9 deaths, hard to come by Scion blood. Shaya even had some doubts that it was because of the excessive use of Kaioken in the ultra-divine water plus the later period, which made Son Goku's myocardium prematurely strained so that it suffered from viral heart disease. To be honest, Scion as a fighting race, the core of the body, the heart, how can it be a problem? For individuals with very high battle strength, the foreign bacteria of the ordinary can't cause too much damage to them. The immune system in their body is beyond the normal formidable. As soon as the pathogen enters the body, it is swallowed up by immune cells in the body fluid. And Son Goku actually suffered from viral heart disease, mostly because of some reasons that cause the body to have weak links. Although it's just speculation, Shaya feels that still is very careful. But it's not good because it's easy to leave a hidden danger in the future. The way to develop potential in the universe is more than one. Would you like to go to the planet Namek later and ask the great elder there to develop the potential? There is no side effect at all. The ultra-divine water isn't the god water that Corinne uses to water the senza bean. Shaya stayed in the lookout. A person imaging was running wildly. Schilling hasn't come out of the hyperbolic time chamber yet, and Shaya floats in the air with her knees in her arms, trying to understand the idea that the sky is as clear as lightning, and lightning is fast. The position of Legend the Lookout has been excerpted from the height of Earth's atmosphere. It is a special subspace. This area is blessed with magical power. If it is not true, it is impossible to get close to the lookout. In the vast void of the sky, a hemispherical building with a bright red appearance and Inca culture floats there alone. Because of its extremely high position, there are not many clouds around, and the air is extremely thin. The lookout is a row of gold and jade in glorious splendor, a majestic and magnificent temple with several rows of plants on both sides. It is a bit monotonous compared to the luxury of the temple, and the middle is a wide open plaza. At this point, Shaya's body floated in midair, his eyes closed, and his face was calm, and there was no trace on his face. There is no wind around, but the plants in the distance seem to have been pulled by external forces and dumped in one direction. Call! Shaya relieved, a mouthful of vomiting. He opened his eyes and gently landed his toes. He sighed, I wanted to simulate Popo's mood to improve my martial arts realm, but his realm is far-reaching. The more I think, the more I feel it is not simple. Speaking of it, the princes of Dragon Ball world seem to be far surpassing the gods they serve. Except for the sacred geek of East Supreme Kai, Popo still Angel wishes better than the gods they serve, and they also held positions as teachers at level. Kami accepted Popo's instructions when he first stepped on the lookout, and the god of destruction Beerus was taught by Whis. What kind of existence are these servants in the end? Since then, why is the formidable only the servant, that's all? Thinking about it, Shaya couldn't help but have some headaches. Then he reacted and smiled faintly, I don't think about what these things do. No matter what they exist for, it doesn't seem to matter to me. Forget it. Still train for a while. But at this moment, the waveless atmosphere suddenly stagnate. And then the hula sounds like the ribbon is torn. Shaya squats, has not reacted, and a violent aura suddenly on the verge of rolling. Hong Tao is like a giant mountain that has fallen from heavenly realm. It suddenly came to the mortal world, and it was shaken in an instant. The whole lookout was drowned in this wave. In front of this aura, Shaya's proud power even felt a bit humble, and the belligerent blood was shaking. This power, Shaya stunned because he was too familiar with this key. Shilling is out, and her key has become so formidable. It feels like it's like the giant python that Shilling turned into. The gap is so big. Shaya's facial expression is a bit horrified, but more still is excited. The blood in the blood vessels involuntarily boils. Great! The training of the hyperbolic time chamber is so effective. No, it should be Popo's guidance. Shaya! The sound of Shilling came from the cloister, and a little girl came out from the side of the lookout. A long hair like a cloud flutters, a curved brow, a pair of alums such as planets, such as the moon, just right on the face, flower-like face, sparkling and translucent like jade, although the body has not been long, but has begun the girl's flexible lines. Is this Shilling? Watching a little girl 1 meter tall in front of her, Shaya for a moment is a bit silly, and the girl who has been with her has unconsciously grew up. But think about the ages. It's almost 7 years old when they came to Earth. With the 1 year time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Shilling is now over 8 years old, plus Science women. It is not surprising that it develops earlier. Shilling, your power has suddenly improved so much. Since there is no convergence key, Shaya feels a strong sense of oppression around Shilling. If this energy is calculated to be close to 10,000 according to the battle force, even if it is focused on planet Vegeta, it will be a peak force. Shilling heard the words immediately and looked up proudly. The delicate face looked proud. That is, I am now much better than Shaya. Hey, you are happy now. Waiting for me to come out of the hyperbolic time chamber is definitely better than you. Shaya caresslessly, he will not be hit by Shilling, knowing that he has a lot of hands now. The Senzabine completely can be desperate to develop. Original work, Zhong Sun Goku can raise the battle force to 180,000 in a short month to the planet Namek. Shaya doesn't think it's as fast as Son Goku, but the battle force is several times, but still sure. Oh, then we are waiting. As soon as I saw my progress, I was not praised. Shilling was proudly, coldly snorted and pulled her face to the other side. It's getting less and less cute. The cute little Shilling has disappeared. Shaya picked up Shilling's hair and whispered in her ear. Shaya's move provoked her to burst into flames and bluntly said, "What is not cute? Wait for you to surpass me." Shilling, this guy's Scion's habit, is getting heavier, but it's much better than other Scion. Hey, it seems that the effect of these years is still there. Shaya smiled. His eyes turned and no longer teasing her. He smiled and said, "Shilling, I just got some good things from Corinne. Now I'll give you a little. You have to save some." Said, Shaya pulled out a small pocket, tied with a rope, and placed dozens of senza beans inside. "What is this?" Shilling opened it and saw some dried beans. This is called senza bean. No matter how many injuries have been suffered, as long as it has not died, a bean can restore the flourishing form and cannot eat for 10 days. Really? After Shilling heard it, her eyes were beaming, and a small bag containing the senza bean was taken over, and she was happy to stuff it into the pocket. Then she asked, "You gave me these senza beans, then you are there." Still, after getting the senza bean, she was hesitant. This is called the senzu beans thing. It is a good thing. The key time can save the life. All of them are taken by Shaya. Is there nothing left there? Should I still go back a bit? Seeing Shilling where he was hesitant and very distressed, Shaya smiled. "Don't worry, I've already left some of it, and those who give it to you can keep it. This thing is very precious." Can it be precious? He himself has only 70,000 and 800,000. It doesn't matter. Yeah, not at hard. Shilling looked moving. Shaya smiled and looked at it. He didn't tell Shilling how many sins of beans he had in the end, because if Shilling knew that he still harbored so many sins of beans, Xiao Nizi would definitely turn his face and shout her feelings are still coming back. Okay, what are you waiting for me to come out of the hyperbolic time chamber and see how you are arrogant in front of me? Pooh! Shilling frowned and spit out his tongue, then looked at the back of Shaya's back, and his face was looking forward to a few expectations. Mr. Popo, it's my turn next. After arriving at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Xia told Mr. Popo, who was near the entrance, with a naive and innocent expression while prepared by taking out dozens of sins of beans from the space for use. Well, since Mr. Shaya is ready, follow me inside. But there is one thing that needs to be explained in advance. Mr. Popo will only be responsible for giving pointers, the specific training you have to do by yourself. When Shaya arrived in front of the door, Mr. Popo suddenly reminded, Master leads to the door while the training is done by self. This I understand, Shaya said with an indifferent laugh. The two people stepped past the door of hyperbolic time chamber while speaking, and then the door closed with a bang sound, completely separating the two spaces. Since his body had two major time and spatial ability, Shaya was particularly sensitive to the changes in space-time. At the moment when the door of hyperbolic time chamber closed, he incisively caught a trace of space-time aura. Hyperbolic time chamber is called spirit and time room, and not simply the time room, so perhaps it is related to a person's spirit. The original creator of hyperbolic time chamber may have referred to a person's spiritual level to find the difference between the rate of flow of time and realism, and then combine the space-time energy to open the hyperbolic time chamber. Was the kami in ancient times an expert in space-time field? Shaya inwardly pondered. Of course, hyperbolic time chamber space-time structure was not invulnerable. Although a person can only enter hyperbolic time chamber 2 times throughout his life, it was only targeted at the vast majority of people. For those strong people who can slash through the space-time barrier, this kind of restriction doesn't have any meaning. In front of the strong people, like Super Saiyan 3 or Majin Buu, the rules of hyperbolic time chamber are useless because they're powerful enough to break the restriction on space. They have enough strength to break it in 10,000 ways. So does Super Saiyan 3 have a way to split open space? Shaya suddenly has a thought. He is confident toward his space-time's extraordinary ability that as long as he can continuously research it, then in the future will surely be able to develop a perfect space-time cage. At that time, he could just use it to confine or seal his enemies, which would be superb. But it is still too early to think about it. Shaya shook his head and threw away this idea. As they both went in and crossed the long and narrow corridor, a white, empty, and vast space appeared before their eyes. It was an enormous space which had a hot and dry temperature, low pressure, and 10 times gravity. Their location was a 2-story palace hall, where fighters usually eat and sleep, but even such a seemingly majestic palace hall appears very insignificant in this empty space. In a hyperbolic time chamber, the food is usually fresh water and dry flour, which is stored in the storage room inside. Mr. Popo warned. Listening to Mr. Popo talking about food, Shaya suddenly remembered. The hardest part of training in a hyperbolic time chamber is not the day-night temperature difference and the feeling of loneliness, but the torment of having no food. The only food in this hyperbolic time chamber is fresh water and dry flour. As a Saiyan, how can I live without fish and meat? No wonder Son Goku could not endure the few months when he first entered the hyperbolic time chamber, and if it were not for androids threatening Earth, he would not have re-entered. Food is very important. The original deity who constructed the hyperbolic time chamber probably did not have any way to preserve food, so he had only prepared water and flour. Is this the commonly known dry food? The next day, Shaya began to train under Mr. Popo's directions. At that time, 2 people were standing in the center of the big white square. I've learned from Shilling about your previous training method. Though it's rough, it does have some effect. Corinne should have already taught you before about maintaining rhythm in combat and reducing unnecessary movements, right? Shaya nodded. Immortal Corinne thinks we have a good grasp of ki control. Then you should continue to follow the same for some time in here, Before this, I will talk about the essence spirit of martial arts in detail. Mr. Popo was without any expression as always, but Xiaya can feel his goodwill. After slightly nodding, Mr. Popo began to explain his understanding of ki and mental state just like a martial arts master. Mr. Popo must be a great philosopher. This is the feeling Xiaya got in his heart after listening. Mr. Popo's pointers could be said to be very comprehensive. He was gradually resolving all of his body's weaknesses. Since inside the time room, there were temperature variations, thin air, and 10 times gravity from the outside world. So after putting on the weighted clothes, the impact was particularly huge on Xiaya. Before he thought that his movements were perfect, but at this moment he inevitably found flaws in them. Here. All this are superfluous. Punches are not sharp enough. Should moderate your use of ki here. Your heart must be calm, and your person must be stable. When your body moves, use ki along with it. Mr. Popo observed Xiaya's movement from the side and provided pointers from time to time, while Xiaya took the hint and continued to adjust his movements and achieved the lifting heavy as light and heart as stagnant water realm. In fact, Xiaya could already be considered as an outstanding martial artist, only he had lacked guidance for the future use. But now that he has Mr. Popo to give pointers, he quickly absorbed them like nourishments and made up for his deficiencies. Time flies. Every day, Xiaya was growing, and soon a year has passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Xiaya was still wearing the dark orange weighted clothes. He stood straight while floating in the sky, his two arms interlocked in front of his chest, and head down with a thoughtful look while dripping with bean-sized beads of sweat from his forehead. His surrounding was permeated with a transparent aura, and like a mirage was distorting the entire space. Boom! Suddenly white chi waves erupted. The cold and severe wind swirled the surrounding floating dust, spreading out a momentum which swirled the tornado in spirals. Deep and dark red spatial cracks suddenly appeared and stretched out in all directions. Each and every crack appeared like a bloodthirsty serpent, unscrupulously spitting out its tongue and bloody dark red which could terrify people. Not far away, Mr. Popo looked at everything with a stupefied expression. Seeing the appearing spatial cracks, his two calm pupils couldn't help but flash with a trace of shock. Experiencing the entirely new strength flowing unbridled in his heart and mind, Xiaya sighed with relief and restrained his aura with satisfaction. As he retracted his aura, the deep cracks in his surrounding also disappeared, and space gradually healed under the self-restoration, very quickly recovering to its original state. Quiet and vast space recovered its original calm atmosphere after Xiaya retracted his imposing manner. The scene a moment ago was just like a mirage, which appeared and disappeared very quickly, not leaving any obvious traces in the time room. No special attention was given when hyperbolic time chamber was first built a long time ago, except for providing a double-story palace for a person to live inside. There was not a soul in sight, and everywhere was only a vast expanse of white, causing the living conditions to be very poor. Although it cannot be compared with the extreme environment in the universe, it was nevertheless a good place for training. Especially at a crucial moment, it is a good place which can provide extra time for training. In the center of the spacious, hot, and dry square, Xiaya stood motionless with his eyes closed, adapting to his new strength while easily and naturally breathing in and out. Like a soon sprouting bud, it would only need a little sunlight and rain to grow strong and sturdy. Seeing Xiaya still training there, Mr. Popo did not bother him and sat down at a distance. Inside the enormous space of hyperbolic time chamber, even though Xiaya's previous actions had caused space to partly fragment, it did not affect the overall stability of the entire space. Truthfully, to really split the structure of space in the hyperbolic time chamber, he has to at least break through to the level of Super Saiyan 3. Although the previous spatial cracks appearing momentum appeared vast, it was only because of space superpower, which has opened up another layer of small space in the hyperbolic time chamber and not shattered the void to establish new laws. After all, his current strength is still far from Majin Buu's level. From Xiaya's understanding, Dragon Ball World is a world filled with strong people as many as clouds. Although it is impossible for the land to be full of experts, it is an indisputable fact that the strong are as many as dogs. How is someone called strong? Different times have different standards. However, one thing is sure, if you're just a little bit careless, those top strong experts would just pop out suddenly from some unfathomable corner of the universe. Ghost knows why he was unknown. Experts may not be many, but one of them just might be deadly. Dragon Ball's world is very dangerous, because if you lag behind just a little bit, then will be killed. Therefore, Shaya does not like to be forced to train only when encountering an enemy, which is not in line with his character. He likes to seize the initiative before the enemy appears to surpass them. Perhaps some people may think that it is a psychological inferiority and he has no self-confidence and is a victim of paranoia, but in fact, it has nothing to do with self-confidence. Since he already knows that the world of Dragon Ball is dangerous, then isn't he a fool if he works hard only in a desperate situation? To want to survive in a much better and comfortable way in this world, strength is a self-requirement, which is regarded as the general existence of truth. The successive strong enemies in the Dragon Ball are Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, and later perhaps God of Destruction Beerus can also be regarded as one and king of all. Since he knows the strength of his opponents, he has no reason to sit still waiting for death. First of all, Shaya must face the battle of destruction of planet Vegeta a few years later. And at that time, he will have to face the first big boss of Dragon Ball World, Frieza. Of course, in order not to arouse Frieza's attention and gain time for his growth, Shaya chooses to avoid the battle and delay the fight for a few years. The enemy is in light while I am in dark. Whether or not anyone wants, everything will be controlled by my decisions. Advancing and retreating at will, he likes this kind of initiative. At this point, he has completely stopped paying attention to a nobody like King Vegeta. At Lookout, the sky was peaceful as always. The blue sky was clear as if it has just rained recently. In the faraway distance, the thin white fog has filled the clouds which were gracefully floating in the surrounding of red-colored Lookout. White stones were paved on the plaza, and only 2 rows of coconut tree were arranged on both sides of the Lookout. Not far away, a little girl was tirelessly brandishing her hands and feet. The swift and fierce actions broke through the air resistance, making exploding sound and sounds of rustling leaves, and in a split second the swirling whirlwind overwhelmed the tree trunks on both sides. Suddenly, Shiling's face changed slightly, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkling, while the silky satin-like black hair fluttered in the wind. "This key, Shaya, has come out," Shilling muttered, a happy expression appearing on her face. Sure enough, when she looked towards Lookout's entrance, an orange silhouette has really appeared there. She saw Shaya walking towards her with a smile on his face, but she frowned, as when he was near her, she discovered that his height has once again exceeded her. "Look at this sweating face, and your hair are also sticking together." Shaya laughed and touched her face while one of his hand naturally landed on her shoulder and intimately gave her a half hug. Shilling was not happy at all and was about to open her mouth to speak when she sensed the vast, like waves, surging energy from Shaya's body. Her face suddenly became a bit complicated and she whispered with a cold face, "Shaya, release all your ki and let me see how strong you have become." Shaya froze for a moment and looked at the young girl's attractive and graceful but very serious face while thinking in his heart, Shilling actually has such a competitive nature, and helplessly shook his head. He took a few steps back, and, after moving some distance from Shilling, he released his strength. Huh! Shaya suddenly exploded out his strength, and a suffocating aura appeared on the Lookout. The entire Lookout and the Korin Tower underneath began to tremble slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. A thin white light remained at a distance from his skin, and a pale golden light covered the surface of his body. Kaka! The tiles on the ground began to shudder from not being able to withstand the gravity restrictions, and they were as if will float out at any moment. "Enough!" Shilling shouted, somewhat irritated. She knew Shaya's strength has completely exceeded her own. She took out the energy detector and pressed the start button after wearing it on her ear, The energy soon became a set of data in front of her eyes. 12,862. His battle power has unexpectedly exceeded 12,000. Schilling was speechless inside. It is unexpected that after training for only 1 year inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya has exceeded her by so much. And to think that she was proudful of her 9,600 battle power for a long time, and now she was suddenly feeling ashamed. I heard that King Vegeta's battle power is only a little more than 10,000. Wouldn't it mean that Shaya is already on par with King Vegeta? Brother is already the strongest amongst the Scions. Schilling was somewhat perplexed, but her heart suddenly trembled, and an inexplicable pride gushed inside her heart. However, in order to cover up her thoughts, she cleared her throat and feigned aloofness. Humph, your energy has increased by such a large amount. Who knows how you will do in a real combat? Everything will be exposed when we practice combat. How about we practice? Shaya said jokingly. Not practicing. Who would practice with you? Schilling turned sluggish, and then roared loudly, feeling embarrassed, but also somewhat guilty, causing Shaya to laugh. Oh, you two don't quarrel anymore. Your progress is really too huge. My whole body felt a chill from your aura. Cammy walked over while leaning on his walking stick, lightly smiling at Shaya and Schilling. Don't look at the two of them quarreling. Their affection was actually very good. Of course, Cammy couldn't help but sigh with emotion, as only some days had passed, and their strength now couldn't even be compared. Could it be that Alien's talent is so good? Just how many days have passed, and their strength has actually improved so fast, frightening, ah? Haha, it's all thanks to Mr. Popo's guidance these days, or we would not have improved so fast, Shaya said heartily, and then he looked at Schilling on his side and said, Oh, and I need Cammy to help deal with Schilling's tail. Tail. Seeing that Shaya mentioned tail, Schilling shifted her gaze to Shaya's back and was surprised to find his tail had disappeared somehow. Shaya explained, Cammy's magic is very mystical, just like a switch which would be used to seal the tail. Moreover, according to our current training philosophy, everything should be simple. Having a tail will instead be a burden, so it is better to seal the tail. Oh, Schilling blinked her eyes to express understanding. But wouldn't it hurt to cut the tail? Shaya smiled and grabbed her hairy tail and waved it around for cutting. It made Schilling slightly wrinkle her brows while looking at her back. Cammy then went on to seal Schilling's tail using the same magic which he used on Shaya. Cammy was actually very happy to help since he doesn't have to put much effort into it. Besides, he knows that the more the other side accepts his help, in the future when Earth faces any difficulty, then will surely help out with all their effort. The Earth still has many things in which we'll have to rely on them in future. After the tail was sealed, Schilling somewhat curiously moved around and found that her strength was not affected at all, and her movements had become even more agile. So she laughed with a peace of mind. Well, then we should go. Converging his aura and compressing the battle power to 800 and 900, Shaya said goodbye to Cammy and Mr. Popo, and then jumped out of lookout while pulling Schilling's hand. After passing through the dense layers of clouds and greeting Corinne upon reaching the Corinne Tower, they continued down the small tower. And very quickly, the sacred land of Corinne, which was spread out along the horizon, immediately appeared before their eyes. Where are we going now? Are we returning to planet Selma? Looking at the dense forest which was spread out in the horizon, Schilling's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled and turned around to ask. Shay's black eyes looked into the distance, his distant look exuding a trace of distinct expression. He shook his head. No, life still needs to balance between work and rest. We will not become strong just by blindly training. As we have trained alone for so many years, we should now also experience the social livelihood of humans. Perhaps it will be beneficial for the growth of Ki. And I have also heard that the food on Earth is very delicious, so I intend to live here for some time. What do you think? Fine. Since Shaya said so, Schilling naturally has no objection. Speaking of which, as they had lived on planet Selma, for so many years they had no interaction with civilization. It will be better to take some time to properly experience the life on Earth and delicious food. In fact, the latter is the most important, but before that, they need to get some money for daily use, and Shaya just happens to know of a place where a large number of treasures are buried. When Son Goku had encountered Red Ribbon Army, he had entered a pirate cave together with the General Blue of the Red Ribbon Army. Although it is still many years away from this part of the storyline, those hidden treasures should have already started to accumulate. He immediately held Shiling's hand and used instant transmission. The two people disappeared from the sacred land of Corinne. After Shaya's strength increased, his spatial ability has also strengthened along with it. So, it became even more easy to use instant transmission. Although his time's superpower had awakened the earliest, it was still at a standstill and had failed to make any breakthrough. It could be because his time ability is much more mysterious. Northern Hemisphere, Earth, above a blue ocean, Shaya and Shiling's figure appeared in midair. Did you say that there's hidden treasure here? Before the surging waves of the vast ocean, Shiling asked doubtfully. Of course, I clearly saw it from the top of Lookout. It should be somewhere around here. Shaya spoke random nonsense and started looking around according to his memories. Looking around the sea area while flying for a few weeks, he roughly determined a location and then his body dived down, swimming towards the seafloor. He quickly found the entrance to the hidden treasure trove by relying on his memory. Entering the pirate cave, the various traps arranged by pirates were still very simple and crude. So after avoiding these traps, they very easily reached the place where treasures were piled up. There were several piles of golden, shiny treasure boxes inside, which the pirates had robbed and plundered from here and there. Looking at the piles of treasure in front of him, Shaya's mouth curved into a grin. He then waved his hand in the void, and a crack appeared, and then he stored away all those treasures in it. After storing away everything, he clapped his hand and said, "Let's go. We will go to the city to exchange these gold and silver for money, and then your brother will take you to have tasty food and drinks. I am telling you, there is no place in the universe like Earth where people understand what is good food. Earth's food is very delicious. What are you waiting for then? Let's go." Obviously, good food's temptation has immediately moved the girl's heart, who hurriedly urged him to go. Henceforth, there was a rumor circulating in the Earth's food circle about a pair of boy and girl who had crazily swept over food restaurants until the kitchen chef has fainted from fatigue, and they had to request the two people to leave. It had gotten up to such that in the coming years, many restaurants had refused to use the buffet's popular advantages. However, the two people who initiated all this, at the moment were crazily eating with a satisfied face from a pile of food. The clashing sounds of chopsticks and clanking sound of dinner plates incessantly fell in the ears, and there already were two big mountains of dinner plates. "Boss, another roast pig. Give me some more fried sauce noodles. I also want a roasted leg of lamb." Shaya held out his dinner plate and shouted, but after hearing their shout, the restaurant's boss trembled. He then walked over and said while sweating, "Two guests. This restaurant doesn't have anything left. Please, why don't you have a look at other restaurants?" It's finished so quickly. Shaya's complexion sank, but seeing the restaurant boss sweating, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. How can you not even have prepared enough ingredients when you have opened the door to do business?" "Yes, yes." The restaurant boss wiped his sweat while speaking obsequiously, but thought in his heart, "You have eaten enough food which could have used for 7 days in our restaurant." Paying the bill, Shaya and Shiling exited the restaurant. The boss looked at the back of the two people leaving, and finally couldn't help but collapse on the ground. On the side, a waiter hurriedly supported him by arm, but the boss removed the waiter's hand and angrily said, "What are you still doing? Quickly tidy up and close the restaurant. I want it to be closed for 1 week. No, 1 month. And I hope these two little devils will go away by then." Shaya and Shiling have been staying in this city for more than 10 days and have eaten in all the restaurants here. So as soon as they were seen coming to the restaurant, they would cry as if someone had died. It's not that they do not want to make money, but it is too tiring to welcome this kind of customers. And they're also not able to receive other customers, and if things go on like this, how will they maintain their restaurant's business over the long run? Shiling, wasn't I right? The food on Earth is the most delicious. Uh-huh. The girl nodded enthusiastically. This recent frenzy of eating and drinking had been the most enjoyable since she was born. Shaya, can't you store things in your dimension space? Why not try to store food? Hearing her reminder, Shaya reacted. Indeed, his space superpower can be used to store food. Then we should quickly go shopping. After we leave Earth, we will not be able to eat such delicious food. So for the next few days, they were rushing around to purchase food, and the facts proved that Shaya's space superpower indeed could store food. Moreover, the time inside was almost halted, so the food will no longer get spoiled. The two people's desire for food has really increased very much from the time spent here, so the money in their hand was being spent continuously, and finally 2 months later, all the money from the pirate's treasure was spent on buying food. In Shaya's personal space, enough piles of food were stored for the two people to crazily eat for 3 or 4 years. Knowing that a Scion's appetite is very huge, it's unbelievable just how much amount it could be, as this food will be crazily eaten by them for 3 to 4 years. Daytime, a towering blue mountain stood erect in the middle of a beautiful island, surrounded by a densely congregated range of small mountains. The island was a modern city where sea breeze had the characteristics of sea's humidity. The blue and clean sea joined with the sky, revealing the scenery of shining ripples and crystalline water and sky merging. Here, you can see the blue sea and blue sky and can listen to the sounds of pounding of seawater. The peach blossoms were blooming on the bluestone path, and the bright red petals were just like a beautiful girl's smile, giving a fragrant and serene aura. Walking on this tranquil and beautiful path, Shilling couldn't help but smile from happiness, and she yelled at the person beside her, "Look, how beautiful this scenery is. Should we make a house here? In the future, whenever we complete our mission, we can come and live here for some time." The reason why she loved this place so much is mostly because of Earth's food and the attraction of scenery before her. Hee, then we must make a house here. Shaya spread out his hand, resembling her happy mood. Since Shilling had grown up, she had stopped listening to him. After coming out of the hyperbolic time chamber, she had not even called him brother since then and was just calling his name. Oh, children became more and more independent after growing up, sighed Shaya ruefully. Standing at the top of the mountain, while overlooking the entire island, he suddenly found it familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, as he came to Earth for the first time, then he must have seen it somewhere in the original work if he found it familiar. Shaya found a bookstore to buy the map of the island city and finally found the relevant information about it. Isn't this the island where Son Goku followed Master Roshi for training? Shaya was surprised to say, but this island is actually just a peninsula where a part of the region is connected to the mainland. There are not many famous islands in the original work. The first is where the residence of Master Roshi, Kame House, is. The second island is where after Son Goku and Krillin became Master Roshi's disciple, they had to train by plowing the field and deliver milk every day. And the third and fourth are respectively the Papua Island where the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament was held, and the Southern Land Island where the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament was held, and the South City Island where later androids appeared. If this is the island where Son Goku and the team will train in the future, then wouldn't Kame House be nearby? Such a coincidence, Shaya's mouth inadvertently smiled. He did not think that he would randomly arrive at the island where Master Roshi lives, but he has no intention to go and disturb Master Roshi. The purpose of his trip to Earth has basically been accomplished. He has already gotten many Senza beans and training methods, so there's no need to go and meet Master Roshi. And secondly, even if he saw Master Roshi, it will not bring him any benefit as his strength is weak, so he simply ignored him. Then next, to meet Shilling's demands, Shaya cut open a piece of land on the mountainside on the island and used wood to make a simple and small wooden house. The rising sun was shining brightly. The warmth of the sun gently sprinkled on the bluestone pathway, grass leaves, and the surging fog, reflecting a multicolored, beautiful scenery. The bright red peach blossoms resembling a girl's smile caused the entire island to radiate with a charming luster. On the emerald green, smooth mountaintop, a modified bluestone path meandered down mountain. A stream flowed out from a rock on the mountaintop, and after filtering through the water plants on both sides, it converged into a clear, flowing stream. I have not come to Earth for so many years, did not think that today's technology has developed so much. In the middle of the mountain slope, under a sunshade, a rock bench was placed on which sat a silver-haired and white-mustached old man who wore white martial arts clothes, looking down the mountain with a smiling face at the scene of vibrant life. In the upper left corner of his white martial arts clothes, there was a red character. However, what was strange was that on the white-haired man's head floated a golden halo, which is the halo of the deceased. This halo shows that the old man is actually a soul from the underworld. Underworld, it is a very magical place. It is linked to heaven, hell, and there is also a magical snake way connected to the World King planet in a higher dimension. The souls who come to the underworld, no matter how strong and illustrious it has been before death after death, has to pass through the judgment of King of Hell. And after passing through the King of Hell's judgment, those who are good will have the opportunity to go to heaven, and the wicked will be driven to hell, and those who are neither good nor evil will be reincarnated immediately. Only a person who possesses great merit in its life, or a person of high moral character, will have a halo and have the qualifications to ascend to heaven. The identity of the silver-haired old man is very extraordinary. He was the greatest martial arts teacher of the entire world, Master Mateto, who defeated and sealed King Piccolo 300 years ago, and is the master of Master Rashi and Master Shin. 300 years ago, Master Mateto had sealed the great Devil King and afterward died from exhausting his strength. Originally, with his merits, he could have directly ascended to heaven, but he finally chose to stay in the underworld, and today is the day Master Mateto has returned to Earth, after which he will go for reincarnation. After returning to Earth, Master Mateto did not go to see his two disciples, Master Rashi and Master Shun, but rather was quietly wandering by himself in various cities, and had unwittingly come to this coastal island city. Master Mateto's heart was full of joy after looking at the peace and prosperity of Earth after 300 years. He was even more relieved to know that his two disciples have opened up their own school and have become great martial arts experts. At this time, two figures on a mountain path on the other side caught his attention, a boy and girl, two young children. From their body, Master Mateto felt a blood-stirring aura. Two little friends, I do not know who is your master and from which school you two are that you have such skills at a young age. Following the sound, Shaya turned around feeling surprised and saw a silver-haired, white-bearded old man looking at them with a smile. Who is this old man? His body's ki is even stronger than Kami. Feeling the opposite party's body emanating a vigorous force, Shaya couldn't help but feel startled. The aura was showing that his battle power is actually close to 6,000. He didn't think that there was still such an expert on Earth. Seeing a big Wu character on top of that person's martial arts clothes, as well as an illusionary golden halo on his head, Shaya's expression suddenly changed, seemingly speculating the identity of the old man. Is he Master Rashi's Master Mateto? Yes, only Master Mateto could possess such skills on Earth. He probably did not give up on training when in Underworld. Shaya was sure. If a person can achieve great merit before death, then he will have the chance to get a physical body for training after death. But this is, after all, just for minority. According to Master Mateto's current situation, Shaya determined that he has a physical body. Master Mateto, this time it was Master Mateto's turn to be startled. He did not expect that someone could still remember his name. He was somewhat surprised. Little friend, you know my name? Shaya did not answer. He only laughed and pointed his finger at the sky. As for whether in the end it was referring to heaven or outer space would depend on the other party's guess. Sure enough, Master Mateto readily took the hint and nodded his head, mistakenly believing that the two of them came down from heaven. If they have come from Lookout, then it is not strange to know his name, as they may have heard about it from Kami. Looking at the two youngsters in front of him, Master Mateto could not help but sigh. I couldn't imagine that there are actually such outstanding individuals in this generation who have been trained on Lookout. It seems Earth's martial arts have not worsened. Master Mateto knew perfectly well that the legendary Kami living above the Corinne Tower was a very mysterious existence. When he had climbed Corinne Tower 300 years ago to create evil containment way for defeating King Piccolo, he had once heard Corinne mentioning that there are higher gods living on lookout above Corinne Tower. At that time, Master Mateto had believed Kami to be a very strong existence in his heart, unaware that he has already surpassed Kami by many times over. Seeing Master Mateto misunderstanding their origin, Shaya laughed and did not explain, and thus afterward exchanged few words with Master Mateto, and then both bid farewell to each other. As both of them were shrewd martial artists, just by feeling each other's ki, they had roughly probed each other. Due to his strength vastly surpassing Master Mateto, Shaya was only slightly surprised at the other side's strength and had no desire to fight. And as for Master Mateto, he has already experienced countless fights and wars, so he does not want to raise his hands. Besides, today was his last day in existence, and knowing that there are still such experts on Earth was sufficient for him. Seeing Master Mateto leave, Schilling took out some snacks from her backpack and said while eating, "That old man is really weird. His body's ki is so much stronger than other Earthlings. But why does he have a strange halo on his head?" Shaya glanced at her and explained, "It's because he is not a living person. He is someone from 300 years ago and had bumped into us today when he just returned to this world." "Hey, you mean that old man had come from Underworld?" Schilling forgot to eat snacks as her mouth was open from surprise. "You think he is on holiday?" "That old man is called Master Mateto and was one of the greatest martial artists who saved Earth 300 years ago. You would think he trained all those years in Underworld. How could he have become weak?" Shaya smiled and looked at Schilling, and then explained to her how the souls of mortals after death have to be judged by King of Hell, so as to enter the Underworld. In particular, the standard of good people to heaven, evil people to hell, is explained in more detail. Death is not regarded as an end for people after death, and the soul also has to pass the judgment of the King of Hell. Then, what happens to us Scions after we die? Hell? In all likelihood. Shaya shrugged. Scions, while working for Frisia, has burned, looted, and committed a fair amount of crimes. According to the rules of Underworld, all such people will go down to hell after their death. Schilling couldn't help but look up, a surprised look on her face, but thinking of Scion's conduct. If the soul really goes through judgment, I am afraid all will go down to hell. So if you do not want to go down to hell in future, you will have to either good and evil or be fair and reincarnate. Or you have to ensure that you will never die, so will not be judged by King of Hell, Shaya said very humorously. I cannot do too many bad things in future. Schilling mused briefly. Less killing of innocent in the future is for her own consideration, which will only make her feel suffocation and itchy. And as for what Shaya said about to never die, she just treated it as a joke and forgot it. She was just puzzled why Shaya seems to know everything. He is obviously just like her child. Regarding Schilling's doubts, Shaya could not provide too many explanations, as he could not let others know that he has come from another world. At least until he has enough power, he cannot reveal it. So he changed the topic. "Oh, by the way, it has been more than half a year when we arrived on Earth, and all that has to be done has been done, and our purpose has also been achieved. So, it is now time to return to planet Vegeta. Are we going back?" Schilling was a bit excited. After leaving planet Vegeta for so many years, she was already impatient to go back. Sure enough, as soon as this topic was brought out, Schilling's attention was immediately diverted. Shaya secretly sighed and thought, in the future cannot again show off as if he knows everything, otherwise she will be suspicions. "Yeah, it's been years that we left, it's time to go back. But remember to hide your battle power once we get back to planet Vegeta, and don't attract anyone's attention," Shaya said. Schilling nodded. She was not that ignorant little girl like before. After following Shaya around for so long, she was imperceptibly influenced by him. The saying that the highest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind, she naturally understands. It's just that she felt reluctant to leave Earth for a moment. Of course, She felt reluctant because she would not be able to eat the different kinds of delicious food from the earth. And as for the rest, she couldn't care less. Then she moved closer to Shaya and put one of her hand on his shoulder. Shaya also put his hand around her slender waist. The feeling of young girl's body came from his palm, and a lily-flavored smell tickled his nose. He held his breath and concentrated, activating his space superpower. After a moment, an indistinct brilliance shone in their former place while the two people have already disappeared from the Earth. Unlike the difficult situation he was in when they came to Earth 6 months ago, Shaya was much more relaxed this time around and had become much more proficient in using instant transmission. With huge energy support, activating instant transmission was no longer so difficult. He jumped back and forth from one planet to another, and half an hour later, they appeared on the distant planet Selma. Back to the familiar planet Selma, Shaya took a deep breath. Although instant transmission superpower is convenient, it consumes much more energy than planet Yardrat's instant transmission and is not even comparable with Kibito's. Shaya inwardly pondered. When he uses instant transmission superpower, he not only has to know the location of the target area ahead of time, but also has to consume a lot of extra energy for spatial transmission, falling behind planet Yardrat's method of locking onto the target aura. Of course, when his strength reaches a certain level, it will exceed planet Yardrat's. Maybe after merging with Yardrat's instant transmission in the future, their combination may reach Kibito's instant transmission. Shilling, let's first go and take the spacecrafts out. Shilling nodded. Shaya took her by teleporting back to where they had landed. The small mountain valley was still familiar, but the vegetation here was denser than when they had left. Maybe before long, it would be restored to the lush forest from before. Returning to the valley after more than half a year, Shaya couldn't help but lament that although they had only left for half a year, if the time inside the hyperbolic time chamber was also calculated, then a year and a half had already passed. As for his strength, it has been more than 2,000 battle power when he left planet Selma, which is approaching 13,000 battle power now, multiplied by several times. Opening the cave entrance, Shaya moved out the two huge spherical spacecrafts from the cave and pushed a button on top, opening the aircraft's door. The Scion spacecraft quality was indeed good. Even after so many years, its interiors was the same as new. He changed the returning route inside the spacecraft to planet Vegeta. The spacecraft's alarm beep beep resounded, and the machine began the self-analysis. Shilling, adjust your body's key to 850 battle power, and when we reach planet Vegeta, then again change it to more than 900. Shaya exhorted. Okay. Shilling nodded seriously. Nowadays, controlling her battle power's value was too easy for her, very quickly restraining her body's key to around 850 battle power. Shaya, seeing her actions, couldn't help but nod, and then he also adjusted his battle power. Currently, their age was 8, and when they reach planet Vegeta, it will almost be 9 years old. At that time, their battle power will reach 900 due to their latent talent of a mid-level warrior. Although it is also very outstanding, at least it will not attract others' undue attention. Well, let's return now. See you on planet Vegeta. The two separately entered their spacecraft. Since these spacecraft were commonly used vehicles of each Scion, so even adults will not feel crowded sitting inside. Pressing the button on the spacecraft, its door slowly closed. Soon after, the spacecraft slightly trembled, and a huge force suddenly ejected down, and the spacecraft immediately flew out of planet Selma's atmosphere. Looking at the reddish-black planet receding farther and farther away, Shaya slowly closed his eyes and entered hibernation. He would not wake up until he reached planet Vegeta. 7 months later, surrounded by a vast expanse of darkness, the group of stars radiated a dazzling weak white light. They shone like tiny diamonds adorning a black plate, showing a touch of perennial beauty. In a huge galaxy, a big dark red planet slowly moved in orbit. This dark red planet is planet Vegeta, which was formerly known as Planet Plant, a planet Science snatched from the Tuffles, and now renamed to Planet Vegeta, which has now become Scion's famous headquarters in the universe. Planet Vegeta's spaceport was busy as ever. One by one, sphere-shaped spacecraft continuously took off or descended from the spaceport. Suddenly, two spacecraft rapidly passed through the dark red atmosphere and landed on the spaceport, where under the control of pilot the spaceships precisely landed on the landing site, and then the cabin door opened from which two figures exited. After years, Shaya and Shilling have finally returned to planet Vegeta. At this time, the spaceport was bustling with life, people coming and going. Apart from Scions, who were returning or going for expeditions, or who were waiting to carry out missions, many strange long-nosed, big-eyed aliens were still in the crowd. Most of these aliens were slaves captured like the Dadass Star people, and others were subordinates sent by Frisia from the headquarters planet to assist Scion in day-to-day management. After all, Scion's scientific and technological knowledge is not high. Apart from fighting, they have not mastered any advanced science and technology. Just like uncivilized people in front of inventions of an advanced civilization, they still need alien specialists to operate many types of high-tech equipment. Of course, how many of these aliens were sent by Frisia to monitor Scions? Who knows? Shaya, I just used the communicator to contact my parents. They are waiting for us at home. On the side of the platform of the spaceport, Shilling pressed down the button of the energy detector on her ear, her cheeks rosy with excitement. In addition to detecting the energy strength of living beings, this machine also works as a communicator. Okay, let's go back immediately. Shaya looked at her and chuckled, realizing that Shilling was very excited in her heart as she was about to see her parents. Actually, he was also feeling excited in his heart. Quietly counting, it's been more than 5 years since they left planet Vegeta. Although 1.5 years has been spent in interstellar flight, they have not seen Aunt Rebecca and Uncle Adri for more than 5 years. After which they crossed the platform and walked outside the spaceport. Shilling's home is located in the bustling area of planet Vegeta, belonging to the upper-class residential area, which was only a short distance from the Imperial City. However, it takes some time to reach Shilling's home from the spaceport. As they have to hide their battle power, they could use their full strength to fly, nor could they hurry over by using instant transmission. Using a normal flight speed, they traveled across most of the city and then landed in a bustling residential area. Traveling on the grassy road of the residential area, twisting green ivies, swaying trees, and smelling the faint fragrance floating in the air, one by one, the familiar scenery from childhood flashed across his mind. In an instant, they arrived in front of a lone double-story house, which is Shilling's home. Compared to the few other surrounding houses, Shilling's home was much bigger. Knock, 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 knocking on the door a few times. Click. The electronic dashboard quickly made a sound. The door opened, and when Shaya could not react, someone quickly rushed out from inside and tightly held him in a hug. Shilling, Shaya, you are finally back. Let mother look. You both have grown so big. Mom has missed you so much. Rebecca does not seem to be good with words, but her two arms clearly expressed her emotions. As a fighting race, the strength of female scions was not worse than that of men, and it was even more valiant when they were mad. Especially Rebecca, such a high-level warrior, who was the former member of Adri's team. Although in recent years she has not gone out to perform any mission, her powerful strength could not be underestimated. Being hugged by Rebecca was like bound by countless tenacious ropes. Both Shaya and Shilling were stiff and unable to move. Of course, they could easily break free using their current strength, but they did not intend to do so. Kiki, Aunt Rebecca, let us go, your hug will suffocate us. Shaya rolled his eyes and said, somewhat helpless, yeah, Mom, quickly let us go. Oh, yes, look at me come. Let's come in and talk. Rebecca reacted and removed her hand, somewhat embarrassed, and quickly urged them to come inside the house. After entering the house, Rebecca began to inquire about their well-being and ask questions about their life in recent years. Shilling recounted to her while making exaggerated sounds and actions whenever she mentioned any critical situations they had faced, and though these actions seemed clumsy and ridiculous to Shaya, Rebecca would still make shouts of surprise from time to time. Although her daughter's descriptions were lacking in words and were not at all vivid, she still listened attentively. Shaya stayed on the side, listening seriously, with a calm expression on his face and a faint smile hanging on his lips. Schilling's description has left out things about going to Earth for training. They had a prior discussion about it. After all, they had left planet Vegeta for many years and were not clear about the situation here. After they clearly understand the current situation here, it will not be too late then to tell them about it. Mom, do you know planet Selma has a moon? One day, a full moon had appeared at night, pushing its way out of clouds. And when I had gone out, I saw the full moon and transformed into a great ape. Ah, you didn't lose your rationality, right? Haha, I did lose my rationality. Schilling spread out her hands in front and said with an innocent face. But fortunately Shia reacted on time, cutting off his tail first, and then had cut my tail too. However, he was still seriously injured. I heard from him that my battle power had increased by 10 times at that time. Schilling laughed and continued to speak about the situation at that time. If Shaya was not decisive enough at that time, then it could have been disastrous. Rebecca hugged Schilling and used her hand to incessantly rub and pinch her cheeks, causing Schilling to whimper while struggling unceasingly. Lilia, it must have been difficult to fight after Schilling transformed. Rebecca let go of Schilling, turned her attention to him, and asked. Shaya couldn't help but nod while sighing. He still has lingering fears in his heart, recalling his situation at that time. Yes, that fight was the most difficult one I had faced after arriving at Planet Selma. If it were not that I was able to seize an opportunity at the last minute, the consequences would have been disastrous. But even then, I was still injured and had to rest for a few months. Rebecca nodded, deeply believing so. Scion's great ape transformation is a double-edged sword. When confronting an enemy, it is no doubt convenient to use, but is also easy to accidentally injure your comrades. Therefore, when attacking a high-level planet, the squads are often led by a high-level warrior. So in Crisis, the high-level warrior can transform into Great Ape to attack enemies. At that time, low-level warriors and mid-level warriors have to withdraw. Otherwise, they will only become cannon fodder. Oh, by the way, is Uncle Adri not at home? Having returned to the home for so long and not seeing Adri, Shaya asked, somewhat confused. Oh, he still has something to do in the training center. We'll be back in a while, Rebecca said. Shaya nodded understandingly. Since the disbandment of Adri's team, he has been working as an instructor in the training center and was mainly responsible for training children of high-level warrior latent talent. And he will also often go out with those children to perform some simple mission. Of course, the mission is performed by those Scion children only. Adri is just responsible for properly watching over them. It can be seen from this the difference between Scion's treatment of mid-level warrior and high-level warrior. Shaya and his batch had stayed in the training camp for 3 years and were also given mission to perform, but the treatment was not so good. They chatted for a while, and then Rebecca started preparing dinner, while Adri had also returned by then after finishing his work. Seeing his daughter and nephew after so many years, Adri's slightly conspicuous dark-skinned face revealed a smile and walked forward before looking at the two of them affectionately. Ha ha ha! I had not seen you two little guys for quite a while, and you have both grew up strong. And little Xiaoya has started looking more and more like his father. Father! Schilling cried happily. Uncle Adri! Haha, it's good that you're finally back safely. Adri laughed heartily while loudly shouting. He knew that Planet Selma's mission could not be simple. It was easy to run into dangerous situations. Initially, he had thought that they would take longer to finish the mission, but they came back after only short 5 years. Adri was feeling very happy as both had returned safely. It could only mean that they passed the test. A Scion's first mission is extremely crucial and can be said to have a direct impact on future growth. It is the first step in a step-by-step career. In his time, hasn't he also completed his mission outstandingly and then step-by-step became captain of his team? He patted Shaya on his shoulders, reached out, and took out a simple energy detector from his pocket before putting on his ear, saying, "Come, let me see how much your battle power has increased." Adri said with a smile and pressed down on the detector's switch. With a beep sound, the data appeared. 962. 987. Looking at the data displayed on the detector, Adri froze for a moment and then laughed heartily. Oh, incredible. Your battle power is quite high. But this kind of battle power is not much to flaunt in front of a high-level warrior. Not bad. Not bad. Maybe we'll have 2 more incredible warriors in our home in future. Although he had guessed that Xiaya and Shiling's battle power would definitely not be small when they had safely returned to planet Vegeta after finishing the mission, Adri was still pleasantly surprised after actually measuring their exact battle power with a detector. It must be known that his daughter and nephew were still not 9 years old, but their battle power has already reached near 1,000. In future, they would certainly become great warriors with unlimited prospects. Hey, we were only focused on talking that I have already started feeling hungry. Eating one's fill is a must for a combat Sayana. Rebecca quickly served the food, Adri said while informing everyone to eat as the head of the family. The Scions fighting on the dining table is extremely fierce. Dinner time, for Scions in order to get food, repeatedly held out their hand, immediately staging a fierce battle. Ding ding dong dong. Dinner plates issued sounds of a collision, while a table worth of food quickly disappeared visible to the naked eye. This scene could simply cause someone's expression to change. Since the speed of their battle was very fast, it created several faint shadows. If you let Earth's martial artists see this scene, they will certainly sigh, feeling it to be a type of training. The amount of food a Scion family consumes per day is staggering. If there was no dedicated food supply system, then without food, the whole planet Vegeta would quickly fall into chaos. Therefore, planet Vegeta has specialized aliens in charge of supplying food. After dinner hall, the family of 4 were sitting on a sofa in the hall. Adri held a flat data receiver and was reading the daily news while planning the training schedule of the training camp, and also listening to Shilling chattering about her glorious achievements. Rebecca was sitting on the side, quietly listening, and from time to time will tell Xiaya about Planet Vegeta's news. Xiaya was listening especially seriously as he has to understand exactly what was the current situation of Planet Vegeta like, which would make it convenient for him to better plan. Under his deliberate, indirect inquiries, Adri and Rebecca told him and Shilling about what happened on Planet Vegeta over these years. From Adri's description, Xiaya learned that the overall changes on Planet Vegeta were not much. It was still helping Frieza with conquering planet business and has not stopped their evil deeds, still making the target planets jittery and scared. Of course, there were still some major events which happened on Planet Vegeta in recent years, such as King Vegeta's son, first Scion Prince, Vegeta, was born more than a year ago. Although it was not surprising, Xiaya's expression still became serious as he knew that after Vegeta was born, date of Planet Vegeta's destruction by Frieza will be near. Adri's voice was laced with envy when listening to him speak that when Vegeta was born, the detector had shown his battle power to be astonishing 280, which is the extremely rare high talent of a high-level warrior. For this reason, King Vegeta happily named his son after Planet Vegeta and had given a banquet in the Imperial Palace to celebrate Vegeta's birth. Moreover, in only 1 year, Vegeta's battle power has grown at an alarming rate, reaching 420. This was a rare genius in Scion's history. Prince Vegeta is a rarely seen super genius, and perhaps he will only take few years to achieve 1,000 power. Adri said, somewhat moved, as he had never seen a Scion with such a good latent talent. Moreover, the Prince Scion will be regarded as darling of King Vegeta, as it is obvious that he will be his successor. Having said that, Adri glanced at his daughter and nephew, both of whom were, although outstanding, were still lacking compared to King Vegeta's son. Xiaya and Shilling have reached near 1,000 battle power at the age of 9, which King Vegeta's son may reach at the age of 5 or 6. 3 years difference in future will be like the difference between heaven and earth. Despite sighing, Adri still had a smile on his face. At least compared to the same generation Scions, they were still very outstanding. How could he compare his children to the prince, his royal highness? Their levels are fundamentally different. At least, he is grateful to heavens that Xiaya and Xiling would surpass him and reach 10,000 battle power in the future. At the moment, Adri had no idea that, in fact, Xiaya and Xiling's strength was far beyond his imagination, and it is destined that the ultimate goal he has planned for his children will be his own goal. If you tell this to him now, who knows what expression he would have? Vegeta, huh? After listening to Adri's sighing with emotion, Xiao's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Vegeta's birth means that planet Vegeta was not far off from being destroyed by Frieza. It might be in 2 or 3 years. He recalled that in the original, Vegeta was about 5 or 6 years old when planet Vegeta was destroyed, maybe 5 years old. And following this, Xiao also has to pay attention to the Bardock family situation. Based on his speculation, at this time, Son Goku's brother Raditz should have also been born. The day Son Goku was born was the day Frieza had attacked planet Vegeta. But what made Xiao feel a headache is that Bardock's house is not in the area where he is living, which means he would not be able to know the Bardock family situation for a while. This is a bit problematic, ah? And Vegeta is indeed one of the best genius among Saiyans. His battle power is already so high at birth, which should be able to break through 500 points in a couple of months. TSK. Only 2+ years, and his battle power has already reached 500. If it keeps developing at this pace, then perhaps before the destruction of planet Vegeta, it would reach 1,000 battle power. It is no wonder that he will be taken hostage by Frieza for researching about Super Saiyan. Xiao silently calculated. If the plot keeps developing as it is, then Vegeta's power will certainly break through 10,000 battle power when he reaches adulthood, which is not much different from the original. In other words, he has not caused any butterfly effect, which will cause the plot to change. Of course, it is also natural. After all, his family background is insignificant in the Saiyan community, and not to mention he had left planet Vegeta when he was very young, which made him have a very little impact on the plot. Regarding his training, Xiao was somewhat emotional. Vegeta has a much higher starting point than him, but it barely made any difference as both of them had reached 1,000 battle power. Xiao breakthrough to 1,000 battle power by the age of 5. And in the original work, Vegeta too was capable of defeating Cybermen at this age. Both of them's breakthrough time is almost the same, but in fact, Xiao should be in the lead as he trained up from less than 100 battle power. But then the gap between them clearly increased, as Xiao was able to go to Earth and had gone through training in the hyperbolic time chamber, making his battle power broke to 10,000 points much earlier, which Vegeta will only have after adulthood. If instead of choosing to go to Earth, we had directly returned to planet Vegeta, then I'm afraid we would have already come under the scrutiny of King Vegeta. Xia inwardly pondered in his heart, but was feeling pleased with himself for his foresight. Life is not about assumptions. So now even if King Vegeta want to deal with him and get rid of him to maintain his reign, he has no such capability now. Oh, Uncle Adri, what do you think about Frieza's attitude towards Saiyans? Xiao intentionally asked. Adri did not expect Xiao to ask such a question and glanced at him in surprise. After contemplating for a moment, he slightly wrinkled his brows and said, King Frieza is the absolute emperor of universe and has always been working favorably with us Saiyans, but his attitude towards us is of indifference and even somewhat loathe us. Adri is a rational person. The reason Saiyan has been able to work with Frieza is because each has what one requires. Saiyan is a warlike race and needs Frieza's all kinds of network, and Frieza regards Saiyan's battle lust as important and to use them as a tool. As for how much affection both sides have, it is certainly debatable. Adri had long ago seen Frieza's nature, and also know that in his eyes Saiyans are only insignificant lackeys, nothing more. Only he couldn't have imagined that Frieza's attitude toward Saiyan is not merely of loathing, but is a kind of crazy and viciousness, even desperate to personally destroy it. But what worries me most is that King Vegeta is also dissatisfied with Frieza's control. I'm afraid that King Vegeta will eventually lead Saiyan to revolt. Adri suddenly stopped after saying this, as the topic was no longer suitable to continue. Surprised, Shaya looked at Uncle Adri. He did not expect this rough-looking burly fellow to be able to analyze everything so deeply and see the essence of the problem. This talent is rare in a scion. What would happen if King Vegeta really revolted? Rebecca asked somewhat worriedly. Could scions really obtain final victory against the de facto emperor of the universe using their strength? A victory would be good, but if they failed, will scions still have the room to live? If we cannot defeat, we can just run away. Shilling said indifferently. What nonsense are you saying? How can Scion flee without fighting? Are we still Scion? Adri scowled and berated. However, Shaya felt that Shilling was correct. Where there's life, there's hope. He should give Adri and Rebecca a wake-up call so as to make it easy for him to act in future. So he thought for a moment and said, but I heard that Frisia actually have malicious intentions towards Scion and has been keeping watch on us because he fears that the legendary Super Scion will appear among Scions, which could threaten his rule. Legendary Super Scion. Hee, that's just a legend. Adri laughed and shook his head in disbelief. Although such a rumor has been circulating among Scions, no one has seen a Super Scion before. And as time passed, no one believed in such a legend anymore. But you're right, Scion cannot coexist with Frisia after all. King Vegeta should have prepared a long time ago, Adri murmured. Unfortunately, they don't know Frisia's true strength, and that the revolt would eventually fail. And the result of the defeat was the destruction of planet Vegeta. Many thoughts flashed past Shaya's mind. Next day, the sun was shining brightly. After a comfortable sleep in his bed, Shaya got up early and started training in the backyard. Although this low-intensity training is certainly not of any help to him, he still habitually carried out every movement in a meticulous manner. Shilling also joined him then, and the two of them familiarly trained together. Strong whirlwind blowing in the backyard, the surrounding vegetation lightly swaying. After some time, the sun climbed high, and the two stopped their movements while standing still, calmly breathing deeply. Their faces were not red and gasping, as if not have done any strenuous exercise. Just now, those movements were not even considered as a warm-up exercise. Rebecca was in the house preparing breakfast. A delicious fragrance wafted over. Shiling's eyes couldn't help but shine after smelling the fragrance. She ditched Shaya alone and run away to the kitchen. Really greedy cat. Softly whispered Shaya, who after Shilling left was sitting alone on the side of the stone bench in the backyard, training with his eyes closed. Ding dong. A series of bell-ringing sound came. Hey, you, I'm asking you. Is Master Adri at home? A proud voice sounded. Shaya opened his eyes, his pupils flashing with a bright light, and what appeared in front of him was a young figure dressed in a small combat suit. Hey, I am asking you. Can't you hear me? That figure was a little impatient, shouting in a sharp voice. You should be polite when asking. I'm not going to answer someone with that kind of attitude, Shaya said, and closed his eyes, not answering and ignoring the opposite figure. You, flustered, the person coldly snorted and said with a proudful face, Humph, I know, you are that mid-level warrior living in Master Adri's house. I am telling you, I am a high-level warrior, you cannot offend me. If it was not because of you, then Master Adri would have already brought me out today to execute the task. So, she's one of the Scion brat led by Uncle Adri. Shaya looked at the person opposite him, a young little girl, probably 2 years old. Her long hair was messily tied and draped over her back, and her exquisite little face had an arrogant look while contemptuously looking at him. Scions have a child of high-level warrior potential? Precocious as usual, ah. He shook his head and said, not interested in the stubborn little girl. Uncle Adri is in the house. You can go look for him yourself. Umph. The little girl coldly snorted and raised her arrogant face to the sky, and then, without looking at him, passed through his side, not paying him any attention. Dumbstruck, Shaya looked at her leaving figure with his mouth open and clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat funny, and said, Which family child is this? So conceited. He once again sat down in the courtyard for some time, and got up and went inside the house when the sun caused him to feel hot and dry. Inside the kitchen, Rebecca had prepared a table of sumptuous breakfast, and Shilling, sitting at the dining table, had a bowl and chopsticks in her hand, happily devouring her food. Seeing Shaya coming inside, she raised her head to look at him and again preoccupied herself in devouring her food. Soon the huge food mountain was finished. "Where's Uncle Adri? Why haven't he come out yet?" Finding his seat and sitting down, Shaya conveniently picked up a piece of roast meat and carelessly asked. Rebecca walked over with a plate of food in her hand and said, "His student came looking for him as his previously scheduled mission was postponed for a few days, so he is now scheduling the future mission for his student." Student. Shaya remembered the arrogant little girl from just now. Rebecca should be referring to her, since he and Shilling had returned to Planet Vegeta after finishing Planet Selma's mission. Adri postponed his training program for a few days to spend time with his children at home. That self-opinionated fellow, she is father's student? She is nothing special. What does she have that she is so arrogant? Shilling finished eating her breakfast and wiped off the oil stains from her mouth with a napkin, her eyes full of disdain. Obviously, she saw the little girl and didn't like her much. She's also an arrogant person, but doesn't like to show in front of people. That's all. However, the arrogance deep in her bones will not let her tolerate someone using this kind of attitude in front of her, especially since that person's strength was nothing compared to her. Honestly, depending on her current strength, only she could look at others contemptuously. How can others look at her like this? The little girl's expression had obviously provoked her displeasure. Ha ha ha. That kid Myers is a genius. When she was born, her battle power already exceeded the same age people by a lot, and her training evaluation was only inferior to King Vegeta's child. She is definitely a first-class genius, and what was rare is that she is also especially serious in training. Adri is very satisfied with his student. Although her personality is a little bit arrogant, she is actually a good person. Rebecca said, smiling happily. The strong have the privilege and are naturally superior to weaklings. Rebecca firmly believes this point, and to her, Myers' attitude towards people is entirely normal. Myers, Shea softly repeated a few times. The name is quite pleasant to ears. After hearing Rebecca's description, Shea gradually learned about the little girl named Myers and understood that she was also a gifted individual. As long as she does not die midway, her future achievements might not have been small, only she was not born at right time. As Planet Vegeta was doomed to destruction, and nothing could have been done to keep her from dying. Genius, only when they become strong, will be remembered, be praised by people. After repeating it several times, he continued to eat breakfast and threw this name to the back of his mind, which will probably disappear in this era. After some time, Myers walked out of Adri's room, and when she passed by Shea's side, her pair of dark eyes fiercely stared at him before unwillingly leaving. What happened? I didn't provoke her, right? Shea rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. What's with her? She doesn't have any manners at all. Shilling huffed somewhat angrily. Ha ha ha. You can't blame her. The child is angry at me for delaying her training program and is awkwardly venting her feelings. Adri, with a smile on his face, came over and sat in front of the dining table. It could be seen that right now his mood was very good. Have two intelligent, extraordinary children, also have a gifted, outstanding student. His personal strength was also not bad. Adri has nothing to be depressed about. Doesn't matter. She cannot throw temper tantrum in front of me. Shilling hit the table while in a bad mood. It resulted in the whole family bursting into laughter. This kind of warm scene among scions is very rare. After finishing breakfast, Shilling helped Rebecca to clean the bowls and chopsticks in kitchen, but for Shaya, it seemed he would have just been a hindrance. In the living room, Adri, sitting on the sofa with his legs raised and a cup of hot drink in his hand, said with a smile, Shaya, you haven't been on Planet Vegeta for many years, and it just happens that my training mission was pushed back for 2 days. How about I take you to the nearby city area for a stroll, as you will not have much time after when the new mission arrives. Nodding to show his consent, Shaya asked, Uncle Adri, do you know what our next mission is? Adri thought for a second and said, Usually, The first mission will be followed by some scattered extermination mission, and according to circumstances, they can also give you few additional scions, so as to form a new mission team. And depending on your achievements, you would be able to directly become the captain of the team. Oh, by the way, have you submitted your previous mission? And if not, then go to the administration office after some time to submit it. Not yet. Shaya shook his head. They had come back home as soon as they returned to planet Vegeta and did not go to administration office to submit the mission. Scion's mission mechanism has been in operation for so many years and has a sound management system. Even the spacecraft that was left at the spaceport will be handled by a specialist alien, and they wouldn't have to be worried about anything. Adri nodded and said, Scion's first mission is the best trial to judge people. Many low-level and mid-level warrior will never come back from the first mission, as it is also called the survival mission, which is similar to the trial by blood, and only the scions who have passed their first survival mission could be called warriors. And for those scions with high-level warrior latent talent, this blood tempering is absolutely necessary, as whoever survives this can withdraw from the front lines to be an instructor and guide survival missions. While talking, Adri's voice was full and indifferent aura. Shaya listened attentively. From Adri's description, Shaya even more intuitively understood the cruelty among scions. They follow the law of jungle, and this point of view was implanted deep into their bones. Before Adri's squad was annihilated, Adri and Rebecca had also followed this rule, and their indifference only melted a little after Adri's squad was annihilated, especially after Shieling and Shaya joined the family. Planet Vegeta, located in the southern domain of the north area of Milky Way, formerly known as Planet Plant, and later renamed to Planet Tuffles, and then again renamed to Planet Vegeta after it was seized by scions, was a dark red giant rocky planet. Planet Vegeta was divided into several layers, and the most prosperous one was undoubtedly the layer where Imperial City was. Scion could be counted as a small race with all local scions, and the scions going out for mission totaled to less than 1 million. Shaya and his family lived in the famous bustling area of City District with many scions living here. For the next few days, Adri accompanied Shaya and Shieling in strolling through the various parts of the City District, which he only remembered visiting in childhood, and several years had passed when he last visited it. Blue sea, blue sky. You can listen to the crashing sound of seawater. The bright sunshine sprinkled on the body after passing through the dark red atmosphere, making Shaya feel scorching hot, while his feet stepped on colorful sand shells, making rustling sounds which gave him a smooth and prickling sensation, causing his weariness to temporarily be replaced with a rare, comfortable feeling. This is a remote beach located in the south of the city. Due to it being remote and isolated, the flow of people here was not much and was surrounded by well-preserved original natural scenery. On this day, Shaya went to the nearby Mission Administration Office to submit their planet Selma's mission. It was a 3-story tall hemispherical building, whose whole structure was supported by 12 white stone pillars like 12 strong men. In between every 2 stone pillar was a glass door, and these 12 doors successively surrounded the whole building in a circle, and through their white shiny glass, you could see the bustling scene inside. Since there were not much scions, and there being several mission administration office, Shaya had arrived with only a small line ahead, and after a little, while their turn came. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the board was heard. No need to knock. I can see you. The alien who was in charge of registration work impatiently stretched out its head. Its green eyes, resembling 2 gems, were glimmering with a glaring halo. It was a pterodactyl-looking, long-mouthed alien who had green eyeballs with no white in its eyes, and 6 slender arms as upper limbs. The arms were extremely flexible, as if they had no bones. Its head did not turn around and continued to work behind the high-tech equipment. Its movements like floating clouds and flowing water caused others to be dazzled and not appeared even a little bit messy. The alien at the Mission Management Office was from planet Gedo, who was sent from Frisia's headquarters. Their expertise was in operating all kinds of high-tech equipment, and they were from an advanced technological civilization. But because of its terrible personality and vulgarly speaking, science on planet Vegeta was not fond of them. Hello. I am here to submit mission report. Name, mission number? The long-mouthed Jetonian made inquiry in a buzzing voice. The jarring sound was extremely offensive, just like the sound made when a rooster's neck was being choked. The Jetonian's attitude was not good, and its tone was very rigid, as if despising them. Shaya frowned, but still truthfully said, Executor, Shaya, Shieling, mission number XL85661, Planet Selma Extermination Mission. Upon hearing Shaya's reply, its 6 arms quickly typed on the machine, and soon Shaya's mission list appeared from the database. Looking at the detailed mission information displayed on the screen, the Jetonian laughed mockingly. Kakik, it's actually over-limit extermination mission. I couldn't tell that you were this amazing. Z's, actually able to survive and return after completing the mission. Oh well, Scion Brat, your mission registration is complete. Next someone will go and verify it. Oh yeah, remember to pick up your new mission record after 5 days. If you missed it, then you could only think yourself to be unlucky. The Jetonian waved its tentacles and spoke in a high and mighty manner, making others uncomfortable. This guy, how can you talk like this? The Jetonian's attitude turned Shieling angry. Her face immediately sank and questioned icily, while her eyes flashed with coldness, and a vigorous killing intent spread out from her heart. The temperature in the entire hall plunged down by several degrees. Shieling, don't make trouble. A warm little hand covered her head, causing her killing intent to recede. What? Shieling looked at Shaya in surprise, but seeing him shaking his head, she unwillingly restrained her anger. Big damn Scion monkey. The Jetonian had grim countenance while cursing inside his heart, but it didn't dare let out the curses. The Jetonian aliens in the administration office naturally had much more confidence than those aliens captured by Scion, as behind them was the mighty King Frisia, who had sent them to planet Vegeta for daily management. Compared to the self-opinionated Scions, they thought themselves to be King Frisia's direct subordinates, such that in their heart, these Scions were only considered as leaders of not yet transformed savage monkeys, and could at most serve as hired thugs. That's all. In King Frisia's heart, Scion's place could nowhere be high like them. Only, while confronting an angry Scion, that alien could only give in. After all, in front of an angry Scion, its little bit's strength was basically insufficient. Even if it was killed, its death would have been in vain, as King Frisia would likely not punish Scions for its sake. Let's go, we'll be back in 5 days, Shaya said, and walked out of the mission administration office. Snort. Shieling coldly snorted and turned her head to hatefully glare at that Jetonian, then also went out. Its back damp. The Jetonian alien was relieved after the imposing momentum shrouding its body disappeared and cursed. Damn Scion monkey. Sooner or later, King Frisia will take care of you. Snort, for the time being, I will put down this matter, and in future will certainly collect both the principal and interest. Hung, just you wait. Remembering King Frieza's fearful invincible strength, the Jetonian felt a little bit pleased in its heart, as if could already see those uncivilized Scions dying tragically under King Frisia's terrifying strength. After getting out of the administration office, Shaya was worry-free about the mission. Although these Jetonian were arrogant and despised Scions, they didn't dare to blatantly not do the task arranged by Frisia. Administration office staff will personally go and verify the completed mission. Crystal clear sea water splashed on the beach. The sunlight sprinkled on the body was very warm, making one extremely comfortable. But Shaya's good mood was, however, destroyed. Shaya, why did you stop me just now? Those aliens' attitude was revolting. We should have killed them all. Shieling clenched her fist, feeling puzzled. Just now, if Shaya hadn't stopped her, she absolutely would have done just that. There are many aliens on planet Vegeta, but she has never seen such an annoying one. Shaya exhaled and said while changing his mood, It is not necessary. After all, they are only weaklings. The Jetonians despise Scions for being uncivilized, and he too despises them for being weak. When planet Vegeta is destroyed, they also shouldn't be able to escape. How? Is it disgusting to the attitude of Tajia Star? Shaya felt his shoulder patted, and when he turned back, he saw that Uncle Adri had come over. Adri smiled and said, "In fact, you don't have to pay attention to what the Tajia Star people said. The guy's mouths are always so stinky. If they are sent from the general headquarters of Flissa, they should rely on them for Scion. Unreasonable attitude. I don't know how many times I die on planet Vegeta. Hey, you can get less contact with still. Don't touch it well. Save your anger." Adri's words are full of disgust on the Tajia Star. It's just that the other side's background is Flisa. It controls the communication channel between planet Vegeta and Flisa planet. Many instructions need to be communicated through them, so Scion's attitude toward Tajia's arrogant man can only be ignored. However, this account has accumulated to a certain level. Sooner or later, it is necessary to liquidate. The Tajia Star people are so unaware that they are digging their graves for themselves, and Scion is still an arrogant attitude. You know the style of Tajia Star, and Shaya couldn't help but look up after listening to Uncle Adri. It's no wonder that when we submitted the task, we ran to swim, and we just didn't want to see them. Right. I will take Myers out to perform the task tomorrow. I am afraid that I will not be able to come back for a long period of time. If you have any problems with the task in the future, you can ask Rebecca. She used to perform many in the Adri team. A difficult task can give you a reference. Adri confessed meticulously. Oh, I see. Reassured, if you don't understand, we will ask Mom. In the face of Adri's embarrassment, Shaya and Shilling are naturally full of promises. In fact, when they're still young, Adri often leads the team to perform training tasks. They often go for months, and they're used to it. Which planet Adri is going to go this time? How long it will take, Shaya asked. Adri probably judged it and said, "This mission location is closer to planet Vegeta, just on the red rock planet next to it, and it will take about a month to go back and forth." 1 month time, it is quite fast. Shaya secretly pondered. The location of the red rock planet, distance planet Vegeta, is very close. The spaceships only need to fly for a few days to arrive. It is the latest life planet of distance planet Vegeta. This planet is naturally controlled by Scion, so Red Rock is also Scion, one of the few training bases used to train young Scion. Of course, these training bases are set for high-level warrior, and the low-level warrior and mid-level warrior of the ordinary will not be treated like this. Uncle Adri, I have something here for you. After a while, Shaya took out a brown bag from her arms and placed dozens of dry senzu beans in the bag in Adri's confused eyes. Shilling watched quietly, seeing Shaya taking out the senzu bean and loading it, immediately understood the meaning of Shaya, and the delicate little face burst into a fascinating smile. What is this thing? Took a look at the small bag. Adri asked some questions. At this time, Shilling has jumped out and urged Adri to quickly accept the senzu bean. She shouted, "Dad, you can get this thing quickly. The key time can be used to save lives." This time Adri is even more puzzled. He looks at these little flats that look dry and flat. Don't tell me. This little thing still can't be done, so that her daughter is so anxious to urge him to accept it? Shilling explained, "This thing is called senzu bean. No matter how badly injured, as long as there is still a breath, it can be restored to the peak form immediately after eating it. It is a good thing." Then she said the specific effects of the senzu bean again. There is still such a magical thing in this world. Adri was surprised when he listened. He watched the beans in his hands. He didn't doubt the authenticity in Shilling's words, but realized that these inconspicuous small beans contained behind them the meaning. As a senior Scion warrior, there are too many births and deaths. He is too aware of the value of a drug that can quickly recover from injury in the battlefield. It is worth more than one life. It is even more likely to dominate the whole battle. Immediately, you were taken care of and took the small bag of senzu beans and carefully collected them. Turn. Adri looked serious. "Senzu bean, this thing we know, then it will be all right. Don't let it go. Otherwise, it will bring endless trouble. The wealth is moving, not to mention the thing that can save lives in a critical moment. The secret knows the less people, the better, because it is really not to be leaked. In fact, I don't need Adri to say that Cheyenne knows this. He uses the senzu bean only for the sake of people around him. He is not prepared for a large-scale leak. After all, the senzu bean in his hand seems to be many, but is not used. His senzu beans use one less, which is to be carefully calculated. He will not be embarrassed to his loved ones, but other people will not have this way. Well, the senzu bean thing is only known to the three of us. I don't intend to disclose it. I just think that Scion is in a very dangerous situation. The practice of King Vegeta will only aggravate Frieza's loss of patience to us. I am afraid that when Scion, it's really dangerous. This is not the first time that Xiaya said that Frieza might be malicious to Scion. After listening to him, Adri couldn't help but be serious. He indulged a moment and said, if Frieza really intends to start with Scion, the strength of Scion must not be able to cope with it. It seems that we still need to find a way out. Right, those energy readings are actually equipped with eavesdropping devices. Obvious is not good for Scion. Shilling, who had been listening for a long time, jumped out and inserted it. The only thing about the readings is to find a cosmic person who knows a little about science and technology. Let them check it out. What do you say they installed a bug on the readings? Hearing that Frieza installed a bug on the energy readings used by Scion, Adri was not stupid and immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Frieza is doing this. Really don't believe Scion? Adri's face suddenly became gloomy, and the energy of his body burst out unconsciously, like a hurricane's center, rolling up layers of turbulence around it, and the calm sea level became choppy at times. A layer of smoldering waves hit the face, and long black hair danced in the wind. Xiao was surprised to watch this. From the aura that broke out from Adri, his battle force reached at least 8,000, which is already a very rare battle. For a long time, Adri sighed and dispersed the aura on his body, and everything was calm again, as if the scene was just a dream of golden millet. If Frieza really installed the eavesdropping device on our readings, then his hostility to our Scion is probably a long-standing one, and our every move is probably under his surveillance. Adri's facial expression is gloomy. After a few changes, Xiaya and Shilling wave their hands. Well, I know this thing. It's important that you two children should not join again. I will verify it with Rebecca. There was nothing in the way, and Adri's mind was on the future of Scion, but she didn't ask where the senzu bean from Xiaya came from. After returning home, Adri and Rebecca entered a room until the evening. When they came out, their faces were not very good, a worried look. The next day, the sky was still bright. Early in the morning, Adri had taken the student named Myers to take the spaceships and left Planet Vegeta to go to Red Rock to perform the training mission. Of course, his other purpose is to try to contact Scion, who is somewhat reassuring, to study the future of Scion. The first thing he thinks about is the comrades of the year. They must first figure out how powerful Frieza is in the end. If even the opponent's strength is not clearly defined, then stake all on one throw will be rebellious like King Vegeta, and the result must be very miserable. A war about survival must be carried out in the context of knowing oneself and knowing oneself. In this regard, Xiaya is actually able to help them, but he can't tell them directly. Scion's character is arrogant, sometimes a rib. If you tell them directly that Frieza's power is formidable to wave, you could be energy-destructive whole Scion, and it is better to prepare for retreat than a fight with him. Then these Scion will never believe or approve. Not to mention that Xiaya said that he did not know his source. Even if it was clear, they would take it for granted that Scion Warrior would only be killed in the battlefield, and there would be no retreat. Where there's life, there's hope. This advanced idea may only be true when they personally explore the answer and see the desperate power of Frieza, and then a little bit of it from Xiaya. The mountains and rivers in the distance are rolling and undulating. The sun sneaked out of his head, and the light shone through the thick water of the forest, reflecting the colorful colors in the middle of the road. Due to a light rain last night, the leaves were still stained with some small drops of water. The wind blew water from the leaves and immediately spattered with more subtle water vapor. The emerald green leaves, an enchanting stretch in the jungle. The flash of the atmosphere is full of life key. Shilling home, a hemispherical training field. It is the place that Scion usually uses for training. The length and width are more than 10 meters. The semi-arc wall is made of the most advanced alloy material. The upper side is coated with a special energy-absorbing paint. It can be used to absorb the 4 kinds of energy absorption during training. Excess energy, the whole training field looks silvery and modern, but it doesn't look dazzling at all. This is an unusual training room with no additional air, temperature, and gravity adjustments. This is true of the training field of the universe. They don't have the inherent set of circles, and they don't realize the small negligible. The importance of factors on the effects of training. At this time, on both sides of the arc-shaped training room, the biochemical robot for protection has been fully activated. The red eye has a shuddering scarlet light shining on it, and the 2 energy-emitting devices at the chest are full of energy, emitting a dull blue light. In the center of the training field, 2 small figures flew back and forth in the field, and they fought fiercely against each other. At the same time, they also evaded sudden attacks from biochemical robots. Their interaction was so fast that they continued to be around after image. Flashing, often in the blink of an eye, the 2 sides will fight for dozens of rounds. The biochemical robots operate according to certain rules. The secluded blue energy beam is emitted from the tubular launching device of the chest and is converged into a huge network in the middle and the cross, just like fishing to the 2 people in the center. The body paused slightly in midair. Moving clouds and flowing water changed the body's trajectory and almost avoided the energy at the angle of unfathomable. Shaya looked at the girl in front of her eyes, and her eyes filled with smiles. Shilling's exquisite face is a dignified look. Although it only depresses the minor after the key, the vision of Shaya still allows her to see a different martial artist, a sleek, grand, and magnificent aura. So, Shaya's figure disappeared from Shilling's face. Shilling's eyes continued to turn, and her eyes followed Shaya's figure. Hey! A fist suddenly appeared in Shilling's waist. Her eyes fluttered in the eyelids, and the body was slightly turned down, avoiding a punch in the waist. Strong wind struck on the ground and made a sound of 2-2-2. The slender body flashed, avoiding a series of offensives from the other side, and the offensive wave followed by waves, like a wolf, like a tiger, constantly roaring and groaning. Shilling a fall back, exiting tens of meters, then posture, a dive, rushing towards Shaya. Shaya blinked, and her eyes fixed on Shilling's movements. Hey! Shilling's fist attacked, but her fist was followed by Shaya with her elbow. Watching Shilling nothing to do, never waiting in mud and water attacks, Shaya can't help but nod, then quickly attack her. A series of rushing bells echoed in the training field. Dozens of biochemical robots seemed to receive instructions at the same time. They all agreed to the wall of the training field. Silver's curved surface suddenly extended a hole, and several biochemical robots did not enter the silver light. In the bright wall, Rebecca watched quietly beside him. When I saw Shaya and Shilling into the training, I handed 2 towels and smiled. Hold, wipe the sweat first. I don't think you can cope with 32 biochemistry. The robots can also attack each other at the same time. Knowing that the energy of this robot can be as high as 800, can do this, indicating that your battle force is approaching 1,000. Only 1,000 battle force, that's all, but it's a long way off. Shaya wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that if it wasn't to suppress the gas on his body, then a little movement would not even flow a sweat. For my mother, have our new tasks been arranged? Unscrewed a bottle of water and took a sip, Shilling asked in a crisp voice. Rebecca smiled and took out a form and handed it over. Oh, this is your new mission. It is to go to the Doria star to annihilate a primitive tribe. The mission level is mid-level, so you need to form a Scion team. There are members of your team. Shaya took the form and watched it carefully. The brow wrinkled slightly and then quickly stretched out. Dolia is a planet close to the mid-level planet, and the physical strength is similar to the planet Selma Ball they last tasked with. But the request from the administration at this time was to arrange for a Scion team to enter Doria. Star. These missions were all directly issued by Fleiss's general headquarters according to Scion's situation. Although the Tajia stars at the mission administration were very troublesome, they never dared to violate the general headquarters of Felissa. Of course, will not add fuel to the task list. The mid-level mission, that is, the original life above, is close to the 1,000 battle force. Schilling's voice is a bit lazy. In fact, these low-level battles have been unable to evoke her expectations. Rebecca frowned. Her daughter's attitude can't be done. She will lose her life at any time. She screamed, "Schilling, don't be complacent because of the completion of the Selma task. The tasks posted in the task administration are considered. Since this time it is necessary to form a Scion team to carry out the task, then this Doria star may not be ordinary, and it is easy to accidentally take it lightly. So don't worry," she yells at Shaya. "Lilia, you have to manage her when you get there." "Well, I will be optimistic about her." "Yes." Schilling puts aside the careless attitude, and Dahlia Star may not be able to attract her interest, but she can't be too light to be too light. Subsequently, Shaya arranged a down package, bid farewell to Rebecca, and went to the venue where the team was assembled. On the outskirts of the city, away from a plain of science and technology skyscrapers. The distant city here is about 100 kilometers, and it is remote from the spaceport. Although it is not the hinterland of the mainland, the environment here is not good. The color of the dim is the main theme here. The riverbed has dried up and cracked a few mouths. As soon as the wind blows, the scattered tumbleweed rolls around with the wind. In the endless desolate plains, several straight and undivided tree trunks stand upright until they extend to the height of a dozen meters of tree trunk. The branches form a spherical tree cap, which looks like a huge lollipop, which is the most common plant in the desert. Under a fluffy tree, a large group of shades covered the scorching sun. In a shady corner, several Scion gathered together, 2 men and 2 women, and they all wore dark brown battle clothes, about 11 or 12 years old. "Hey," I said, "Bailey, who do you say about our captain this time?" A seemingly thin Scion raises the voice of the door. Scion, known as Bailey, gave him a blank look. He said, "How do I know who captain is? Lydia, you can do this task when you don't want to drag my hind legs. Hey, I don't want the task to finish. Success is dragged down by you. Hey, how can you say this? So my battle force is also up to 750, and it's also yours to say that you're dragging your legs. It's useless, Bailey." Scion Lydia said, "Sneer. You." Bailey was in a hurry, and stood up. His burly body flew to Scion, called Lydia, and twisted each other's tails. "Enough, you both have to stop a little, otherwise don't blame me." A cold voice, a tall girl standing out, the clear eyes flashing cold, a formidable aura come. "Oops, Anastasia mad? Absolutely mad. Can't make her angry." Bailey and Lydia immediately shuddered and slammed the other side, as if the mouse had seen the cat stiff, and there was no movement. The Anastasia said that they had the highest fighting power among the 4, and the 840's battle force made them all. Do not dare to provoke each other. Coldly glanced at them, and Anastasia turned to look at another girl beside him and asked, "Angeline, do you know the information about Captain?" The female Scion, who was called Angeline, shook her head. Except for Captain, the other members were not clear about the Scion candidate who participated in the mission. Angeline said, "I don't know about this, but I heard that Shake is also involved in this mission." "Shake, that guy actually participated in this mission. The captain's candidate must be him. The guy's battle force is surpassing 900. Everyone was taken aback. Even the female Scion called Anastasia exclaimed. Compared to the genius Shake, Anastasia's battle force was not enough. They were all from the same training camp. Scion, then Shake's genius name was already very loud. The 12 age-old surpass 900 battle force, although not particularly outstanding, is among the best among their peers. At the same time, they are somewhat fortunate. The higher the strength of captain, the higher the completion rate of the task. Otherwise, with their current combat power, it is really difficult to perform the task of mid-level level. It must be him, or how can this mid-level mission be completed? Lydia knocked her hand and determined that she had guessed the answer. It's not that they are arrogant. The annihilation task of the 4 stars is too difficult for them. At this moment, they saw a figure flying from the distant skyline. It was also Scion wearing a brown battle suit, a tall and straight body, a firm look, a long hair rising high, just before them. Talking about Shake. As soon as I landed, I saw 4 Scion in front of me. Shake's calm eyes showed a trace of dissatisfied. Shun Shin said, "How come this team is the 4 of you, Captain?" When I heard Shake's question, everyone was obviously stunned. What happened? Don't tell me Shake is not their captain. Lydia asked with some surprise. Shake, don't tell me, are you not captain? Of course I am not. I want to know who is captain in the end. Shake is cold and has a brilliance in his eyes. He also wants to know who will be their captain in the end. How was it possible, if you are not? Then who is captain? Bailey is unbelievable. The genius of the same age group is famous and has no name except Shake. Don't tell me is Ayala, Kyler, Pabbles. Anastasia shook his head and said, "It can't be them. I know they are doing other tasks now. So will it be a higher one than us?" Angeline suggested. Everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but admire Angeli's appreciation. Yes, in addition to the members of their training camp, there may be a higher one. The annihilation mission of the Dorius Star is extremely difficult. It is even possible to have the Force 4 surpass 1,000 formidable enemies, a range 1. The higher Scion as captain is also very normal. They did not think that they would choose Scion who is younger than them. One of them doesn't believe that there is such a strong person in their mid-level warrior, and Shake is already the leader of their mid-level warrior. Everyone's latent talent is not much different. This age span is hard to break, but the actual situation may be just what they expected. But Captain hasn't appeared yet, and their guess can't be confirmed. I can only wait. Shake also found a shade to sit down, but separated from Bailey by a distance. Everyone knows his character will not pay attention to it. He talks about the task and talks about it. Going forward, when it comes to the progress of each other's training, they can't help but scream for a while. Shake looked at a few people who were talking about it. The eyebrows were a little tight. They thought, these guys don't know the importance of this mission? Oh, I don't know what it will be. People come a captain. I hope the strength is not too bad. It is common for Scion to form a squad to perform tasks, which is also to improve the efficiency of the task. As the age increases, the mid-level warrior will form a specific battle squadron before the adult. Once the team is finalized, it will not be easily dispelled if there is no accident, and it will last for a long time. That is to say, Shake and they are members of a small team in the future. At this time, Shake certainly hopes that the strength of his team is not too bad. Darkly shook his head, leaving these thoughts behind. Shake sighed a little, then laid down on a cracked stone, watching the sky. The sky was blushing, the smooth atmosphere was not a little wrinkled, and the clouds with red clouds were toasted, and the shape changed from time to time as the breeze slowly floated. As the breeze blows, the clouds begin to roll up, and the sun shines on them to project each and every one irregular shadows on the ground. Okay. Suddenly, Shake found 2 black spots in the distant sky, so the arms slammed into the crowd and bounced high. Very quietly stood up, and then Anastasia, Bailey, and others found the situation. Hey, someone is coming. Anastasia sounded good. Don't tell me, is Captain coming? Angeline muttered to herself and looked forward to it. Shake wouldn't care about the sound of the ear, looking at the distance with his eyes open, trying to see the appearance of the comber. When the distance was close, he found that it was 2 small Scion, a man and a woman, and the age looked obvious. They are small. How are 2 children? Don't tell me. They're also our team. Watching the 2 people in front of them, Lydia gave an exclamation, and his face showed an unfathomable expression. It's unlikely that the mission administration will not be so noisy. Bailey is a bit uncertain. But you see, they're obviously coming to us. Oh, really? Finally, In the eyes that everyone couldn't believe, Shaya and Shilling fell steadily in front of them, and the images showed that the two people in front of them were really members of their team. Is the administration office funny? I actually sent 2 children. At this point, Shaya's mouth was faintly smiling, and his eyes did not drop to the bottom of everyone's expression. He walked up to them and shouted in a low voice. Shake, 12 years old, Battle Force 925. Anastasia, 12 years old, Battle Force 840. Lydia, 12 years old, Battle Force 750. Angeline, 12 years old, Battle Force 788. Bailey, 12 years old, Battle Force 738. Shaya reported everyone's name in Battle Force one by one, knowing the name of the team member and the Battle Force. This is the permission that Captain has. So he is Captain. These Scion are all unbelievable. Especially Shake. His face suddenly became very ugly, and a pair of cold eyes were cold. Damn, the 2 obvious people who are smaller than him are actually their captain. Shake clenches his fist, his fingers become turn pale because of too much effort, and the body trembles slightly because of the angry. His voice is cold and blunt. You are our captain? Explain in advance that I will not recognize a weak person to be our captain. Anastasia looked at Shake, but although she didn't say it, her eyes flashed slightly. It's obvious. She also means this. Although she's not the best among her peers, she also calculates the best, but she will not fall to the age of the vassal. Obviously, so many people than they are. Others see Shake and Anastasia holding this attitude, and they nodded. To be their captain, you must be a strong person. The smile on Shaya's face was slightly more concentrated. He didn't feel that their reaction was strange when he knew Sion's character. On the contrary, if he didn't show up his strength and recognize his captain identity, then it was an accident. However, the feeling of being shackled is really unpleasant. Sure enough, in order for these Sion to admit that they were captain, still had to take a little practical action, and then a big smile appeared on Shaya's face. Next to Shilling quietly watching, I saw a smile after seeing Shaya's face, but the smile was so creepy. Yes, I am her captain. The calm voice came from a mouth, and Shaya walked over to Shake with both hands. And when she came to Shake, her face lifted, and she was old-fashioned. Shake opened his mouth and felt subconsciously a little bit faint. He just wanted to continue to say something. Suddenly, a huge force came from the abdomen. Shake couldn't believably watch his fist in his abdomen, followed by a burst of pain. The pain, his body is like a cannonball shot directly out of the distance of hundreds of meters. Hey, Shake's body has been flying backwards. After several consecutive pushes, his body smashed into a rock frame. The rock frame was knocked out of a big hole, and Shake was deeply embedded in the rock. This scene happened very suddenly. Everyone was stunned. Shake, he was sneaked. A roar. Shake broke free from the rock, and the raging energy erupted in an instant, immediately smashing the whole piece of rock. This time he finally woke up from the hairpin. He angry, beyond the imagination of the angry. The hair was a little messy, the eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and when the eyes were twisted, they swooped toward Shaya. Seeing that Shake was not reacting, Shilling shook his head slightly and sneered. I don't know if there is no fear, and this force will dare to shoot at Shaya. I really don't know how to live. Give appropriate lessons, then it will be all right. Shake's projections in the eye are constantly magnifying, and Shaya secretly tells himself. After all, the other party is also a member of his own team, and he is not too good at doing too much. Dang dang. Mobilizing the body's gas. A bright energy ball floats in the palm of your hand. The energy of sparkling and translucent sparkles and the color of the water blue makes it look cute. But the harsh sound of the CC that ignited the air and the slightly distorted light around it indicate that this water blue energy ball is absolutely extraordinary. Shaya sneered and threw the energy ball far away toward Shake. It seems to be the alertness of life instinct. When the beautiful energy ball is about to fall, Shake resumes respecting and quickly controls the body to avoid it. The energy ball fell next to Shake, and the scene that erupted in an instant was hard to forget for a lifetime. The blue water sphere burst from the middle, and the orange blaze is like a sun. This sun just started a barbecue on the earth. The air generated by the explosion flew Shake out and let him avoid the most dangerous zone. Boom! The earth cracked, and the flying sand splashed. With the bright light and the roar of the vibrating sound, the whole land seems to have accepted the baptism of hundreds of small equivalent nuclear bombs, and it has become unrecognizable. The earth burst open, and a circle of terror's keys spread under the ground, forming a fault on the ground with a ring and a cracked open form. Just thinking that everything is over. Boom! Whole piece the earth suddenly collapsed without warning. A smoky smog was accompanied by a puchi churning bubble, rising from the hot lava. Strong, very powerful. Oh, tutor! Everyone was stunned to watch the scene, and when he looked at Shaya, he was full of awe. No one thought that this small guy seemed to have such a strong and sharp attack in an instant, which was sensational. Does this guy don't tell me a monster? Such a thought involuntarily emerges in the brains of all people, especially the Shake who escaped from the dead. At this moment he stood still and did not slow down, facing the burning waves not far away, still playing back the hair-raising scene in his mind. The huge sweat cannot help hanging on the cheek. P.S. It's a new week. Ask for a referral. How? Now I am qualified to assume your captain. Shaya said with a smile. Halo, who is now a successful, his smile is so dazzling in all Sion's eyes. Shake shook his head to wake himself up, then looked at the irregular ground on the ground, especially the deep crater, his mouth twitching bitterly. I always thought I was among my peers. The best, self-deprecating, is not much worse than those of the older Sion. I don't think of still viewing the sky from the bottom of a well. Recall a scene that happened between the electric and the flint, Shake said with sincerity. If you are not qualified to be captain, then who else is eligible? After taking a picture on Shake's shoulder, Shaya laughed and said, "Ha, my name is Shaya. The name of the team is called the Shaya team. You are all members of the team, but I am ugly in the front once you join the team. Obey the order, otherwise don't blame me. Please, Captain, rest assured. We must obey the order." Shake and others looked at each other, and they nodded each other. Sion obeyed the strong person. It was just natural, as long as they were not allowed to send them to death. Captain's orders would be strictly enforced. At the same time, their hearts are also hot, followed by such a force of formidable captain. They don't tell me still afraid to enjoy the fun of the battle? Thinking of this, several Sion faces showed a crazy smile. The point in Shake's heart was not fast and completely disappeared. Sion is called the fighting race. In addition to the infighting factors of the bone marrow, their formidable execution of the ability is also impressive. Sion are natural-born mercenary. They can do well as long as they release the task. Sion does not perform the task to get money, because money is not useful for Sion. They're the kind of pleasure when enjoying the battle. Shaya came to this conclusion. Sometimes he wonders if Sion is not employed by Fleece of Force, but accepts the tasks of the Milky Way System Direct Agency, such as the Space Police. Is Sion so notorious? Shaking his head and clearing these unrealistic thoughts, he said with a serious expression, "The next thing I want to explain about this mission, I want to come to you already know that the destination of our mission is Dali." Yaxing. His gaze swept across every player, seeing Xia mentioning the name of the Dora planet, and Shake Etal's facial expression, a serious look. This is a planet close to the mid-level planet, which means that there may be accidents on this planet at any time. If so, I am afraid that other people except me, Shieling and Shake, will face very much big risks, especially Lydia and Bailey. Your bastard is the least. Be more careful. Anun. Captain, rest assured, we understand. Seeing that everyone listened carefully, Shaya's mood was very comfortable. Then he pointed to Shieling and introduced it to everyone. Yes, this is my sister Shieling, also a member of the team, and the battle force is better than me. It's not bad at all. Of course, it is the power after suppressing the battle force. Shake and others turned their eyes to Shieling, and their eyes were full of horror, especially the two women Anastasia and Angeline, both female scion, who were envious of Shieling can having such a battle force. I don't know how old Captain and Shieling are. How much is the battle force in the end? Talking to Anastasia, who is tall, she has entered adolescence with 12. A wave of beautiful hair flutters in the wind. The feminine features have been highlighted. It is the most mature of several scion. The lovely corner of the mouth, Shielding's crisp sound. I and Shia are almost 9 years old. The battle force, Shia, is 1,000 battle force, and I am 970 battle force. Back in the days of Planet Vegeta, they raised their own battle force by 10. Although the voice of her speech was not high, the two eye-catching data seemed to be like a thunderous scream, and suddenly a few people like Anastasia were kept. 1,000 battle force, 970 battle force, and the age is only 9 years old? Several scion looked at them unbelievably, but the power of the previous terror was still in their minds, and they had to believe that it was all true. Only at the age of 9, you have such a battle force. Are you really just a mid-level warrior? Wouldn't it be a high-level warrior? Bailey screamed exaggeratedly, and so many people counted his battle force. The lowest, 12, is too old to reach 738 battle force. This comparison is really a shame. More than that, I think even the high-level warrior is not necessarily exaggerated. Lydia sighed with a sigh of relief. In fact, their current strength is not bad. After entering puberty, their strength will usher in a leaping stage. After the insertion, they can reach 2,000 battle force and medium mid-level warrior. Just compared with some enchanting, it is really a blow. Shake smiled bitterly. I originally thought that 12 was more than 900 years old, and it was very outstanding. But it is better than you. Hey, this is no match. Unun. Anastasia and Angeline nodded and thought Shaq's word were taken for granted. Unconsciously, several science relationships have come a long way. There are such thick, high walls like Shia and Shieling. The small gap between them is negligible, and they are all with the enemy. In the feint, they have made Shia a great genius like Prince Vegeta. Okay, we should have set off. I think the spaceport has already prepared our spaceships. Shia watching, they said that the tone already has captain. Right, we should set off. Go, I can't wait. Several scion chuckled, and then volleyed in the direction of the spaceport. After half an hour, 7 people have entered the scope of the spaceport. They have fallen, and then under the guidance of the guides to find the place to park their spaceships. On an empty platform, 7 ball-shaped spaceships of 2 meters in diameter are neatly arranged in a recessed landing site. Open their respective spaceships, and several people have drilled in. After the door closed, the voice of Shea sounded on the communication device. Then we set off and wished the Shia team's first mission to be completed. Set off! Set off! There was a shout from everyone in the communication device, and then 7 white spheres glowed with a layer of white light, then suddenly accelerated away from planet Vegeta and entered a 1-month interplanetary voyage. The long journey time is like a white pass, and it takes a month to go. Surrounded by a vast evil, the stars exude a charming light white glow. They're transparent, sparkling, and translucent, such as tiny diamonds embellished on the black disk surface, showing a touch of innocent beauty. There was a flash of light, and in the deep and quite quiet space, this flash of light was so striking, and after zooming in, there were 7 spherical spaceships in the light. At the large scale of the universe, the distance between the planet and the planet is extremely remote, even though it has recently spanned countless light years. Thanks to the formidable science and technology of the universe civilization, the interstellar crossing in the Dragon Ball world is obviously much more convenient, and it can span several star territory in a few days or even months. In addition to the distant planet Vegeta's several star territory, an earthy planet is surrounded by a yellow dwarf star in the center of the constant galaxy. Dolly Planet, in a dry riverbed. With a shrill roar, several red-colored spheroids were thrown through the clouds, and after the crash of Hong Long Long, the sky immediately raised the dust that hid the sky and covering the earth. Due to the lack of moisture, The smoke could not be dispersed for a long time, forming a thick haze. Soon after, 7 figures appeared in the circular impact crater. Lydia first floated in the air, licking her mouth to disperse the dust that filled the air. The hot sun's high temperature passed through the thin atmosphere, and there was a burning sensation on the skin. Lydia wanted to catch her breath, but she was caught by one. The hot air of the strands smashed and quickly coughed up. Xia, Shieling, and others also took off in midair, looked at the shrub vegetation around the rare, and found it very similar to the wilderness environment on planet Vegeta. The Doria planet is a Earth-rock solid-state planet. Due to the lack of water supply all the year round, most places have desert forms, which is a place that is not very comfortable. The soft voice of the girl sounded. Anastasia, who had done her homework before, felt a little dissatisfied about the surrounding environment. It was hot and lacked moisture, which was extremely harmful to the girl's skin. Anan, Shieling, and Angeline responded immediately. After 4 observations, and no signs of life were found, Shake looked dignified. The environment here is so bad that it is hard to imagine a planet close to a mid-level planet. The exquisite of nature is the survival of the weak and the inferior, and the more often the conditions are bad, the more life is born. Shaya's eyes are slightly stunned. His face reveals an almost invisible smile, and then presses on the energy readings. The button, the electronic sound sounded, and the information of the Doria star appeared. Southeast, 170 kilometers. Battle force 920. Zhengnan, 56 kilometers. Battle force 568. Zhengnan, 167 kilometers. Battle force 869. Everyone also turned on the energy readings, but soon they were shocked by a series of dazzling data. At this moment, a small green frame on the narrow frame was actually dominated by the screen. Damn, it's so exaggerated. Shake's heart trembled and couldn't help but swear. This situation was the first time I met, but they had to manually set the lower limit of the reading's energy so that most of the data was removed, which is a bit more clear. It's just like this, except for Xia and Shieling, others are still stunned, because they found that even if they have been screened, the data displayed in the frame is still a lot, and often clustered in groups of 3, 5, and a few bright spots say that there are dozens of energy sources. This is a group. Angeline lost her usual calmness, and her voice was a little trembling. Even if Sion was a belligerent, she would feel fearful when faced with absolute disadvantages. The life on the Doria star is a primitive tribal race. It is a group life. Once you anger one of them, you'll face the crazy revenge of the whole tribe. Shake's face is equally ugly. Although there aren't many threats to the real data in that small amount of data, there is not much more. Can imagine that in the battle with the equal opponent, but also face dozens of slightly worse opponents attack. That's sour. It is chilling. Since they are divided into tribes, they should also be hostile to each other, which at least gives us the opportunity. Analyze the current situation. Anastasia could not help but frown, and now the information is too small. Many things cannot be analyzed. Oh, what is said now is superfluous, so that we are divided into multiple ways, first to eliminate the original aboriginals of those orders. Shaya indulged for a while and grouped the teams. Shieling, Shake have the strongest power, can split the action. Bailey and Lydia have the lowest battle force, and they form a group with Anastasia and Angeline. When you act, pay attention to it completely. Don't anger the formidable aboriginals, etc. After the aboriginals that have been placed are destroyed, we will reassemble here. Yes, understood, Captain. So set off. Several members of the Shaya team responded loudly, with Bailey and Anastasia, the lowest of the battle force, forming a group, the second to last Lydia and Angeline, and Shaya, Shieling, and Shake, each with a strong enough strength. The 5 groups immediately identified 5 different directions as their own targets. Shio rushed over. After everyone set off, Shaya quietly closed her eyes and sensed the key on the Dolly planet, then flew to Key's most concentrated place. The sun is empty. The hot sun is grilling the earth. On a desolate and dead plateau, the traces of life, leaving only a few dry shrubs on the dry soil swaying there. Shaya flies fast, and it glows with a pale yellow light. Xiao, a beam of light passes, leaving a faint sparkling and translucent. He has gradually moved closer to the target. The perceived key has become more and more clear and separable suddenly. Well, it's an expert, not right, not more than one. I felt the formidable key coming from the front, and Shaya adjusted it slightly and flew straight to the key. Near the target, he found that he had already flew out of the edge of the desert. There were already a few vegetations that were allowed to see, and there were signs of water in the distance. Shaya senses dozens of formidable kiss in front, each close to 1,000 battle force. 978, 945, 984. The corner of the mouth was slightly upturned, and Shaya Cloud smiled lightly. Although this battle force was not even an appetizer for him, it was actually the most powerful force on the Dali planet. So let's start with you. After a glimpse of the light, Shaya's body has appeared above those energy sources. It was a small primitive tribe. The aboriginals looked like half of the elders who had evolved. The pointed fangs shimmered with glare, covered with a layer of blue fur, and the lower body was covered with coarse cloth, obviously already. A certain sense of civilization. When those aboriginals saw the figure that suddenly appeared in the sky, the mouth made a gulu-gulu low voice, like a language and a beast howl. P.S. New book period. If you have a referral ticket, please vote for it. This tribe is only a few aboriginals, but it is the most formidable tribe in the vicinity. They occupy the best location in the desert plateau and are also the closest to the water source. For a long time, there's been no disadvantage. As long as they enter their territory, they will be murdered and slaughtered. After a long time, few tribes can challenge them. At the time of Shia's appearance, they were cooking a relatively primitive aboriginal's body in a primitive way. One thigh was already roasted and fragrant. Judging from the strong exposure of the head of the corpse, it must have been hit hard during his lifetime. The appearance of Shaya made these aboriginals instinctively feel a crisis. The other side wore a dark brown soft armor, vaguely flashing, looking very expensive, which has never been seen on the Doria planet. These original aboriginals don't know what a battle suit is, but they are amazingly surprised by the gorgeous costume. Cooking the same kind of food, it is really savage to even the animals. The stray dog is not eating the same kind. You are not even stray dog. Shaya's eyes were cold, and suddenly the stray dog of previous life was really a good partner of human beings. Compared with these barbaric natives, I don't know how many times higher. The aboriginals couldn't understand Shaya's words, but they also felt that Shaya was swearing at them. So they made a gulu-gulu whisper in the air, trying to scare off each other. But who is Shaya? Will it be scared off by a few unknown screams of aboriginals? Seeing the low screaming can't scare the other side. Those aboriginals are obviously irritated. They have lost their busy life, and soon dozens of huge figures leaped and surrounded Shaya. Each of these aboriginals is more than 3 meters high. The huge body is standing in front of Shaya. It is very oppressive and creates the illusion that a big man bullies a small man. The aboriginals had a low roar in their mouths, and their voices were noisy and violent. As they roared, they saw a rush of misty airflow, and the hot, dense air became boiled. It's like a small boat sailing in the sea. It's still sparkling and calm. The next moment, the sea suddenly becomes choppy and angry, and the wandering boat seems to be swallowed up by the big waves at any time, sinking into the sea. Thrilling terror. Unfortunately, terror is terror, and at this time, Shaya stands in the middle of the vortex. The gas is too loose, the energy is not used effectively, and the watching has a physical strength close to the 1,000 battle force. But the real battle may not even play the 900 battle force. His eyes glanced lightly, indifferent to the ever-changing aura around him, and there was not much expression on his face. With his current eyesight, it is easy to see the flaws in these primitive aboriginals. So he gently lifted his palm and moved the air. A majestic aura immediately spilled from Xiaoya's body, and then thundered around with the thunder, and the earth began to oscillate in an instant, and the wind blew up. Even with the 1,000 battle force alone, clever use is enough to cause a variety of weather visions. Roar! In the face of the sudden aura of sudden outburst in Xia, dozens of original aboriginals are eyes austerity, and they can't help but back 2 steps. But very quickly, they recovered from the shock, and they patted their chests for a long scream. The upper and lower fangs squeezed each other and issued a zhi ugly voice. These aboriginals glanced at each other in amazement, suddenly huddled together, posing a very strange shape, and then the screaming of the angry. Then a wonderful scene took place, with the aboriginals of the group as the center. The sound wave turned into the ripples, shaking the air in a circle. At the same time, the dry tree trunk and the gravel image were swayed by the force, and they flew from the ground and made the sound of sha-sha sand. Immediately after the crisp sound of ka-cha, the shrubs were uprooted and danced in the air with the gravel. After a wave of waves, the fierce energy storm has the potential to devour anything in the world. Keep spreading to the surrounding. Xiaya was surprised to watch the primitive man's move, and then shook his head again. Unfortunately, the way of performing still is simply relying on brute force, no technical content. These primitive aboriginals don't have how to use the body. When the battle is used, it only uses the most savage way to attack the enemy, but this is the most ineffective and most exhausting. Compared to the beast on the planet Selma, it is worse. Then the beast is based on instinct. The formidable battle force will only make them even more terrible, but these primitive people will be far worse. The strength is so great that it is also awkward to attack the enemy. It seems that this mission is not as difficult as imagined. Xiaoya's heart is thinking, and the facial expression becomes very easy. Originally thought that it would take a period of time to complete the annihilation task of Doria without exposing the real battle force. He also prepared for the long time. But when it was really battle, he discovered that these primitive aboriginals were really very stupid, empty, and powerful, but didn't know how to use them. Such a unique body. If they're given thousands of times, let them develop their own martial art. I am afraid that it is not impossible to promote high-level planet. Only now they are doomed to be destroyed. Call out. The eyes stared at the primitive aboriginals like an eagle, and there was a glimpse of the dark eyelids. The dark eyes of Xiaya couldn't be swayed, as if the black hole could not be seen in the universe, but quietly swallowed it. Oh, hey, Xiaya whispered. Aura rose, and then rose, and finally the power was locked in the value of 1,000 battle force. Such a high battle force is more than enough to deal with these natives. The eyes chilledly watched those natives. His body suddenly and quickly moved, and the attack of the wind and the clouds came. Those aboriginals instinctively felt that a threat was approaching, and the death key trembled with their nerves, and they exclaimed, and the birds and beasts spread out. Do not want to run one. Xiaoya's eyes are condensed, and the young and handsome face reveals a cruel smile. At this moment, Sion's bloodthirsty character is revealed. There are countless afterimages in the air, but the real body has already captured the escape trajectory of the aboriginals. The lightning flashes thunderously, pa-pa-pa. The fist wind turns, the hand slam, almost every punch. Both make a raw aboriginals lose the action ability. Oh, the strength gap of formidable stings the psychology of the original aboriginals. They have suffered repeated violent shocks, such as the same high-speed moving cannonball, which has been thrown out by the giant force. Edge, it's over. Xiaya snorted. This battle is of little value to him. Just a unilateral slaughter, that's all. A palm is lifted over the top of the head, and the 5 fingers are stretched, and a little force is applied. A group of sparkling and translucent energy balls are gathered. The red halo covers the surface of the energy sphere like a beautiful little sun with a glowing brilliance. That is the signal flare of death. Call. The energy is falling. The sound of Hong Long Long rang like a bang. The The sky was suddenly shrouded by a mighty energy, and it was particularly gloomy. The formidable pressure hit the sky and covering the earth, and the air was distorted as a lens. The scorching sun in the air, green smoke, sand and gravel. By the time the smoke gradually dissipated, the only remaining oasis on the plateau has disappeared, leaving only a huge circular pit with a diameter of several kilometers. Watching by the life of the energy of destruction, there is nothing in the heart of Shaya. It seems that he killed only a few irrelevant ants, that's all. He is not to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, because he is only performing tasks, that's all. Strong person to the weak, just as God's is generally high. If you don't have a higher deity on your own, then only trying hard makes yourself a god. Call has solved the target. Leaving a deserted flat plateau, Shaya headed for the next target. The formidable life on the Dolly planet was really a lot. It didn't take long before another aboriginal life appeared in his field of vision. It is a tall giant with only one eye. The height of more than 70 meters is like a high wall squatting in front, and the knotted muscle is all over the body, full of explosive power. The giant reminded Shaya of the Cyclops who joined forces with Shieling at Planet Selma. The same tall body, the formidable, powerful muscle, but the giant in front of him was more upright than the one he had dealt with. 10-20 battle force should be the most formidable life on this planet. Shaya floated at a height of a few hundred meters, and Shaya looked speculatively. Different times in the past, 1,000 battle forces have not been put in his eyes at all. Even if he stands there and let the other side attack, it is not necessary to break his defense. The sun and the moon are reversed. The time goes by, and the blink of an eye has passed 7 days. During these 7 days, Shaya flew across every continent on this planet, and almost as long as the formidable life he found could not escape the destruction of the end, if he went to Otherworld, it was proper to go to hell. Well, this is not in line with his original intention. Still the dry riverbed, 7 huge pits that were struck by spaceships were still there, and Shaya sat up on the white shells of the spaceships, waiting for a long time before the players gathered. Under the scorching sun, the air temperature has reached 50 degrees. The communication device sent a signal to each player. He hid himself in the spaceships, and the temperature was always constant. After about very few hours, all 6 players returned to the riverbed. Upon returning, several people greeted Shaya and chatted, and it seems that they have discovered the aboriginals here for the rough use of energy, especially Bailey and Lydia, with red faces on their faces, constantly dancing and watching. It is very good to draw their feelings. When I first received the mid-level mission, I would say that the most nervous is the 2 of them, but after a few days of down, they have already found confidence. Lydia, I told you this time, but I killed a lot of battle force up to 800 original aboriginals and said that there are 20 or 30. Hey, Bailey uncle really can't be underestimated. The burly Bailey clenched his fist, flying and smug about his own battle. Lydia, who was relatively thin, licked her mouth and dismissed it. Cut. This result will satisfy you. It really is useless, Bailey. I don't think it was the Anastasia escort at the time. You have already scared your cock. Who said, I personally killed a battle force 850 aboriginals. 850? Do not believe you ask Anastasia. You say yes. Bailey, blushing and refuting, then asked Anastasia. Anastasia didn't look at it and didn't look away. Look, let's put on. Lydia laughed, as if she had won Bailey's extraordinary thing. Bailey spit in dissatisfaction and said with indignation, Don't say me, Angeline, who you don't depend on, what extraordinary grandfather will beat you in a few minutes. Hum, that's not the same. I am equal to Angeline's battle force. The cooperation between us is called cooperation, and you are just dragging your legs. Lydia said proudly. At this time, Shake couldn't stand it anymore. It was the acquaintance who came out in the same session. They just lost his face in front of the new captain, so they snorted and said with a cold voice, Do you think this is very extraordinary? There is no end to it. It is a shame to have someone like you in Sion. This time, Bailey and Lydia didn't say it. Shake's majesty was accumulated from the training camp. As long as he opened it, they couldn't even breathe. Anastasia's eyes fluttered in the eye, and the beautiful eyes looked at Shaya. Captain, what do we do next? Banging the original tribes here. After a while, Shaya said, well, it's very obvious that the original aboriginals of the Doria Star did not have the power to use it. This is a big advantage for us. Even Bailey can kill the battle force surpass alone. His opponent, we have to take advantage of this. But why does the task administration define this task as a mid-level task? I don't think it's up to the standard. Angeline is a relatively quiet female scion. Her mind is very flexible. She usually does not talk much, but often can grasp the key to the problem. Oh, it's well understood that the universe of readings planet ranks will not personally reach the surface of the planet. They will only use the energy readings to reading in outer space. Of course, they don't know the specifics of the planet, so the task level will be set. Virtual high. We are in luck this time. Anastasia makes a narrow smile. This girl's cute and delicate side is unmistakable, but whoever wants to treat her as a weak girl of the ordinary, then the side of Scion Crazy Berserk will definitely make him unforgettable. Shaya, what should I do next? Schilling stared at him. Shaya rubbed her hand on her chin and said, at the moment, we seem to have an absolute advantage. In the past few days, we have already had the energy of destruction. The vast majority of the aboriginals and small primitive tribes, followed by some large tribes, it will improve a lot. Like this, then I am with a group of Shilling, Shake. You are a group of 5. I want you to be within 5 days of the energy of destruction all the original tribes on the Doria. Shaya sounded cold and reached the mission instructions. Yes. All Scion accepts the command with a serious expression and then sets off in the direction of the accumulation of some primitive tribes, according to the data displayed on the energy readings. After Shake's 5 people left, Shaya and Shilling flew for a while and then separated. Before they were divided into groups just to conceal their strength, but there's really no need to act together with their strength. Shilling, you are heading north, where there are more than 300 key gatherings together. Right, if you want to use the energy of the surpass 1,000 battle force, turn off the readings. Shaya said with concern before leaving. Know it, Shilling gently responded, then flew up to the north without heading back. Watching her disappear, Shaya smiled, and then changed direction towards her target. The annihilation mission of the Doria Star seems to be extremely difficult, but when it is actually implemented, both Shaya still Shake have a surprising discovery. This task is not difficult. Shaya heart like still water, the mouth slightly raised to reveal an arc. Because he can save a lot of time at once, you don't have to waste a good time on this ridiculous planet. The Scion team performs the task like this. The first team task will be coordinated by the task administration. Select the team candidate. Select the right person to serve as captain. And in the subsequent mission, captain has certain autonomy in the task. That is to say, Shia, who is a Scion team captain, can complete the task of Dora Star and can choose the appropriate task according to his own needs. This is not very useful for the daily Scion team, which can be used to modulate the physical strength and execution time of the task. After all, what mission is not battle? Scion can enjoy the pleasure of the battle, but Shaya is different. He has his own pursuit and hopes to become a strong person as soon as possible. Fortunately, there are several ways to get stronger in his brain. After coming out of Earth's hyperbolic time chamber, Shaya's battle force broke through to 12,000. After more than a year of smooth accumulation, he has already made his foundation so solid, and it is time to release this potential and make breakthroughs. Now, he urgently needs a gravity device, and it is best to change the temperature, air pressure, gravity, and other parameters of the device at the same time. This requires the help of a high degree of science and technology civilization. Although planet Vegeta has many cosmic people who are good at science and technology, those cosmic people Shaya really do not dare to use them, because they are not loyal to Flissa or King Vegeta. I am afraid when the gravity chamber had just made a forefoot, he sold them on the back foot. The gravity chamber must be built as soon as possible, and the next mission is to choose one that is related to the high science and technology planet. Shaya rubbed his temples with his hands and kneaded them a few times. There are so many senzu beans in his hand. If you don't cooperate with the gravity chamber for training, it is too wasteful. With the senzu bean and the gravity device, plus your own scion physique, Shaya has been able to think of its own strength. I couldn't help but feel hot. I can't wait to end my mission and return to planet Vegeta. After 5 days, still spaceship fell to the old place. Several scion gathered together again. At this time, they had completed the annihilation mission of the Doria star, and there was no life on the planet to surpass 100. Although only 10 days have passed, the large and small battles have gone through countless fields. No matter how many planets in the end are in a near mid-level planet, the enemy facing Shake at all, they are much weaker, so if the battle is down, it is shocking, but the battle force is actually rising. Among them, Bailey, who has the lowest battle force, now reaches 810, which increases the 70 point of the battle force. The strongest Shake directly breaks into the 1030 battle force, which is mainly related to the physical strength of his chosen opponent. In just a few days, there was such an improvement. Several Scion's moods were very good. Even Lydia and Bailey, who had always been arguing, were joking with each other like good buddies. Shaya satisfactorily watched everyone. Seeing everyone all red, talking and laughing, could not help but smile slightly. Well, this mission is completed successfully. Everyone's battle power has improved accordingly. We should return to planet Vegeta. Yes, it is time to go back. Captain, next time you have to choose a better task. You know that I was worried about death before? I am afraid that I will not be able to complete the task. Bailey looked pleading. Hey, I don't have any requirements for the task, and I am very much looking forward to the next mission with Captain. Anastasia smiled and looked up, a wave of beautiful hair flying in the wind, slender figure, smile, but some mature posture. Angeline stood quietly and didn't talk. The hot air stained her cheeks with some sweat, but her twinkling eyes showed that she was very looking forward to the next task. Oh, rest assured, the next mission will definitely not disappoint you. Shaya smiled and jumped to the ball-shaped spaceships in the center of the crater. These spaceships were already half sand in the sand. Spaceship's surface rough cannot bear. Some places have become burnt. Go back to planet Vegeta. Schilling cheered and followed. The rest of the people looked at each other and entered their own spaceships. Soon after, 7 white spheres flew up and accelerated to a very high speed in a few seconds. The show was separated from the gravity restrict of the Doria planet towards a deeper and quiet world. Fly around. A month later, planet Vegeta. The stars are shining, and the stars are hanging high above the top of the head. At this point, one side of planet Vegeta is in the middle of the night, and 7 people from the Shaya team came out of the spaceport and went straight to the nearest task administration. Still, the hemispherical third layer building, the same character of the Taj star, submitted the task of the Dora planet, and the members of the team were also prepared. Captain, I live in the northern part of the city. If you're looking for me, you can use the communication device to contact, then it will be all right. Shake said before leaving. After this mission, he has already been 3 years younger than Shaya. Captain is convinced. Not everyone in the Scion community has leadership potential. Scion, who really has the commanding audience, not only has the strength to pass, but calmness is also a minimum quality. This time, Shaya has been very accurate in terms of its size. This is obvious to all, and a captain that understands strategy is a key factor in the team's long-term success. I lived with Angeline nearby, very close to Captain's home. Anastasia sorted out the battle suit on her body and reached out and hooked Angeline's neck. Yeah, Angeline whispered quietly. Only Lydia said with a sad face, only I live the farthest, and I have to fly for a long time. Haha, then everyone will see you again, contact you again in the next mission. Shaya laughed, pulling up Shiling's hand and saying goodbye to everyone, then flew home. Because it is already at night, the whole residential area is quiet outside, except for the bright lights swaying in the dark. Only the insect Shasha sand is delicate and low-pitched. When I got home, I was surprised to find that the lights in the hall were still bright. In addition to the Adri couple in the living room, there were 2 men, 2 women, and 4 Scion. Those Scion, Shaya know each other. They are members of the Adri team. According to their seniority, Shaya should call their uncles and aunts. Rebecca was surprised to watch Shaya and Shilling come back and ask, "Are you not going to perform mid-level tasks? How come back so soon?" "Of course, I have already completed the task," Shilling said with pride, then shouted to the 4 Scion in the room, "Uncle Brooke, Aunt Lise, Uncle Parati, Alice, how are you?" Shaya asked 4 people one by one. These people used to be members of the Adri team. After the Adri team was disbanded, they mostly worked in the training camp. They were absolutely trustworthy. The Adri team originally had 13 members. In a mission many years ago, it was hit hard by the ambush of hostile force. 6 members were killed and 4 were seriously injured. In the dead Scion, there are Shaya parents and teams. More than half of the casualties after Adri disbanded the team. Xiao Shaya and Shilling are all so big. I heard that you have not had time to meet you after you have completed the survival mission. I didn't expect it to be so big. Alice stepped forward and opened her arms. 2 people. Alice is a petite female Scion with a slender body and a long hair like a ribbon. Because Scion has a very long puberty, she looks like a girl in her 30s. She seems to want to express her concern, but her behavior is straightforward and rough. Placed on the earth of previous life, it is a proper female. "Hey, Alice, Auntie!" Shilling, dissatisfied, screamed, and Alice's 2 groups of soft meat on her chest made her breathless. Hey. Alice, hey, laughed and let her go, one hand still clutching her shoulder. Others also greeted with enthusiasm, and Brooke nodded coldly, like an iceberg, simply saying hello to them. Brooke and others, as members of the original Adri team, are very close to the Adri family. They used to come over to the door, but like this evening, they are a bit unusual. "Hey, how many uncles are discussing here so late?" Shilling turned his eyes and ran to the side of the female Scion named Lise, and his face continued to lean on Lise. Adri looked at a few people, and his face was not very nice. Shilling's face was wrinkled, and the eyes sparkled with thoughtful light. "Shilling, you go back to the room first, and Shaya stays," Adri told. Oh, seeing that he didn't have his own participation, Shilling rushed to Shaya and ran back to his room. The slamming door closed, and the whole living room was in a strange silence. Several people sat around a coffee table, and no one spoke. "What's going on?" Shaya asked with a smile. Adri sighed. "Don't you say that Fleesa installed a bug on our energy readings? So we went out and investigated the task time. The results of it. Shaya is not moving, but the heart is a move. Already know the answer. I want to come to this Adri team gathered here to discuss countermeasures." Sure enough, Adri nodded heavily. "We did check the eavesdropping device on the energy readings." At this time, the male Scion named Parati slammed into the table with a fist, and the alloy table was immediately pulled out of groove. Parati's tone violent said, "If Adri took us to verify, we didn't even know that Fleece's bastard was actually monitoring Scion's every move. It shows that he has never been satisfied with Scion." Alice looked at Parati and showed a trace of disgust on his face. Of course, he was referring to Fleesa, who was loyal to Scion. Adri nodded. "This is not my biggest worry. Although Fleesa has a suspicion about our Scion, it will not take immediate action. But the problem now is if Scion's every move is really under his control. Then King Vegeta has the idea of rebellion. I am afraid he is also clear." "Hey, this is big." Lee shrugged his shoulders helplessly. With a heartless mind, King Vegeta lost this time. What is even more unacceptable is that, in addition to preparing the rebellious King Vegeta force, most of Scion is very trusting in Fleesa and even admiring the power of Fleesa. Now, even if we spread the news, I believe there are not too many people, and it is possible to directly intensify the contradiction between Scion and Fleesa, and let us go back and forth. Brooke's expression is cold, but it tells the tricky reality. It is definitely not possible to directly announce the news. It may directly prompt Fleesa to work on Scion, but since Fleesa is clear about Scion's situation, Even King Vegeta's preparation for rebellion is well known. Why is there no action at all? Don't tell me he is not afraid of the power of Sion. Rebecca asked inexplicably. Yes, I know that Sion will be rebellious. Why is Flissa still indifferent? Do you really have to wait until Sion initiates a rebellion? Don't tell me is to be famous, not to let the cosmic people under the hand chill? Do not. With Frisa's vicious and tyrannical character, he will care about the feelings of those ants. Adri and others shook their heads. They had seen Flissa far away while performing their duties. The cold and bloodthirsty, indifferent eyes seemed like a sharp blade piercing their souls, leaving them with a deep impression. Flissa is definitely a crazy and cruel man. Maybe he has absolute power to make him fearless. Alice leaned back against the wall and looked serious. Because Jinyu Force? Everyone thought of the most formidable help of Fleece's subordinates. The Jinyu Force's formidable is undoubtedly more formidable than Sion, and is famous in the whole universe. Do you know how much Fleece's battle force is in the end? Suddenly, Shaya said with a sigh of relief. Everyone stunned. Of course they knew that Fleece was strong and could be called the Universe Emperor. How could it be without two brushes? But there is a specific strong, but no one can say it clearly because no one has ever seen Fleece's shot, or that anyone who has seen his shot is dead. Fleece, in the end, have a how strong? This is a huge shadow that wanders around the heads of the people. If even the strength of the opponent has no strong, then the resisted will not be able to talk about it. Shaya, do you know anything? Adri looked over and instinctively told him what Shaya might know. The thing that reminded me of the eavesdropping device was that he first proposed it, and he had a 90% grasp in his heart. Yes, I know a little about Fleece's strength. His formidable is definitely beyond your imagination. Before that, Uncle Adri, I have a question to ask you. Your ace team under Fleece. Jinyu Force, how much do you know? Adri shook his head. I haven't seen the specific power of Jinyu Force, but I heard that members of Jinyu Force have at least 10,000 battle force. Jinyu Force is a super special force selected by Fleece from the elite warrior, each with a stunt and strength for formidable. The 10,000 battle force in the universe is already very extraordinary. The whole Sion family has not had a few battle force surpass 10,000 so far. Each of them is a super warrior that has been battled by the war. It is an important cornerstone of Sion's forest of the universe, except for attacking high-level planet. In addition, it is rare to leave planet Vegeta. Look around the vast stars. Can find that the main power of the universe is still low. High-level planet is not as much as imagined. The life form of the battle force surpass 5,000 has been very rare. Basically, that can be called a king on a planet. Even a lot of planets have no strong people above the 1,000 battle force, which is definitely at the bottom of the universe. In the original work, Vegeta's battle force when he first arrived at Earth was only 18,000, but at that time he had been able to cross the universe and rarely encountered opponents, although in some places deep in the universe, each and every one might be hidden. Great God, just jump out of one enough to destroy the heavens and exterminating the Earth. But it is undeniable that the main force of the universe civilization is still low. Jinyu Force is on the elite route with only 5 people, and each one has a stunt and can't be ignored. Sion is in the middle of the Milky Way system and is also horrifying in the north area, but still worse than the Jinyu Force. As the trump card of Fleece's subordinates, the power of Jinyu Force is enough to stand out. The power of other members of Jinyu Force is not mentioned at the moment. The power of Captain Jinyu alone has reached an amazing 120,000 battle. Shaya's voice was not high, but the words were light, and the words were all stunned by Adri and others. God, 120,000 battle force, Littleya. You are not mistaken. How can he have such a high battle force? You must know that the power of King Vegeta is only 10,000, and it is less than 100,000, that's all. I saw Lise squinting and looking at him incredulously. 120,000 battle force. What kind of power is that? As a force with only a few thousand battles, this is the power that even can't even think about it. How can there be such a monster in the universe? If Captain Jinyu is as powerful as Shaya, It is far above all Scion. At that level, the number of groups is meaningless. He can wipe out all the life on a planet with his wave. With the strength of Scion, it is not his opponent. It's not wrong. Captain Jinyu's battle force is 120,000. Shaya's affirmative tone. In the Planet Namek story, Jinyu Force member Jin clearly stated that Captain's maximum battle force is 120,000. Although it is more than 20 years later, there may not be such a high battle force, but it is not much worse. Shaya's eloquent attitude silences everyone. Adri's face suddenly darkened. If Jinyu Force's captain already has the power of such a terror, what is the power of Fleeca as their ruler? The weaker obeys the strong person, and the strong person dominates the weak. This is the eternal iron law of the universe. It can be seen that the strength of Fleeca is definitely above Captain Jinyu. The people present were not stupid, and they soon thought of this, so they trembled only to feel a cold in the back, cold sweat oozing out. At this time, they couldn't attend to ask the source of Shaya, and the living room immediately fell into a strange silence. Silence for a while. Adri sighed. Shaya, you know how much? Say it. Shaya nodded, and the sights swept across everyone present, and the calm voice sounded. Frieza comes from a very rare race in the universe, Frost Demon. There are very few Frost Demon people. They will be frozen in the ice after birth, and will not be unsealed until after maturity. According to my institute, there are only 3 Frost Demons in the North area, the Fleeca family, each of whom is a terrible guy who can dominate the universe. Because the power in Frost Demon is too formidable to control, Frost Demon usually uses the body transformation method to lower the battle force, which is similar to Scion's giantization. It's just that Scion uses the giant scorpion to boost the battle force, while Frost Demon uses the body transformation to suppress the battle force. Shaya shook his head and said with some emotion, "What a luxury body transformation." Adri and others showed a blank expression. Other life forms in the universe are trying to improve the battle force. The body transformation ability is the evolution of species in a specific environment. However, Frost Demon is really shocking because it is too strong to suppress the power of the battle. Looking around for a moment, everyone's face was in the eye, and Shaya continued, and he knew that the next words would be a very heavy blow to them. But if you don't tell them the truth, with Scion's pride, Adri may not agree with his next plan. Frieza has a total of 3 body transformation capabilities. After each release of the body transformation, the force is several times the previous one. Under the normal state, Fleeca's battle force is 530,000. Wait, you just said how much battle force is Fleeca under normal state? Lise asked in amazement. I said, the battle force under Fleeca's normal state is 530,000. Hiss! There was a slamming sound in the hall, and Adri Stillbrook was scared by the data that Shaya said. If Captain Jinyu's battle force had made them feel resisted, then Fleeca's battle force made them completely desperate. The 530,000 battle force in the normal state, a body transformation is several times before, and actually has 3 body transformation so much. Damn, how can there be such a super spec guy? That whole universe is not all Fleeca. Lee said a while. Get out of the way. Isn't that Scion didn't have a little hope? Some of the violent Parati had nowhere to vent their fire. Their eyes were rounded, their bodies were blue, and their bones caca-rang. Brook also condensed his face, and he said nothing in the cold. He thought it was terrible. This is not the worst. Fleeca is not the most terrible in the Frost Demon race. Fleeca's father and brother, King Cold and Cooler, who ruled the eastern and northern parts of the North area, are truly terrible. Fleeca, compared with them, is like a child who has not grown up. Although the potential is there, it is not yet grown. He still has a father and a brother? Alice exclaimed. Yes, I heard that Fleeca's father is indeed King Cold, and he does have a brother named Cooler. Adri was well informed and had heard of such rumors when he was captain. Shaya nodded and said, Fleeca's father, King Cold. We don't want to talk about him for a while. Just say Fleeca's brother Cooler. He has 4 body transformation ability. So I think that King Vegeta's rebellion is doomed to fail. The prospects of whole planet Vegeta are bleak. Fleeca didn't do it. It is estimated that the timing is not mature enough. When the time comes, Scion will not escape. Hey, what can you do? Who could have imagined that Scion, who had a bright future before the watching, suddenly fell to the edge of the genocide? This taught the original Adri team that everyone was unacceptable. So, I think so. We must be prepared to transfer some of Scion out. After the previous steps, Shia threw out his own plans. Scion, this race, is very magical. Blood power can make them strong and strong, constantly surpass the limits of the body. Although not all Scion have such talent, but it is quite valuable. It would be a pity that such blood vessels would all be annihilation in the universe with Planet Vegeta. Shia didn't dare to say how much ambition he had, but he knew that to survive better in the universe, he had to build his own force, and Scion was the foundation of his future. The problem is, since Fleeca is so formidable, why did you start to be wary of Scion at the beginning? Alice asked inexplicably. Fleeca has always been afraid of Golden Super Scion and Scion, which means that Super Scion has ability direct against Frost Demon. Because of fear, it will be destroyed. We need to keep Scion's blood and not let Scion disappear from the universe. Shia has been open-minded, and after learning about the situation of Planet Vegeta, he already has his own plans. He said all the information he knew about Fleeca under the pressure of strong enemies. Shia felt that Adri should listen to his words. Although Scion is so arrogant, even arrogant and self-sufficient, but in the case of knowing that there is no chance of winning, Scion will not be stupid to rush to death. Of course, it does not rule out the existence of such people. But these people obviously won't use it for themselves, and Shia doesn't expect those who have a gluten to join his camp. Adri couldn't help but frown, and the face that was originally dark-colored became darker. He understands the meaning of Shia. Keeping Scion's blood means giving up Mo Scion. The gecko has a broken tail to survive, and Shia means giving up the main body of civilization and asking for it, only to do so. Scion survived. For Adri, the choice is hard because it violates the Scion education they receive from childhood, which is inconsistent with their spiritual idea. However, they have to admit that Shia really makes sense. Fleeca is an enemy in front of Scion. This enemy is very uneasy about Scion from the beginning, and it has the power of despair. Don't tell me we can only choose to escape. That is the behavior of the coward. Brook's face turned green and white, constantly changing. No, it is not a cowardly act to temporarily avoid the edge. Instead, it is a cowardly and honest coward. If you know why you will fail, why do you have to make unnecessary sacrifices just to complete the so-called Scion spiritual? Shia sneered, stupid. It's making a bet in the future of whole Scion to fulfill your own righteousness by sacrificing the future of whole Scion. Does such a big meaning have any meaning? No. Not only does it make no sense, still very selfish behavior. Now is not the time to fight the enemy heroically. When should we stand up and fight against the enemy? It is a time when the gap between the enemy is not particularly disparity, and the gap between Scion and Fleeca is too big, so Scion should not resist at all. So in Shia's thoughts, knowing that it can't be done is stupid. If you have time to do this, it is better to take a few Scion and let them survive. The faces of the members of the Adri team suddenly changed. They looked at Shia unfathomably. They found that his little face was immature, but he looked at them with his eyes without fear. He couldn't help but sigh for a long time. Well, maybe what you said makes sense. Adri retreated and shook his head. For the continuation of Scion, he could only sell his glory. Speak your plan. Brook, double bracelet hugged on the chest. A pair of inquiries. Now the scene has become very funny. Several adults of Scion are actually asking a child who is not adult. But since Shia said the words just now, no one has seen him as a child. Withdraw, bring a few potentials, and can trust Scion, fleeing Planet Vegeta together. We are looking for a safe place to be the base of development, and then slowly figure it out. One day we will make a comeback. Let Fleeca pay the price. But since Fleesa can install eavesdropping devices on the energy readings, it's hard not to install tracking devices on the spaceships. Where can we escape? Alice worried. Don't think. Spaceships must have been passive. Brooke coldly smiles. This problem is not too much brains. Plus there are so many cosmic people on the planet Vegeta, it is really difficult to fly. Alice was crying and sullen, and her chest was trembled with anger. At present, Scion's dilemma can be described as internal and external troubles. Externally, Fleesa didn't know when to attack Scion. Inside, King Vegeta was anxious to launch a rebellion, and most Scion admired Fleesa. It's too hard to rely on a few of them to save Scion. Right, Littleya, how do you know so much? Rebecca questioningly asked. Everyone has come back to God. Yeah, everything that Xia has said so far is not necessarily accurate. Because I have superpower. Xia looked up and smiled at them, taking out the reasons he had already prepared. Superpower, no more convincing than this. Dragon Ball's world is the existence of superpower, and there are many races that have predicting the future of the ability, just predicting the physical strength and reliability of that's all. Can you predicting the future? Adri's team looked at him questioningly. No, I can't predicting the future, Xia said, shaking his head. But I have the ability of the instantaneous movement, and there's a race in the universe that can predict the future. I asked them to ask. Exactly. They open up a part of the future for me and let me know a limited future. Okay, this reason is very formidable. The question is who does not know if he is in who way, because it is impossible to verify. And instantaneous movement, a listener, is a relatively high level of ability. Xia is true. At this time, Shilling Pa, who had been hiding in the room, ran out and reluctantly raised his head, standing firmly on the Xia Witch side. Xia does have superpower, which she has personally experienced. As for Xia looking for aliens to predicting things, since he said so, there must be, and this can explain why he behaves as if he knows everything. Uncle Adri, are there any readings that are not equipped with eavesdropping devices? Xia asked suddenly. Adri didn't expect Xia to ask this suddenly, so he nodded and glanced at Rebecca. Rebecca immediately got up and went to the next room and brought a framed energy readings from it. We just found someone to modify this readings. We have removed the eavesdropping device. Littleya, what do you want it to do? As Shilling said just now, I actually awakened some superpower when I was doing the task at Planet Selma. After development, I could cast a skill called instantaneous movement. Please take your hand and don't let go. Xia shouted loudly at the crowd in the forum. Although the members of the Adri team didn't understand it very well, still followed his intentions. Adri took Rebecca's hand, then Brooke, Parati, Alice, and Lise also held hands, and Xia pulled Shilling's hand again. With hands and hands connected, 8 people formed a circle. I want to launch the instantaneous movement. Don't let go. After Xia closed her eyes, her heart began to mobilize the space superpower. Voila! A whirlwind appeared out of thin air, and the smooth space seemed to be loaded with countless neon lights and a flash of dazzling brilliance. Call out. As Xia's mind moved, the instantaneous movement immediately launched, and several people disappeared from the hall out of thin air. In the next second, on the desolate planet of the distant planet Vegeta, extremely remote, the cold whirlwind blew the earth, and the yellow sand fluttered with tiny particles flying in the sky. Because of the baptism of the superstorm, the whole planet is in the air. Chaos is in disorder. This is a desolate and lifeless planet, and the superstorm can suddenly attack here every moment. The weird thing is that although there is no life here, there is a thick atmosphere wrapped around the planet. On a towering hill, the wind hurricane hoo-hoo pats the ground. Because the temperature is always below the freezing point, the surface of the soil has become as hard as steel. The rock gradually cracks and relaxes under the erosion of the wind and frost. With only a slight vibration, the large rocks will peel off and then fall down the mountain. A faint, silent light suddenly appeared on the hill, and then 8 figures appeared in the place where the light disappeared. Alice only felt a short stun. After she opened her eyes, she found that it was a desolate and dim scene. Hey, where's the end? How come we got here? This is not the scene she is familiar with. Not even planet Vegeta. Don't tell me they have left planet Vegeta. Here is the barren planet, distance planet Vegeta for at least 10 days. Brook looked around at the scene and used his past experience to roughly determine where they were. Barren Planet is an inanimate planet of distance planet Vegeta, only 10 days away. Although there is air on it, there are often planetary-level storms due to bad conditions. It is of little value to Scion, even as a transit station. There are no qualifications, so it has been neglected unattended. Don't tell me this is the ability of the instantaneous movement, and it brought us here at once. Rebecca is difficult to channel. I just chatted on planet Vegeta, and the next second appeared on the remote barren planet. I know that even if I take a spacecraft, I need to fly at least 10 days. The instantaneous movement is so magical. Suddenly, Adri's face showed a red color, and hitting the palm with his fist seemed to think of something important. Littleya, how many people can you bring this instantaneous movement? If we find a planet that is suitable for life, can you bring a lot of Scion? Adri's words reminded everyone. Yeah, if you find a plane that is not easy to detect, can you take away a lot of Scion quietly? But it all depends on whether Shaya has the ability to take a large number of people away. The heart of Adri and others suddenly became hot, and they looked at Shaya with a look of expectation. With a soft cough, Shaya didn't let them down. He raised his bright smile and said, I can take 10 people for the instantaneous movement in one go. I need a relay plane to take a break in the middle. Although there are not many people, but each the distance of an instantaneous movement is still far away, and the spaceship is definitely not catching up. And as my strength increases, superpower will also get stronger. When it comes to this, everyone laughs. Shaya's instantaneous movement spans spaceships need to fly for 10 days. Although the number of people each time is a little less, but this is nothing. The Su-2 map is better than one cannot take. And with the power of Shaya getting stronger, the ability of instantaneous movement will be strengthened. Thinking of this, the anxiety in Adri's heart just subsided. And somehow, everyone in the Adri team suddenly gave birth to a grotesque thought. Scion believe in God? Maybe believe, maybe not. But they believe in their strength. If God is stronger than them, then the letter is no problem. But if God is weaker than them, what is the use of the letter? But at this moment, with the appearance of Shaya, they suddenly became awe of the fate of the world. Yes, when Scion is about to face the genocide crisis, Scion with special superpower like Shaya suddenly appears. This don't tell me is God's will. If it is, it's God's bless. It seems that I can no longer treat him as an ordinary child in the future. Adri thought secretly. Shaya certainly doesn't know Adri's thoughts in their hearts. At this point, he is remembering the instantaneous movement ability on planet Yardrat. It looks like the planet Yardrat instantaneous movement is not limited when it is launched. As long as you hold hands, you can do together with an instant movement, and there is no obvious distance limit. It is perfect. Secret skill. Hey, secret skill and superpower are essentially different, and Shaya has some size. When you have time, you must go to planet Yardrat and learn the instantaneous movement ability there. But before that, he needs to know the spatial position of planet Yardrat. On the barren planet, the cold wind rustled. The cold air flow moved at a very fast speed. The wind slammed into the face. The black hair floated freely, but every Scion present had a powerful body, and this harsh environment did not cause them any discomfort. For Littleya, what do you want me to do with the energy readings? Rebecca remembered the energy readings that Shaya had mentioned before and took the frame-like readings in his hand. Rebecca, Auntie, Uncle Adri, I haven't told you one thing. Shaya's handsome face outlines a shallow arc. In fact, I and Sheeling have already completed the task of the planet Selma ball many years ago. The reason why I didn't return to planet Vegeta immediately is that I don't want to be too prominent and attract the attention of others. On the other hand, it is because after discovering the superpower of instantaneous movement, I went to other planets with Sheeling for practicing. Wait, You said that you completed the mission several years ago. Doesn't that mean that your battle force has surpassed 1,000 long ago? Parati asked with a big eyes after listening. Yes, probably at the age of 5, my battle force has broken through 1,000. Today, Shaya is bluntly acknowledging. His words immediately attracted the eyes of the elders, and even the cold brooks looked at him. At the age of 5, I reached the 1,000 battle force. Is this still mid-level warrior? The speed of growth is simply amazing, unbelievable. Even if compared with Prince Vegeta, it is not to be outdone. Because I was worried that returning to Planet Vegeta so early would cause King Vegeta to pay attention. So I went with shielding to other planet practicing. Adri couldn't help but secretly nod and agreed with Shaya's approach. Sion's character is arrogant. With a little success, I can't wait for the publicity to make everyone know. It's rare to know how to hide power like Shaya. But in the current situation of Planet Vegeta, Shaya's practice of hiding the battle force is undoubtedly a good idea. Did not attract King Vegeta's attention, nor did it lead to Fliss's peep. Adri couldn't help but curiously ask, so your true battle force is not as shown. So what is your current battle force in the end? I'm speaking to me. Seeing his father's astonished look, Shilling proudly raised his chest and opened his hand with pride. In fact, after I left Planet Selma with Shaya, we went to a very beautiful low-level planet. The humans on the planet are not worth mentioning, but they have the magical training method by learning their martial art. I am going to rise with Shaya battle. How do you escape the energy readings? Lise asked in a hoarse voice. This is also a place that everyone is puzzled. The energy readings are developed for the individual energy of readings. Is there any way to regulate it? The energy readings are white. It is the energy leaked from the surface of the reading's life form. I and Shieling have learned the energy of the planet called Qi. When it is normal, the gas will converge in the body. As long as the gas does not leak, the readings can't measure the energy in us. Shaya said seriously, and then he explained the concept of anger. It's just like the age difference between different ages. No matter how many times Shaya explained to them, Adri can't understand what Qi is in the end. The habits of life have made them form over the years. A set of energy running mode for a moment has been difficult to change. Perhaps only Sion's talented people like Vegeta can use in the future. Although they can't understand what is Qi, it does not hinder their understanding of Qi. In short, a new and more advanced theory is, Shaya's one foot was slightly on the ground, and the body immediately flew up. The whistling wind blew his hair around, and he took a deep breath, then shouted to Adri and others. Everyone noticed that now I want to release all the energy. I saw his hands clenched his fists and crossed his arms in front of his chest, snorting in his mouth. Hey, time! Atop of the mountains and overturned the seas, aura broke out in the center of Shaya. At this moment, Shaya's body is like a huge magnet, attracting the surrounding rock blocks to leave the ground, with his center as a messy float, and rotated it up. The atmosphere of Berserk on the barren planet has become more chaotic. The chaotic airflow is mixed with the unparalleled, fearful aura, which ignites the floating ions in the atmosphere and slowly gathers into a dragonfly. Twisted, shiny electric light. Bang! Suddenly there was a roar in the sky, and the purple lightning thundered through the dense and heavy clouds, leaving a bright and beautiful trajectory in the sky. Beep, beep, beep. Energy readings. The readings to this force immediately rang a series of rapid electronic sounds, and the data on the lenses began to rise. 2,000, 3,000, 6,000. The data is still rising. The face of Adri and others turned from the initial surprise to serious, and finally began to be somewhat dignified. Such data made them very shocked. But the data displayed on the energy readings doesn't stop at all, and it is still going up. This, don't tell me, is not the true strength of Shaya. How high is his battle force in the end? Will it break through 10,000? Adri, watching, was entangled in the dense air group of Shaya, could not help but look forward to it. Immediately, 9,000, 10,000. Shaya's battle force quickly surpassed 10,000, and it didn't stop. It was still going up. This time, Adri's Stillbrook became very serious, and the blood in the body began to boil. Little you turn out to be. So strong. Alice's voice trembled a little, and the beautiful eyes began to flash. In the midst of the air, Shaya is as dazzling as the newly rising sun. The suffocating, fearful aura has swept the whole piece of the continent. The earth is shaking slightly. The free leaking energy absorbs the electric ions in the air. Z. Boom! A huge fire group rose. Shaya finally released all the power in the body. This unconstrained and unrestrained behavior of exerting all the power in the body is a very good enjoyment. Shaya's face is not a faint smile. 14,000 battle force. Adri's voice is a little trembling, the data displayed on the readings. The whole person is already in a sluggish form. God, Lilia has such a high battle force. This is probably the highest battle force currently known in Scion. What Prince Vegeta and King Vegeta can't compare. Alice pouted, and the beautiful eyes became brighter. When I was in Earth training, when the Shaya came out of the hyperbolic time chamber, the battle force reached 12862, and then it continued for a year and a half, when his battle force reached 14,000. This is very close to the limit of the readings that old-fashioned energy readings can. Since the battle forces of various civilizations in the universe are generally below 10,000, the old readings of the 20,000 battle force are enough. 14,000. After seeing the data, Parati appeared to be more excited than Alice. He forgot to scream, as if with the screams, all the suffocation in his heart was vented. There is 14,000 battle force, so Shaya is the first day of Scion. Brooke muttered, just as a boat lost in the ocean suddenly found the lighthouse, the inner vibrations. At this moment, he no longer dared to marry the young Scion who was younger than himself for decades. Perhaps he is the King of Cayenne. Brooke looked at him, his eyes showing a mixture of fanaticism, excitement. Seeing that my strength has been revealed, Shaya has moved in and sent aura back. The body landed down gently and walked to the crowd. How my strength is still can? Good. Adri was excited and immediately remembered Super Saiyan mentioned by Shaya. He didn't believe Super Saiyan mentioned in the ancient legend. It was only a myth that was passed down from ancient times, but now I saw Shaya like Kami. I think that Shaya is just 9 years old this year, and he can't help but make a guess. Don't tell me Shaya is legendary Super Saiyan not? If you let Shaya know what Adri is thinking at the moment, he will shout his head. Where is he Super Saiyan? The real legendary Super Saiyan is not yet born. He just took a step ahead of other Saiyan, that's all, far from Super Saiyan. Of course, Shaya is confident that sooner or later he will become the real Super Saiyan. Since Shaya has such a high combat power, what about Shieling? Lise noticed the little girl who had been eager to try. Of course, I'm also very tall. Watched by several elders with a look of expectation, Shieling looked pretty, and there was a faint blush on the delicate little face, and then slowly rose in the eyes that everyone expected. Call! Another strong whirlwind was generated, and the whole atmosphere suddenly turned over the pot and turned into a pot of which soup. Beat, beat, beat. The readings began to violently beat again, showing a rising number of values. It was finally fixed on 11,200. 11,200. Shilling also surpassed 10,000 battle. Adri was shocked and couldn't help but a big surprise, but because Shilling was not as tall as Shaya, and it seemed to be deliberate, her aura was almost directed at the members of the Adri team. Under such pressure, Adri was sweating coldly, and he could only scream, Flame Key, wung, wrapped around the body to resist the power from Shieling. Then the readings showed a new source of energy, but it was much weaker than the energy of Shaya and Shieling. Only 8560 battle. Hey, in order to resist the tremendous pressure, other people have burst out all the energy, and 8 forces that are enough to destroy this planet have erupted together, and the power that is manifested is absolutely unrivaled. Brooke Battle Force 8,000 369. Parati Battle Force 8095. Rebecca Battle Force 7966. Lee's Battle Force 7750. Alice Battle Force 7457. Several people are high-level warriors latent talent, so the power is not much lower than Adri. On the towering hills, a small sun lit up and the fierce wind swelled. The waves of energy smashed each other, crushing all obstacles along the way. Hong Long Long. Intense landslide. The towering hills finally could not withstand the destruction of huge energy and began to fall apart. Well, everyone will take back the power. Xiao looked at the situation around and quickly shouted at the crowd. As soon as the voice fell, several people took back their own aura, but the Yue caused by the storm continued to wreak havoc on the barren planet. At this time, I saw Shieling happily coming to Adri. Father, how do you see the power of my and Xia? You are a high-level warrior, but our battle is not as good as it is. It is too weak. She showed her contemptuous eyes. Adri, speechless, laughing, thinking about the latter half is what she wants to express. This girl is really smug. Not like it. But think about it too. Adri and Rebecca are both high-level warriors in Scion, but a daughter is a mid-level warrior. Can imagine how inferiority Shieling is. Now she is a mid-level warrior's latent talent, but she has surpassed her father as a high-level warrior. Of course, she is very proud of it. This is also a kind of counterattack. How can it not be obvious? Adri also understands this. Watching her daughter's eyes look like a light, he coughed a lot and praised her a few words. Then came to Xia and said seriously, Little Ya, Sion's hope is probably on you. If you have any ideas in the future, let us tell you directly. Yes, what decisions do you have? We must support you. Brooke nodded lightly to show his attitude. Other members of the Adri team also expressed their opinions. Especially Alice. She is the youngest of the team and also likes the two guys Xia and Shieling. Xia can be formidable, and she is very happy. Soon after, Xia took a few people to launch the instantaneous movement again, and after a while, several people returned to Planet Vegeta's home. Next, they will discuss how to retain Sion's vitality under Fleisa's eyelids. The first choice is to evacuate the planet. It must be far from Fleisa's control. It's better to stay away from Frost Demon's force. Adri sat on the couch and meditated for a moment. After the evacuation, Sion could not nest on a planet and did not go out to develop. So, it is necessary to choose a place that the Frost Demon family can't reach. There are countless planets in the vast universe. They are like tiny sand grains spread on the black picture of the starry sky, forming a beautiful and moving picture. There are also a lot of planets suitable for life, and there are many such planets in the North area alone. The only pity is that in addition to some domains, most of the North area has been eaten by the Frost Demon race. If Adri wants to find a suitable planet, they may need to leave the North area. Well, the planets thing is left to us to deal with then, it will be all right. And the primary task of Xia and Shieling is to improve the battle force. Brooke sounds cold like ice. Adri and others are nodding. The universe is a weak meat. Sion needs the strong person now. The super strong person can have the power to protect the family. If Sion now has enough for formidable power, it will not be forced away from the birthplace by Fleisa. And Xia and Shieling happen to have an enviable new starting point, and their first priority now is to improve their battle power. Yes, the people who are evacuating, you need to be careful. We don't have many people to take away. It is best not to attract the attention of King Vegeta and Fleisa when choosing, or will lead to abandonment, Xia reminded. Since they have to quietly take away some of Sion, they must not be well known. Otherwise, the pressure from King Vegeta and Fleisa will make them run hard, not to mention the folly that will be faced after being discovered. Sa and others pursued. We will carefully screen the personnel. The public facial expression, a serious nod. Screening people is a meticulous and serious matter. First of all, they should be reasoning enough to see the current situation. Don't let the people reveal the news when they have not left. Second, these people should try not to be in the sight of King Vegeta. This immediately ruled out that most high-level warrior and latent talent are particularly good Scion. The number of high-level warriors in 1,000,000 Scion accounts for less than 1%, each of which is a very precious resource. Most of these Scion with great potential are already on the list of King Vegeta and Frieza, and they are particularly concerned. In order to reduce the impact, these people can't evacuate. Of course, Adri can't do it either. It will greatly exhaust Sion's potential. It is only stricter than low-level warrior and mid-level warrior. It is impossible to let them take it with time. Several. There is also the issue of Sion's male-female ratio, which involves racial reproduction. Although Sha doesn't care much about it, Adri is very concerned about it and has to be considered. In short, the last can take away 2,000 or 3,000 people is already very good. Sion's total population is less than 1,000,000. The disappearance of thousands of people will definitely attract King Vegeta's attention. So Adri needs extra attention when they act. Well, let's do this for the time being. Next, let's take a side look at the Sion who can be evacuated. Be careful not to reveal the news. I don't know when King Vegeta will launch a rebellion, leaving us with a lot of time. Adri sighed a little. There is hope that there is better than no hope. Brook calmed his face, as if everyone owed him a lot of money. At this time, his heart was like a gunpowder barrel, and it could explode at any time. Sion, who needs to flee, is an insult to him. It's all because of Flissa's sake. Flissa, we'll let you pay the price sooner or later. 10 days later, on the barren planet, the icy hurricane rolled up the dust, and the sky was covered by a thick haze, showing a dim yellow color. At this time, the loud noise of home, lone came. Then the earth trembled, and the remote sky suddenly raised a cluster of orange-red mushroom clouds. The mushroom cloud was very hot, like a bright sun suddenly rising, and the tens of kilometers of the square was illuminated in a flash. Hoo-hoo! The energy brought by the shock wave swept through one piece. The first ones were the towering hills that rose from the ground, and the hard soil like steel in the cold wind immediately fell apart in front of the penetrating shock wave, and the large rock collapsed. Fall. Every rock has tons of weight. In the dim vision, 2 blurred figures are flying fast. That is 2 big and 1 small figures. These 2 figures constantly change position, attacking each other, suddenly disappearing and appearing again from the sky, hit the ground, and hit the sky from the ground. Every time they fight, they will explode the storm that destroys the heavens and exterminating the earth. Voila, a wide expanse shines the energy of the dull blue light through the air, drawing a bright and beautiful trajectory in the air. Ha! It's so happy. I haven't been so busy for a long time. The battle suit of the elderly person has been damaged, cannot bear a bloody red wound on the skin, although it has been scarred, but the face of the person does not see a little pain, but because of the joyful battle and high interest. Another young figure obvious is a lot better, but still awkward. Uncle Adri, you are really but still vigorous. Hey, and surely the battle is the best practice. Shaya's facial expression is rosy, and the blood in the body flows like a boil. Ha! That's natural. My Adri can still be young, but if you don't push down the battle, I'm afraid I won't take a few strokes and lose. Adri smiled heartily, and the big movement twitched the wound in his body, but he didn't care. Give. Shaya threw a senza bean over. I took the senza bean and then sent it to my mouth, kaka, chewing and swallowing. In a moment, a large group of vitality began to work in the body. The wound on Adri had healed, and the spiritual was restored to the best form. This little bean is really magical. I can't bear it. Adri has some meat pain. This little injury actually squandered a precious senza bean. He can't bear it. Shaya laughed and said, Isn't the senza bean used in training to play its role? Well, how much does Adri's battle force increase? With a fist in his hand and feeling the power of the body, Adri smiled with satisfaction and snorted. It's already 8,800. Hey, and 10 days I've actually raised more than 200 powers. Okay. Shaya smiled. Indeed, the use of Sion's previous training method to improve the battle force mostly used the most stupid method, and the effect was obviously not good. Now combined with the training method taught by Shaya, Adri's previously accumulated concrete details suddenly broke out, which made him such a big progress in just 10 days. However, Shaya knows that this is short-lived, and when Adri consumes the concrete details, his growth rate slows down. It's a pity that the theory of chi that you said is too profound, and I can't understand it at all. Adri scratched his head in distress. An inertia thought has made him form a formula, and for a moment can't change. Things of chi have to be instilled since childhood, otherwise it is difficult to understand. Right, patted the tiny gravel scattered on the battle suit, and Shaya took out a large bag of senza beans from the dimension space, a lot more than the last time to Adri. These senza beans are collected, and when you have time, you can give them to Uncle Brooke. Adri took the bag and looked at it. There were probably more than 100 senzu beans inside. Surprised? So many senza beans? I doubt how many senza beans you have hidden in the end. Hey, not much. Uncle Adri doesn't tell Shieling, otherwise she will definitely wrap me around to ask for a senza bean. Think of Shieling's greed for the senza bean, and Shaya feels like letting her eye know that the senza bean in his hand has to lose a lot. I don't care. You explain it to her. Smiley put away the senza bean. Adri did not stop the fight between the two little guys, and even enjoyed the intimacy of the two. It's success. Uncle Adri, what civilizations in the universe are good at high science and technology, it is best to make large training rooms. Well, to make a large training room, this requirement is not low. Adri thought about it. This North area says that the highest level of science and technology is the Space Police Organization, but they have never been to see a Scion, and we rarely contact them, and other science and technology planets are not affiliated with Flissa Force. Other hostile forces, this is not easy to find. Shaya couldn't help but frown. Space Police's organization of science and technology is high, but it has always been a good thing to maintain the peace of the Milky Way system, and it is not good with the Scion relationship that undermine the North Area Order. Other forces also know the importance of the science and technology civilization. They sent people to conquer early. Now, these science and technology planets are mostly owned by Flissa Force and the forces that are hostile to them. It is really hard to find. Right, there's a planet that is quite famous, but their planet has just misfortune and natural disaster. Do you know if there is any life? Adri suddenly thought of a planet, just a little uncertain. What planet? It seems to be called Planet Phidaya, which has a humanoid-shaped science and technology race. Distance planet Vegeta is far away. Adri said, the administration was originally planning to send Scion to conquer in the past. Later I heard that the planet Phidaya suddenly broke out very seriously. The crustal movement, so the task was cancelled. Planet Phidaya, Shaya murmured and asked, how high is their science and technology? This is not clear, but it should be very high. At the time of the task, it was classified into a high-level task. I think the task administration is not a big problem. This is also true. Shaya nodded. It's not easy to find a planet that is good at science and technology in the Milky Way system. No matter what the situation is, he feels it is necessary to look at it in the past, and maybe there is still life. Next, Shaya and Adri exchanged a few questions about training and shared their own battle experience. After all, Adri's battle experience is the most lacking of Shaya. The other side of the barren planet. It is also a doomsday scene with lightning and thunder and yellow sand. In the middle of the dense cloud of dark clouds, a few purple lightnings communicated to the heavens and the earth like a dragon to take off, such as the tiger screaming, unstoppable from the very high altitude straight down. The purple lightning tail dragged out the blue light, and in the chaotic air flow, it suddenly narrowed the distance between heaven and earth. In the storm, Shieling and Rebecca are slightly gasped for breath, and they have a fierce confrontation after a short pause. The two fuzzy poses make a short contact in a dense environment where the light can't penetrate. Every time, a little bit, instantly an extremely fierce battle broke out. The light is shining, the storm is crushed into smashing, and the splendid brilliance annihilates in the blink of an eye like a planet's. lighting up the surroundings. When Xiaya and Adri arrived, there was a fierce storm in front of them. The shredded stones smashed through the bullets from the front, and the ground in front of the feet suddenly had a row of tiny holes. The hollow is deep and quite dense, and the small, unknown pores around it. The stone has turned into a hot lava flowing through the intense friction. However, Shea and Adri were not scared by the scenes before they waited until the battle subsided, and they waved away the thick smoke that permeated the air. Ha ha! Your battle force has improved. Just shielding, when you're in the battle, still lack of bathtub awareness. Let the battle become your instinctive reaction. Adri's sinister eyes saw her daughter's flaws at first glance. Shilling's battle force is certainly high, but her biggest weakness is that there is not much battle experience, especially the lack of experience in life and death. This is very deadly. Her situation is usually not good for those who are weaker than her, but when the strength of the opponent is equal to her, she will only lose more and win less, not to mention the ability to challenge when the opponent's strength is stronger than her. In that case, it is very good to save your life. Rebecca took out a senza bean and ate it. The strong energy immediately restored her. She smiled and said, Shilling's starting point has been pulled too high, and most of her usual opponents are not able to match her. This is not conducive to her discovering the maximum effect of every bit of force. Shaya and Shilling listened carefully, and this is their biggest shortcoming. The practice on Earth allowed them to dig out the potential hidden inside the body. The strength of the battle was too fast, but they also lacked the battle test of each stage struggling on the edge of life and death. There must be some loss, Shaya, they need to do as soon as possible. Make up for this. The power of traditional Scion is extremely violent, especially after adult. Almost every battle force is obtained through battle. This means that they will face danger all the time. This is a very cruel practice method, which has the potential to constantly squeeze between life and death. This type of training is used by most races in the universe. Scion, known for fighting the race, is especially good at this, which gives them full battle experience and timidity in life and death. In contrast, Earth practicing is more elegant and more intimate and more natural. Qi, according to Taoism, is part of nature, meaning the foundation of all living things, is a very ambiguous concept. It consists of a spiritual level and a physical level, and is a comfortably off physical body that develops its potential. These are two distinctly practicing roads. There is a speculation in Xiaya that the grand work Goku can be the surpass limit again and again. In addition to many times facing the test of life and death, the training of gas also plays a very important role. Otherwise, why are each and every Scion latent talent on planet Vegeta still on Son Goku, but there is little can break through 100,000 battle? To say that they have fewer battles than Son Goku, I am afraid that they are untenable. Unun. Shilling listened carefully to the teachings and nodded secretly from time to time. In the past few days, she has benefited from a battle with her mother after she has lowered the strength of the battle. Subsequently, Shaya took everyone to launch the instantaneous movement and returned to planet Vegeta's home. It is nearing the evening. In the bathroom, I took a hot bath and the exhaustion of the whole body was swept away. Shaya wiped her wet hair and walked to the living room. She found that Shilling was lying on the sofa in a small plain dress. The two calves were lifted up, and there was a snack lying lazily in her mouth. The little girl was unconscious at home, and her upper and lower coats were not covered, revealing a wide expanse of fair skin. Pa! I tapped on the girl's ass, and Shilling immediately slammed her ass and then looked at Xiaya with vicious eyes. What are you doing? Hey, wait a while to eat? I have something to tell you. What? Shilling didn't bother to ask, even hit her ass, but also when she was a child. Xiaya glanced at her and removed her body a little, then sat next to her. In a few days we will be carrying out new tasks, so I'm going to find a mission near planet Phidaya. I will leave for planet Phidaya on the way to the mission. You need to take care of the tasks related to the mission. Planet Phidaya? Shilling's beautiful eyebrows bent. Are you going to build a training room? Well, it's not just the training room. If the planet Phidaya people have enough value, I intend to conquer them. Shaya directly said his thoughts. He is most convinced of Shieling, and there is nothing to hide. If Shaya intends to build a force in the universe in the future, then researchers are essential. Scion is a simple minding race, and it is obviously not suitable for them to engage in scientific research. At this time, a special science and technology type of cosmic person is needed. He for a moment aimed at planet Phidaya, people who have not been conquered by other forces. Shilling knew the importance of the matter, so he nodded his head and said, "You can rest assured that the task will be handed over to me. The night is already deep." At dinner, Shaya took out the food from Earth in the dimension space. The family is facing the food like a hill, ping-pong. The high-pitched food disappears a little bit very quickly, and soon there are only a few empty dishes and scattered bone residues. So many the food was all in the belly of 4 Scion. "Call, it's so comfortable, Littleya. You are so delicious." Rebecca leaned back in the chair and had eaten the food brought by Shaya. She had no interest in the food on planet Vegeta. "Aunt Rebecca, I don't have so much food. You have to save some points." Shaya smiled. The food he brought from Earth could have been eaten for 3 or 4 years, but it has been consumed in these few days. Very one of them. Adult Scion's appetite is so much bigger than them. He has some regrets to take out so much food. If this continues, my food will soon consume light. Is it necessary to go to Earth to pick up some food? Shaya secretly thought, just to go to Earth for this little thing isn't a bit too big? After dinner, Adri came over with a piece of information about the tasks associated with Planet Phidaya and Planet Phidaya. "Littleya, this is the coordinates of Planet Phidaya. Distance. Its recent mission point is only about 7 days. These are a few tasks that are closer to distance." Adri said that he will hand over a list of tasks published by the Task Administration. "Come over." Shaya roughly flipped through the tasks on the list. After a little comparison, I thought about it. Well, let's choose the star's mission. The physical strength of that mission is right for our team. Adri nodded and handed over the information of the star. "That's good. After Scion's formation of the squad, if the long time does not perform the task, it will be irritating. You can take a test of the team members, by the way. They may become your future team." Adri knows that some Scion will be headed by Shaya after the evacuation. First, only he has the ability of the instantaneous movement and can say that all Scion's life was saved by him. Second, Shaya's battle force is the highest of all Scion. Scion only obeys strong person and makes Shaya the new leader. At that time, he must not be able to do anything personally to form his own team, and now several Scion of the same team are mid-level warrior. If the performance is good, it is the best choice. In fact, Adri is so dedicated to help Shaya. In addition to his relationship with his nephew and adopted son, he is more concerned about his daughter Shieling. Both are now the most outstanding warrior in Scion, and they happen to be a man and a woman. In Adri's mind, if Shaya Khan and Shieling are in the future, then it is a perfect pair. Of course, what will happen in the end still depends on what they mean. Shaya nodded slightly. He is preparing to do so, Shake. They are the first Scion he first contacted, and he feels that their character is okay. Although they are infected with some Scion arrogance, this is a minor issue that is irrelevant. As long as their indicators meet their own requirements, he is ready to cultivate them with full strength. The next day, the sky was awkward. The thin mist is like a layer of light gauze covering the sky above the living area. Early in the morning, Shaya sent the information of a new task to all the members of the team through the communication device and asked them to gather at the designated place as soon as possible. Soon after, Anastasia first arrived at the meeting place, and after seeing Shaya and Shieling, she greeted her and then chatted with Shieling. Anyway, it was a girl's topic. Shaya was not interested in listening to it. She found a rock and sat down, waiting for other players to come. The second one came to Shake, who flew over in a new, shoulderless battle suit and politely said hello when he came to Shaya. "Captain, I have kept you waiting." "Nothing. We have just arrived." Shaya also responded with a smile. This Shake is a very cold and proud Scion. The character is very similar to Adri's Brook, and it is also unruly. One scion like them will surrender. They will do their best to do their best, and there will be no complaints. Haha, I have to go out to perform the task again. I have been waiting for a long time. This time I must show my talents and let you see how great Bailey is. Shouting is the burly boy Bailey. The strength is not high, but not too small, usually old and Lydia bicker. Oh, when you don't call it tired, it will be all right. Anastasia ended her conversation with Sheeling and came over. Hearing Bailey's arrogant words, he couldn't help but scorn. Hey, Anastasia, why are you saying this? I am a man. It must be very strong in the future. Bailey's face slammed down, and he did not dare to refute Anastasia. Soon after, I waited for a moment at the designated location. Angeline and Lydia arrived and exchanged briefly for a while. Then, under the leadership of Shaya, several people headed for spaceport. Then, take the spaceships and head towards the target planet. Located in the southeastern part of the North area, the stars are very close to the North Domain, and the spaceships need to fly for more than 2 months. It is precisely because of the location of the two domains that planet Phaidaya is not explicitly swallowed up by other forces. The long journey passed by, the dark brown target planet was close at hand, and Shaya and others came over from sleep form awaken. 7 hot fireballs smashed through the atmosphere, and the huge shock wave hitting the ground instantly picked up the dust that hid the sky and covering the earth. When the smoke gradually subsided, 7 tiny figures appeared near the impact point. After coming to the star, Shaya looked at Sheeling and told him, Sheeling, the next task is handed over to you. After getting a response from Sheeling, he walked alone into the lush rainforest and quickly lost track. Watching Shaya disappeared, Sheeling returned to the world, and Shake and others said, This mission is not very difficult, mainly for your test, so neither I nor Shaya will shoot. You can enjoy your skills. Sheeling's face is not a red heart and a lie for Shaya. This task is said to be a test for Shake. Of course, this is also an important reason why Shaya chooses to star as a target among many alternative tasks. The overall strength system of the is not high. It is suitable for Shake to develop them. I said how Captain disappeared. It turned out to be a test for us. Then we could be rude. Bailey stunned his hand, and he guessed that this time Shaya is likely to hide somewhere to perform on their performance. Inspect. Ha ha ha. That's better. I want to have a good battle. Lydia laughed and said that she also raised her eyebrows at Bailey. The latter was naturally furious, and the two were up again. You too. When can you be serious? Anastasia looked helplessly. But since Captain chose the planet as the test planet, we can't let Captain down. Really, the gap between us and Captain is quite big, and we have to try hard more. Shake was in the dark, and his eyes flashed with high morale. Angeline also made up her mind. Shake they didn't have any doubts, because the Bay forces of Shaya and Sheeling did surpass them too much. Since they are members of the same battle squadron, it is very possible to perform special training for them. If their battle force is not mentioned, it will be difficult to arrange the task in the future. Sheeling, watching their each and every one, with a slight smile, found a comfortable place to build a hammock and lay down. On the other hand, after leaving the team, Shaya passed through the lush, pristine rainforest and solved several local beasts that wanted to attack him with a few energy waves. He carefully observed the surrounding environment. After confirming that no one was there, he began to adjust his mind to start the instantaneous movement. In addition to the 7-day voyage of the star cluster, a silver-gray small planet surrounded by the sun is doing periodic motion. The outer circle of the celestial body is surrounded by 2 interlaced silver halos. The same bright color makes planet Phaidaya look like a giant pearl dotted on 2 interlaced panels, standing in the distant starry sky. Outer gorgeous. The 2 intertwined silver halos are actually 9-degree vertical corridors of the surrounding planet, built by the highest income and technology of planet Phaidaya. But at this time, the 2 magnificent silver long snakes were slightly tilted, and the alloy parts of the junctions had collapsed, and there were several fierce explosions from time to time. The red flames and the smoke of the dragons continued to rise from the space corridor. Start. On the surface of planet Phidaya, a huge plate of rock circles floats on the cellar, and the hot lava is hot with hot smoke. The lava flows of a high altitude are sprayed into the sky. These lava flows fall from the sky and become lava. The rain, then drowning the earth, continued to flow back into the cellar along the low slabs of the plate. The geological disaster on planet Phidaya is so serious. Shaya was stunned by the scene in front of me. Where is the geological disaster? It is clearly the result of the planet being hit by a massive object. No. If it is a celestial body from outer space, the advanced science and technology of the planet Phidaya people should have been discovered long ago. The scene in front of the scene shows that the planet Phidaya people have no response time at all, and the surface has been destroyed like this. Shaya's suspicion in the heart quickly ruled out the possibility of celestial body impact in outer space. But the mutation in the core is not so fast. Someone has attacked planet Phidaya. Shaya suddenly reacted, and this scene must have been caused by a huge energy shock. What kind of energy shock can cause such damage to the planet? To know that planet Phidaya is a huge hardshell planet can say that any weak place is reinforced with high science and technology. This is so good, it is still destroyed like this. Shaya's face became dignified. To accomplish such a great damage, the attacker's power must not be small, probably above the 10,000 battle force. In the universe, the 10,000 battle force is a watershed below the 10,000 battle force. Even if a large-scale attack is at most extinct the species on the planet, it is not so easy to make the whole planet. Only the attack of strong person above 10,000 battle force can cause such serious damage to planet Phidaya. Even more, such as Fleesa, the power of full strength can strike the entire planet from the universe. Shaya couldn't help but smile. He just wanted to accept a group of high science and technology talents as subordinates. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. But it's good, too, and the current difficulty can also ease the difficulty of receiving. Shaya then began to seriously perceive the energy response on planet Phidaya. Soon, he sensed thousands of weak kiss on this planet. Those should be the Aboriginals' race on planet Phidaya, the planet Phidaya, and the target that Shaya is looking for. Planet Phidaya is very weak, and in front of the berserk power that covers the entire planet, it is like the brilliance of each and every one small candle, which will be extinguished at any time during the last storm. In addition to these local energy reactions, he also sensed hundreds of very formidable kiss. Those ki are all above the 1,000 battle force, and even a few even reach the 3,000 battle force. Planet Phidaya really got attacked by foreign forces. After a long while, Shaya opened her eyes, and her face showed a clear look. Suddenly, at a more remote location, an abnormally formidable ki enters the sensing range of Shaya. That gas! Shaya's face was suddenly condensed, and the temper was very cold. It was like a sudden readings to a huge ice cube. It felt like, even thousands of kilometers apart, made him feel a slight chill. Good Sinister's ki, the physical strength of the gas, is actually above me, to the rare 20,000 battle force. Shaya was shocked, probably the most formidable energy he encountered after entering the Dragon Ball world. And around that gas, there are dozens of battle force surpass 1,000 energy. It seems that this planet has been stared at by others, but why has it been so long? They have not eliminated planet Phidaya's aboriginals. Don't tell me what they are looking for. There were a lot of questions in my mind, and Shaya immediately converges ki on her body. At this time, he must be very careful and must not be discovered by them. Through the shattered city that is constantly lava, Shaya appears on an open plaza in the capital of the city, and a huge sculpture in the center of the open plaza has been dumped in several pieces. This is a vast open-air open plaza, but now it is covered by wreckage, and a majestic open plaza has disappeared from the atmosphere of laughter. Standing on the open plaza, a chilly mood came to life. Here, Shia doesn't feel any signs of life. The people who lived here have already left. It seems that everyone here has escaped, huh? Shaya stopped in the footsteps. He sensed a large group of key gatherings in the position of 300 kilometers northeast. There's also a surpass 1,000 battle force energy is making a big splash, and those weak lives are being reduced a little. In a huge metal sanctuary, each and every one short and small Fidaya, people hide in the bunker. Outside, a scale-covered cosmic man wore a traditional battle suit with a tubular energy-emitting device attached to his arm. A group of dark red energy waves are ejected from the launcher. Hong long long. The metal bunker was blown up by a huge mouth, and thousands of Fidaya people were immediately exposed to the eyelids of the cosmic people. Wow, Kaka. You guys are hiding here, but it really makes me look good. I can tell the location of the ancient warrior. Maybe this uncle is happy to let you have a horse. The cosmic people are arrogant and covered with scales. The skin makes a squeaky sound. The Fidaya people fell back a few steps. Their faces were covered with horror, and they looked desperately at the cosmic people in the sky. We really don't know what ancient warrior. Please let me know. At least, let these children live a life. A person who looks like a leader stood up and begged to say. The cosmic man hummed 2 times, spit a long tongue like a lizard. You low-lying little dwarfs dare to lie to the clever Satasi adults. I tell you that Zarban adults have told us that your Fidaya people know the whereabouts of ancient warrior. The universe called Satasi the man suddenly thundered. It is a smart person, and Zarban has already said it. Boom! An energy wave rubbed against the cheeks, and hundreds of Fidaya people were hit by the weapons held by Sidisi and instantly lost their lives. We really don't know the whereabouts of the ancient warrior. The leader who watched and lost his life without leaving his bones was filled with grief. Only the cosmic person did not believe his words. Satasi held the energy launcher on his arm, and the golden lizard squinted a hint of Ongrid. You guys, stupid little dwarfs, dare to lie to deceive Uncle Sita. Hum. You don't know. If you don't know ancient warrior, what then? As you wish, give me all to die. Then, the energy-emitting device was aimed at the surviving Fidaya people, and the muzzle flashed a dark red light. Do not! The leader shouted in a panic and wanted to explain, but it was too late. The flash of the dark red was ejected from the muzzle, and a large group of energetic energy waves flew over them. It's over. These Fidaya people closed their eyes desperately, and the adult Fidaya people held the young children in their arms and covered their eyes with their hands. Bang! A huge explosion. The earth continued to tremble for a few seconds, but the pain and the expectation did not come. Fidaya opened his eyes in surprise, but saw a handsome young man with black hair as a strong mountain in front of them. The powerful energy of the group was swept out by the young boy, but how the boy appeared in front of them, but no one saw it clearly. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the shadow scared Satasi. Especially the other side actually punched the energy wave, and Satasi quickly lifted the energy launching device to the other side, but he could not help but fall back a few steps. Will you rely on external weapons at a critical time? Shaya's mouth sneered with a sneer, a flash of disdain in his eyes, and then turned his eyes back to the fearless Fidaya. It is a subhuman with cyan skin, less than 1 meter tall. The ear is short and can only see a circle of meatballs. The soft tissue grows there. The sides of the skull are a row of pointed black small horns, only raised 2 or 3 centimeters. When Shaya looked at her eyes, these horrified Fidaya people showed a panicking look on their faces, and they looked timid and afraid to look at him. Oh, the courage is small. Shaya smiled freely. Misfortune after a huge disaster. These Fidaya people have become very sensitive like a scared bird. Get out of the way. Seeing each other did not look at themselves in the eyes. Lizard Man Sidisi angrily cursed, but the IQ is not too low. He did not dare to show his true emotions after feeling the danger. Come out. Instead, he wisely, quietly uses the energy readings to reading the energy of the other person. This is not critical. He found that the data displayed on the readings is only 540. When Satasi's eyes lit up, a sense of superiority immediately rushed up, and the air became full. Wow, Kaka. I thought it was an expert. It turned out to be just a little boy, that's all. It's bad luck to be caught by Uncle Sita's today. Sita West is so arrogant. Then, swaying forward and approaching, near Shaya, Satasi looked down at the height of his golden lizard and placed the energy launcher on Shaya's head, dismissively. Day Sita, as long as you can kill you when you fire. So you can try it. Shaya's eyes flashed in the eyes, and there was a faint smile on his face. Shio shifted and changed, and the whole person disappeared from the place. Then a voice full of indifference came from behind the West Tassi, and the voice was cold and bitter without a trace of emotion, just as the judgment issued by King Yama exudes a thick, murderous aura. What happened? Satasi was shocked and turned around quickly, only to find that the figure just under his eyes didn't even know when it had disappeared, but it was already behind him. No, Satasi was cold, and the whole body scales stood up. The muzzle of the energy launcher on his arm immediately swung away at the location of Shaya. Hey! The dark red energy squirting out of the muzzle, and when it hit Shaya, it made a squeaky noise, which seemed to hit a thick wall and immediately scatter into a red color. Smoke! Seeing that the other party was hit by him, Sidasi's tone was arrogant. Oh, I don't know how to live and die. This is the end of the game with Uncle Satasi. But soon Satasi's expression froze again. After seeing the disappearance of the smoke, a small figure came out of the smoke, and there was no scar on his body. Cough, cough. Shaya shook his mouth and coughed twice, waving his hands and blowing the smoke around him, pointing at the battle on his body. Oh, the power of these energy cannons seems not enough. You see, even my battle suit has not broken. Satasi watched the other side of the battle, where it was hit by energy cannon, and screamed in disbelief. How is this possible? Energy cannon in my hand, power is 2,000 point, and how can you possibly nothing? It's very simple, because my strength is far above you. The voice just fell, and Shaya's figure was like a blast, and it quickly appeared in front of Satasi, his hands gently on his chest. Boom! A huge force came, and Satasi had not recovered, and the body had already blasted out like a shell that had just emerged. When I hit the wall a few tens of meters away, I immediately smashed the wall out of a large hole, and the broken stones scattered all over the place and buried them all at once. With a miserable shout, Sidasi was covered in wounds, and he struggled from the ruins. He looked up in amazement, but saw a pair of black eyes watching him as a cock. A cold rushed from the soles of the feet to the brain. He suddenly felt that his throat was a little dry, and he opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. We'll be killed, Sidasi shouted in his heart, but his body became completely uncontrollable because of fear. You can't kill me. I'm a subordinate of Zarbin. If you kill me, Zarbin will not let you go. Satasi shouted in a crash, and he moved his backstage, hoping for each other. Can see yourself on Zarbin's adult. Zarbin. When I heard that the backstage of C2C was actually Zarbin, Shaya snorted a little, and the sinister key of the formidable that I felt was Zarbin. Recalling the description of Zarbin in the original work, combined with the key that I sensed, the person who wants to launch the energy attack on planet Fidaya is Zarbin. Is Zarbin not staying with Fodora, with Dodoria, and running to this remote planet Fidaya? Don't tell me, is the order of Flissa? Shaya couldn't help but start guessing. Right, this adult, I am arresting these Fidaya people on the orders of Zarbin adults. Satasi watched the other person's expression carefully, and saw that the other person knew the name of Zarbin's adult. Immediately, he felt like he had touched the straw. He nodded and nodded. Huala said everything. After listening to Shaya, he asked, what Zarbin attacked planet Fidaya, don't tell me, is ordered by Flisa. When the cosmic person heard that Shaya had called the name of King Flisa, the cold sweat suddenly came out and shivered. Yes, King Flisa let us go to planet Fidaya to find the ancient warrior in the legend. Trace, ancient warrior in legend. After listening to Shaya, he nodded slightly and couldn't help himself. This ancient warrior doesn't know what it is. It won't be the same thing as legendary Super Scion. He knows that the original work Dragon Ball world shows only the tip of the iceberg that is related to the protagonist, but the universe is vast and flawless. Perhaps there are still many secrets in the deeper places that have not been revealed. This adult, Sidisi cried cautiously, fearing that the loud noise would provoke the other party's unhappiness. Hey, I forgot to have her business. Shaya turned back and smiled heartily. Well, it's time to send you on the road. Wait, adult, what are you talking about? Satasi suspected that his ears were wrong. Shaya repeated again. I said that I should send you on the road. Go to heal and enjoy it at Otherworld. As a result, the aura of Shaya suddenly broke out, and the affordable aura turned into a popo tremble. In this boundless sea of energy, the poor lizard cosmic person is like a lonely boat in a storm, without a trace of resisted ability, was overwhelmed by the vast energy. Do not! A deafening explosion. Satasi turned into a fine powder in the air in a huge explosion. After the smoke dissipated, Shaya's head would not look at the Fidaya people. At this time, the Fidaya people were completely shocked. They were shocked by the absolute power of Shaya. They couldn't believe the cosmic people who had just swayed in front of them. In a twinkling of an eye, they turned into a dust. This power is no longer what they can resist. They can only obey the other's requirements. I hope this adult will not ask for excessive demands. Fidaya's leader sighed with sorrow. Planet Fidaya, in misfortune, what disaster! Why did the formidable cosmic people appear on this planet one after another? You are the aboriginals of planet Fidaya? Shaya's voice is not indifferent, but the aura given by strong person Halo teaches the weak Fidaya people not to look at him. The Fidaya leader took the first step and cautiously replied, Yes, planet Fidaya is our homeworld. You are the leader here. The Fidaya leader hesitated and nodded. Can say that. In fact, he is not the real leader of the Fidaya people, but their leader was killed a long time ago, so he is reluctant to say that he is now the leader of the Fidaya people, who can be the master. I heard that your science and technology is very powerful. Can you create a training room that changes the gravity? Shaya's voice has eased, and the tone is not as harsh as before. The Fidaya leader took a moment and replied quickly, Can, our Fidaya people are natural-born scientists, best at science and technology. At this time, the Fidaya leader probably heard the purpose of Shaya, so he should try to show the value of his own people, so that it is possible to save the lives of the people. Of course, he dare not conceal or exaggerate Shaya, because it will affect the life and death of the whole Fidaya ethnic group. Shaya was very satisfied with the Fidaya people's answer and said, Look, planet Fidaya has been spotted by the universe Emperor Fleesa. If you stay here, you will only have 1 day to die. Now I will give you a choice and obey my orders. Later Fidaya, people survive in the universe. This is a tough choice. It is immediately followed by Homeworld, and it is wiped out by the cosmic people here. Still listening to the words of the teenager, surrender to the other side? The Fidaya leader is awkward, but this is a big choice for the whole race. He can't make a decision. Shaya did not bother him, but found a place to sit down and waited quietly. He believed that the leader would make a clear choice. If you refuse, you may face extinction, and if you agree, then the whole ethnic group will be reduced to the vassal. The head of the Fidaya leader showed sweat on his forehead. He looked at the young and old faces of each and everyone in the group. He finally bit his teeth and said, This adult, we are willing to surrender to you. Just ask you to keep us Fidaya. Human blood. Smart choice. Shaya sighed with a big smile. Don't worry. I will take you away from planet Fidaya. Right, except here. Do you have other ethnic groups? The Fidaya people in front of them are only 10,000, far from being a civilized group. Yes, adults, this is only 1% of our population. Due to the sudden geological disaster, most of our ethnic groups have lost their lives. The surviving tribes are hiding from the pursuit of the cosmic people. Go inside the bunker building. If necessary, I can summon them. You are useless to hide. There is energy readings in the other hand. It is convenient for them to gather together. Shaya shook his head. They have energy readings. No wonder we can find us. What can we do? The Fidaya leader suddenly panicked. Shaya said, "You should have spacecraft. I will give you a cover. You will immediately leave planet Fidaya in spacecraft." Shaya knew that if they had enough time for the Fidaya people, they had the ability to leave planet Fidaya on spacecraft. But the geological changes came too suddenly, and there was no time to respond to them. Here, Shaya would like to admire those cosmic people. It turned out to be a professional. They gave Fidaya people a bit of a blow from space before they invaded the planet, and they lost most of their resistance to ability. Good, I know, everything is trouble. The Fidaya leader looked surprised. At this time, he suddenly felt that the adult in front of him was really good. It is probably not a bad thing for Fidaya to surrender to him. Another place in planet Fidaya. The thick smoke rises from all over the mainland, and the sky is covered by a dark cloud. The dark clouds are all haze formed by smoke. In a suburb of urban and rural areas where the earth and stone are crisscrossed, the continental plate splits from here, and a giant crack that is bottomless is shuttled back and forth. Rivers and glaciers seem to be intercepted by a large knife. On a slightly flatter land, a disc-shaped brown spacecraft docked there. Spaceship the bottom of a dozen dark-colored large steel tongs, such as wild beasts, directly raised into the hard rock. Look at the shape. It is a disc-shaped spaceship dedicated to the senior staff of Fleece Force. Not far from the spaceship door, a facial expression handsome man sits in front of a small table, drinking tea very gracefully. The man had a dark green hair, and the tail was tied into a scorpion. The appearance looked like a gentleman, and his behavior was also a gentleman, but the cold eyes showed a cruel and ruthless side. He is Zarbin. Zarbin helped Fleece do a lot of bad things. He and Dodoria were two followers of Fleece. In the many subordinates of Fleece, the battle force was second only to Jinyu Force, and he was deeply trusted by Fleece. Fidaya about the legend of the ancient warrior. Fleece sent him over. At this time, a cosmic person standing by Zarbin observed a slight change in the frame of the energy readings. He pressed the readings a few times and then turned to Zarbin. Zarbin, the energy of a member of our core that I just reading has suddenly disappeared. Before his energy disappeared, there was a series of violent data on the frame of the energy readings, but it was not very high and soon disappeared. Oh, Zarbin gently put down the cup and looked very interested. Zarbin forked his finger against his chin and asked, "How about the battle force of our disappearing core member? Satasi, a low-level core soldier, is about the power of 1,200 and can use the energy of the 2,000 battle force after assembling the energy-emitting device." The sergeant investigated. "Well, that's interesting. It seems that this planet Fidaya's Aboriginals force is not surpassing 15. Zarbin's mouth showed a bloodthirsty smile. "Yes. Ha ha. It seems that there are any little mice coming in. Zarbin adults, is this what we are looking for in the ancient warrior in the legend?" A cosmic person commented. No. Zarbin shook his finger and said, "If the ancient warrior that King Fleece is looking for is only a little bit of fighting force, King Fleece will not pay attention to this matter. Well, pass my order." All the members immediately went to the position where the energy point appeared. I haven't played the game of cat and mouse for a long time. Zarbin's dark golden eyes flashed a sinister light and ordered everyone to fly toward where Shaya had appeared.